Hey, everybody. Welcome to Adepticon 2025. We are live here. So basically, to answer the question of yours, Patrick, in the chat there, what we're looking at is a 9 o'clock start local. So right now it's about 8:20. Registrations going on behind me. They're getting everybody registered, everybody signed in and everything along those lines. So we're going to be looking at doing that a 9 o'clock start is when the dice are going to be rolling and everything like that. So we'll start getting pairings and everything going pretty soon here and getting everything up. So I will go ahead and find the Longshanks link here for you and kind of get you guys all set up in Longshanks. And that way you can kind of see what's going on over there. But yeah, there we got 2 different rounds. So as of right now, if I can take a look, we got quite a few rounds actually of people here. So like as of right now, there's 49 players signed up for, or actually I take that back, we're up to 53 players now that are here for the Shatterpoint event. Quite a few of big name players are going to be in this event. There's Duncan, also known as Godliness. He's on Longshanks, the top rated player that we're going to be seeing. So like going into this event. Of course, Matt from Rogue Support. He's another top-rated player. Kyle Russell definitely is here as well. Another top-rated player.
Team Tablebound.
Yep, Team Tablebound. So yeah, definitely a lot of big players here. It's like those are the top 3 as far as ratings on Longshanks for what ratings are worth on there.
Don't forget Jesse Eakin.
Yep, Jesse from Hello there is definitely going to be on. So yeah, no, they got a lot of good people. A lot of. It's going to be an interesting first day to Adepticon, and for just the start of this, I think this is a lot of heavy hitters. Cody Hawkins is also going to be in this round as well. Definitely a fantastic player with his Ewok, so going to be excited to see what he's doing, how he comes out.
Accuser from Rogue Support.
Accuser from Rogue Support is also here. Yeah, so if you, Phil, like a lot of big players that are like people might recognize. So yeah, we're looking forward to it. We're looking forward to like seeing all the different players that are going to be out here and playing and everything along those lines.
Oh hey, Qui-Gon Din, he's in here too.
Yep, Qui-Gon Din.
Another one from Rogue Support.
Yep. So a lot of different players. So it's going to be definitely exciting to sit there and see everybody that's going to be playing. I don't know, Ari, who are you excited to see play so far? What's up, Mr. Metallico?
I am a little curious if Godliness actually shows up with Grand Inquisitor. I don't know, but I know he's still like the top ranked Inquisitor player, and I know he made a good showing last year, but I don't know. I don't think that's gonna happen. But it would be cool. It'd be fun.
So I mean, he plays a lot, obviously. Yes. I mean, he's the top rated player with Luke, with Lando, with Vader 2, and with Grand Inquisitor. So he just hits it hard all the time. Yeah, I know the Adepticon streaming schedule is awful, like as far as like what's getting streamed on what day is off a little bit. So yeah, that's going to be kind of interesting as well with all of that. So yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see kind of how that plays out. But basically what the overall schedule is they're going to have the Heat 1 today, 4 rounds of that. Heat 2 tomorrow. There's going to be 4 rounds there for that. And then going into the top 32 on Saturday. So they're going to take the top 16 from today and the top 16 from tomorrow and go into that. So then you'll have your top 4. You'll have 4 undefeated by the end of that day with the 3 rounds there, which will get us into the last part, or into the top 4 on Sunday. So only 2 rounds on Sunday. So 4 rounds, 3 on Saturday, and then 2 on Sunday. So should be exciting. A lot of Shatterpoint. I mean, we're looking at 13 rounds over the weekend. Of course, there's also going to be all the side events with adversaries and allies. We're going to be having the team event tomorrow, plus just a standard premiere event as well mixed in there. So there's a lot going on. A lot of interesting things that we're going to be seeing as well. So
yeah, there's also the pre-release for the new mission pack.
Right.
People they're playing a 3-round event associated with that. In fact, that was the surprising thing. We've had different people go, "Oh, I want to try that," and then they're like, "Oh, wait, it's like an all-day tournament."
It's an all-day tournament. You're playing 3 full rounds on that mission pack. So yeah, be ready to sit there and play a lot on that same same game. Same mission but it's fun. I mean, I think everyone gets to walk away that plays in that with that mission pack. So I mean, they're going to have early access to the cards and everything. So that's pretty exciting as well.
There's also they're doing that hero's journey thing where you get like the story cards with the extra rules. It's like pickup games, right? Like a league all weekend long, but you get different abilities, if I remember right, from last year. So that's gonna be cool. Let's see. Oh yeah, Mr. Metallic. There's a ton of people in the main event. These heats are going to be fascinating to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be over 100 players, I think, between the 2 days. So, I mean, that's a giant showing, a fantastic showing for this event. I mean, it's just Shatterpoint keeps on growing and growing. I'm really excited that how the growth is of this game just keeps on going and going. I mean, and I don't know if people have seen the pictures of like prize support that's going on and everything like that from the prize wall. There's some fantastic stuff on there as well.
I took another picture. I'll drop it in our Discord.
Yeah, and let's see. I can probably put the link to the Discord. That would probably be kind of helpful for people if they want to sit there and jump into our Discord.
Yes. Oh, Matt B's asking how awake I am. The answer is no.
He was asleep when I left the room. So that's the link to our Discord. If everyone wants to jump in there and join our Discord, we can definitely have that in there. I am going to try and get that picture onto stream if we can anyway. But we'll see what happens. I am not a very technical person. I just look like I am, but I'm really not.
He says that. He basically set up all of OBS like 3 times yesterday because of all the technical difficulties we were having. So, come on.
Hi, Taylor.
Oh, Taylor's here.
How you doing, baby?
Listen, I found this on my MCP printer. Get your shit.
No, look, we're going to invade the MCP side all day long. Taylor's over here, doesn't want our Shatterpoint stuff with him.
Next year
You
at
want to
Adepticon.
see some real streamers? No, I'm kidding.
Oh, wow. Why
guys, have an
can't we
absolute
be
blast
friends?
this
Yep. Love you, Taylor. Have a good one. So Taylor's over there. He's kind of like the side guy for MCP.
The side guy, he is the best intern ever.
Yeah, he's the executive intern for professional casual. He's an amazing dude, fantastic guy. But yeah, if you're into MCP, you can always pull up their streaming, so you can watch us both at the same time. You can watch 2 streams at once, so definitely jump in there and watch those guys. Yeah, fighting words, I know, right? No, Taylor's the best. I love him to death. Bye, babies. I love yous.
Why?
No, he's amazing, an amazing person. Definitely someone worth keeping around for sure. He's a fantastic person, great human being.
Yeah, I am very happy that we're getting to see everybody from Adepticon last year. Everybody's in a good mood. We're here. We're ready to go. Izzy is waiting eagerly to be our eyes in the sky. Izzy, how you doing? I got a thumbs up.
Yep.
It's all right. It's still morning. Izzy and I are on the same page. Morning is for sleeping time, not this getting up early and.
This isn't early. We're fine, man. It's like 8 o'clock. We're good. But yeah, I mean, so we talked about like Duncan, who's going to definitely be here. I know, like who else are we looking at as far as like players that are going to be, like, I don't want to say favorites, but like are the known players that are looking to sit there and probably do some exciting things within the day, because I think Matt, he had a top 4 finish at LVO. Matt Serrano, Damio Matt from the Rogue Support podcast. He's probably going to be doing some things. He always is really good at his innovation with lists and coming up with different things. So it'll be exciting to see what his final list that he came up with is going to be. I'll be interested to see, like, and how he plays. I mean, he had a good run. He went 5-0 in the Swiss at Adepticon. Unfortunately, didn't kind of get there at the end, losing. I think he lost to Kenny Brown. So, but but he had a great run at that event. So it'll be interesting to see kind of where everyone, like, how everything goes, how the matchups end up. I mean, like sometimes you just get those crazy round 1 pairings. But the nice thing, especially since they're cutting to top 16 and there's 53 players, you're going to have some people that a lot of one-loss players that are going to be able to get in. So I think you're not out of it if you lose the first round. Is going to be very important, I think, here. So like you can still keep on fighting your way through and hopefully do some good things.
Yeah, we're actually up to 54 players now, so that's cool. I'm interested to see, Todd. We've got some wild cards. There's about 20 or so players that do not have any rating on Longshanks, and some that are relatively, like, they got the new tag.
Yeah.
So we might get some wild cards today. We might get some people, maybe they've just been playing casually off grid, and now they're making their debut at Adepticon. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm starting to look at so some players thankfully did not hide their lists, so I'm starting to look at what people have.
Yeah, to be fair, like 27 of the primaries in here are hidden. Like so far, we'll probably get more data. But yeah, right now, Obi-Wan and Mundi are like the top two. So you have Obi-Wan's with 6 showing as registered. Then you have Mundi, the Mandalorian. You have Anakin. You have Iden. You have Moff Gideon, and you have the Armorer, all with 5 entries as well. So kind of on par of what I was kind of expecting. I was expecting Kiadi to really kind of see a little bit of a surge here. Maul with 4 so far. Hera, Kanan with 4. I mean, nothing too crazy. I mean, there are 2 Leias from the Ewok box Leia, Freedom Fighter Leia. There's 2 copies of her in there.
I wonder if that's going to be the classic flavor of Ewoks, or if we're going to be getting the big beefy Ewoks, honorary Ewoks,
the not quite Ewoks.
They just wearing teddy bear ears. That's all.
Yeah, Anakin is surprising that high for sure. Downvoting.
Quincy, how's it going?
But yeah, so super excited. I mean, there's already a Hondo registered. There's a Queen Amidala registered.
Wait, what?
There's
also an Asajj.
Yep.
Oh, I am hopeful for you.
There is
I want to see Amidala and Asajj do some work.
Okay, so there is 1 low gray registered as well. So I think it's going to be...
It's Ewoks all the way down.
No, I don't know if it's Ewoks because there's not a Chirpa in here.
Oh.
So just so everyone knows, the speakers for the judge are directly behind us. There was really not anywhere else for that speaker to be. So you're probably going to pick up a little of that throughout the day as they're making announcements and everything. But at least you'll know what's going on, and that's important.
Yeah. What is it in the comic books? They call themselves the Amidalans. Yeah. Justice for Padme.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some of these pick up. I mean, there is an Asajj in here as well. I'm excited to see that. But I think anybody that listens to our podcast knows I'm a huge fanboy of Asajj and her story arc. So I'm excited to sit there and see that. There is a Cad Bane that's registered that we can see so far too. So I mean, I think it's going to be pretty cool. I mean, and we're 27 minutes away from the start of the event. So I'm pretty excited to see what's going to happen here and how we're going to go with everything.
I suspect that all of our Kanans and Idens are in that circle of mystery.
Right,
Because I'm looking here and I'm like, man, there's not very much Empires yet or Spectres yet. I mean, but Well, 4 and 4 of Hera and Kanan. All right, a little bit.
But we also know that there's a lot of the people that are playing at the high end and that are taking the competitive side of this seriously are the ones that are not going to be sharing their list until the very last minute and everything along those lines. So I know that that's one of the things that we're definitely going to be that's when we're going to see I think a lot of an influx of the Idens, of the Kanans, of the Princess Leia PLC. I mean, so that's when I think we're going to see a lot of that coming out. Because I don't think we're seeing. Let me go back and look at the findings here, but I didn't see a lot of Vader 2s yet. Oh, there's 5 of them. So there's 5 Vader 2s. So yeah, there are 4 Lumis, which is nice. I mean, I can see I think a Lumi and Cam list, Mundi list is definitely a good going to be a good showing here. So yeah, I mean, it's exciting to see that there's something that the Rebels, or I'm sorry, not the Rebels, but the Galactic Republic has a list that might have legs. I know that some people don't believe in them yet. They're not Republic truthers yet, but we'll see.
Hey, you know what? Every time a new Galactic Republic box came out in the early days of the game, I was like, all right, this is gonna be it. And it just didn't materialize. But then, yesterday, playing against Jake's Cam Plo Koon list.
Yeah.
Ooh, oh boy, that thing was hitting pretty hard, had a lot of mobility. I was playing Armor Maul, and I ultimately squeaked out a win, but it was tough. Like that list, he did 2 force pushes and a force repulse, all for 3 force.
Right.
Total.
Yeah.
it was nuts. Oh, I think the last force push he did, he had to like pay full price for it. But like,
yeah, but he
it
was getting a lot of them on the on his tree and everything along those lines. But no, it's pretty interesting. I think a lot of people haven't had the chance to play into them or anything like that. So I think that's been kind of an interesting thing that they've run into and everything along those lines. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. More caffeine already.
Yeah, Aubrey's hitting the tired button early and often. It seems like so. We'll get him there. We'll drag him through the finish line at some point in time. I'm like, you can't be tired yet, Aubrey. We're just getting started. We haven't even gotten round 1 going yet.
Oh no! I do the opposite. Okay, everyone. I am tired at first, and then sometime around mid-morning, my brain will go, "Oh, we're really doing this. This is happening. Okay, I guess I'll start working for you, but only reluctantly."
Yeah, so I mean, but it's funny. So, no, the game you played yesterday, to be fair, like we're circling back to that, if it wasn't for the fact that I was getting super hungry and forced you guys to play Mission Critical when we were playing a casual game, it might have ended different. You never know.
Yeah.
But
no, that was probably wise. We were inching up to 2 hours on that game, and so because I think what was happening is Jake and I were both slowing down because we didn't know we were hungry because we were playing a game. But as soon as we stopped playing and walked over to get food, I was like, oh, yeah, I'm feeling it now.
Right. Yeah. Totally.
So, yeah. Yes. Remember, if you're ever at events like this, bring snacks, bring water, stay hydrated, because I was getting tired after just playing one fun game for 2 hours. And these players are going to be here all day doing that.
Yeah, and this is at a new venue as well, so I think like people that are Adepticon veterans are kind of having to reevaluate how they get in here. Like getting through the security here was different than anything that we ever did in Schaumburg, because we are now at the Baird Center here in Milwaukee. For those that don't know, like the Adepticon had been historically in Chicago, the Chicago area, Schaumburg, for a very long time, and basically like last year was kind of outgrew the convention center. They had just gotten the convention has grown to be so big that they had to move here.
Yeah. This room is full of people, but I do not feel cramped like we did last year, because there would be times where you would just be trying to navigate through the hall and there's just a crowd of people all moving in the same direction or cross one another, and you're like, okay, I need to get to the bathroom. Where's come on. So it feels like there's fewer people here, but no, it's just bigger. It's just more massive.
I mean, you can look, like just looking around, you can see that the room is a lot wider than it was before and things along those lines. So there's definitely some good stuff going on there. I'm excited. I'm very excited for everything that's going to go on here.
All right, Todd. So who do you want to see make a good show? I mean, besides Asajj, we all know you want the second coming of Asajj to happen, but who do you think is going to have a good showing today?
I think it's still going to be the same. I think we're still going to see Iden rise to the top, the Kanan Revenge list rise to the top. So the Empire, the Revenge, I think you're still going to see that. I still think like Kiadi, I mean, because we're going to a top 32, there's going to be, I think you're going to see probably about 3 or 4 lists that make the top 32 for Kiadi Mundi. So I think you're going to see like a Kiadi Galactic Republic list definitely kind of make their way up there. But I mean, knowing that Cody Hawkins and his Ewoks, if he's bringing his Ewoks, he's just a phenomenal Ewoks player.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised to see him make the top 32. Like that's not something outside of the realm of expectations to happen.
Hey, there is something to be said for taking a list and getting reps after reps after reps with it, so that you can you just know the lines, you know what you can do. I mean, I had a good time quizzing Izzy and Jake about Mandos after our game yesterday, because as much as I like Mandos, I haven't gotten the chance to play that many games with them. So, I mean, there's something to be said for sticking to a list and just running with it.
Right. Yeah. No. That's. I mean, like we look at like especially like Izzy, like he has been playing that from day one of launch and everything like that. So definitely, you know, there is something to be said for the people that end up getting putting the reps in and everything along those lines. So yeah, here I wanted to share. So I did take a picture for those that haven't had a chance to see them out anywhere on the interwebs or anything like that. Here is what the prize wall is looking like. It looks pretty fantastic. There's all the different Shatterpoint cards that we get to see. It is out there. There are
Shatterpoint players. The 4 people I'm about to list with your Longshanks ID are not checked in and about to be dropped. Zach Bart.
So they're looking at, like, make sure if you're watching me on stream and not signing in, you definitely want to make sure you're doing that. So they have some new acrylic tools.
Where's Musbaka?
I don't know. There's some new acrylic tools. You have the new acrylic counter there, or momentum, or struggle tracker, I should say. 4 new acrylic templates for range templates.
Those look so good. The Range 5 tool has the AT-ATs, right?
Right, it's like a Hoth, like a whole Hoth thing going on. So yeah, definitely cool. The purple dice are looking pretty slick there. They actually have acrylic tokens now for like the
objective
markers.
Yeah.
So fantastic there. Some really cool the I think those are the plastic cards, right?
Yeah, those are the acrylic cards. So if you want to play Shatterpoint in the pool, we got you now, but you got to play the Leia box.
Yeah, you have to play the Leia box, which isn't. I mean, that's a dang good box to play.
Oh,
so, I mean, it's like
I have played a bunch of games with PLC. I still haven't played with Luke and Han and Chewie.
No, Han and
I gotta
Chewie
make
are
that
fantastic.
happen.
Yeah, Han and Chewie are fantastic. I like them in like a scoundrels list. So like basically like them under Mando, and then them under Mando with
that sounds fun.
Oh, it's a great list. I have fun playing that one. But yeah, and then they have a bunch of foil cards. They have all the new Shatterpoint cards with all the different characters on them. So like you can kind of customize whatever Shatterpoint you want. If you're playing an all Spectres list, they have that one. So yeah, some really cool like Shatterpoint cards that are out, and of course more foily goodness.
I like my foils.
Yeah. Like unfortunately, like if you can't play all foil, like I know you get kind of a little freaked out with that. But you're just gonna have to deal with it.
I'll live. But hey, they got Agent Callus for me. They got Paz. I'm excited.
For all those Hondo fans out there, I know there's a lot of them. So there's Hondo as well. So yeah, definitely some really cool stuff that we're seeing out there with all of this. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see it.
Hey, I mean, Kyle Russell playing in this event, he is the highest rated Hondo player. Maybe he is just here to get his Hondo foil card, not to win the event.
That's perfectly fine. I mean, I do not begrudge anybody for putting in the effort to get the foil cards and everything like that. So I'm sure you might have heard in the background, we definitely have the last call for registration. So we hopefully will be getting pairings up here pretty soon. From the head judge Chris and his crew. This is the same judge crew that we've had last year at Adepticon. I believe they were also at Gen Con. So we've a lot of solid judges that have been working in the community for quite a bit of time. So it'll be good to see what happens there and how everybody plays and how everything goes. But definitely a solid judge crew. I mean, they made really great calls last year. They're very proficient in the game themselves. So should be a solid go around with them.
Oh yeah, you should have seen them setting up yesterday. I don't think I've ever seen tables go up that quickly. We were like, do you need help? And they're like, nah, we got this. And then boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Table after table.
Yeah, they got them set up quick. I mean, and the terrain that the Adepticon puts together is just fantastic. They have they have these random parties throughout the year where they just build terrain and paint terrain and just go all out painting and building. So yeah, it's fantastic stuff with all of that. They're going to keep on doing that. So it's going to be great stuff, man.
Oh yeah, there's this turquoise and orange table. I'll have to get a picture of. I'll try and get a picture of some of the tables because there's some pretty paint schemes over there. Like there's even like this green and purple coloration that looks nice.
Yeah, and
such a good job.
And we'll change out the tables every day, so we're going to have a different color scheme and different tables up there as well.
Murder bears.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, getting Cody onto the stream would definitely be something that would easily do. So we'll see if we can get him over here because, like I said, he's a fantastic player and worth watching on stream for sure. So yeah, hopefully we'll see that. But yeah, I think we're getting, like I said, we're about 15 minutes away from when they were wanting to start this. So buckle in, guys. It's going to be a good 4 rounds. So we'll be here for the entire weekend with you, kind of walking you through play and everything along those lines. One thing, like I know a lot of people always ask, why aren't you speculating on lines of play? We are very close to the players here, so it is going to be something where we might not always go down the exact lines of play because we don't want to give away what some people might be doing.
Right. We might talk about like, oh, he needs to like score 3 and get a wound or something, but we're not going to talk about like he should use this exact ability and do this exact movement and go over here because they can hear us. Like they're right there. We got like 4 or 5 feet between us and the not even really. Like,
about 4 feet or so. Yeah, I mean it was like, I don't know. We have like a 6-foot cable there that's kind of hitting to the ground. So yeah, I think we're probably about 4 feet away at the most. So, I mean, we try to be as proactive in their commentary as possible for you. But just keep in mind that sometimes we might not want to influence the game in one way or the other for the players that are actually out here playing. We want to make sure they're all enjoying the game and getting a solid game.
Why didn't you use deflect?
Right. Definitely don't want to do that.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready. I want to see some dice rolling and hopefully some murder bears. Even if it's honorary bears, I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling it's just going to be the honoraries. I don't if you're going to come to an event. I mean, usually you get low gray in there. You're going to have a Chewy. You're going to have probably
Zeb.
So yeah, I mean you'll get the honorary Ewoks through Leia. I mean, so it's a good list. I mean, and it's like I said, Cody definitely knows how to pilot that better than anyone else. It seems like so far. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens for sure.
Yeah. Meanwhile, at least one member of our team is running around the hall trying to find as many Shatterpoint boxes as possible because it turns out we got some pretty cool stuff in the Adepticon swag bags. Everybody, there's some Cassians running around, Kid Fisto, Krennic. Mm-hmm. So
the swag bags were on point as always here at Adepticon. They do a great job with the swag bags. That's why they sell out so fast. I mean, if you're coming to Adepticon and want to get the swag bags, you better jump on immediately to sit there and sign in and get and register because they go fast because they are worth the money for sure for you to sit there and get those and pay for those. So definitely, just for future reference, if you ever come to Adepticon and you want to get those because you get a lot of good value out of those bags for sure. There's not you're not hurting yourself by paying that the extra cost to get that VIP. You get what you pay for sure on that one.
Oh yeah, because not every bag has the same things in it. But let's see, in one bag saw Legion terrain, one of those like modular terrain set, like third-party modular terrain sets. There was a whole Age of Sigmar. One of the like 2 army sets where it's got like half of an army,
sets,
like half of an army of 2 different ones.
And so they're going to be
players meeting.
They're doing the players meeting right behind us, so definitely getting close to sitting there getting started, which is fantastic. Looks like they did end up having to drop 1 player. It looks like so we are down to 53, but still fantastic. I mean, especially when you look at this is about half of the field.
Right. I mean, if that holds true, we're going to have over 100 players total between today and tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic weekend of events, I think. I mean, especially like I said, you still have people in the team event tomorrow. You have people playing in adversaries and allies. You have a whole nother just regular event. So like for the people that didn't want to play in the World Championships. So we are, definitely going to get these guys here going. They are. So there's going to be some background noise here for a little while, guys. Sorry about that. But they're announcing all of the judges and just doing their morning announcements, making sure everybody understands kind of what needs to be done. Like one of the things that I've noticed, especially within this community, even in gaming in general, and it's like the judge call sometimes is like something people are hesitant to do, and that's something that I'm hoping he's going to make an announcement on. It's like that they're here to help the game move along in a positive way, and we want to make sure that the judges, like the players understand that they're there to help and help facilitate everyone having an enjoyable time playing the game.
Right. I feel sometimes that players feel that like calling a judge is somehow punitive on their opponent or like saying something judgy about their opponent. There
Pun
you go.
intended.
Pun intended. But again, really, it's just sometimes there are decisions where you don't want to be the good guy or you don't want to be the bad guy, and you just need a neutral arbiter.
Right.
That's all. You just need somebody with a perspective outside of the game. Like tabletop gaming is great about this in that you often work with your opponent to get to a result. You discuss intention. You talk about what you're doing. Those are all great things, but sometimes that breaks down, and you just need somebody else to look at the situation and go, "Yep, you're in. Yep, you're out," or "This is how you should resolve this because of what's going on with the terrain or whatever." Like that's okay. That's anticipated. There's a reason there's a whole team of judges at all of these major events. And so
Exactly.
you don't have to be the one who's forcing someone else to agree with you. No, someone else is going to come in and take care of that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it looks like basically looking at long chicks, there have been more lists that have come in here.
Oh, yep.
There's
Aiden and Moff now.
Aiden and Moff Gideon have jumped up to 8 entries with the most that are showing at this point in time. 7 for
not
Vader
surprising.
3, or Vader 2, I should say. So we're definitely seeing an uptick in all of that. It looks like we have 6 for Armor or Mando, and then 6 for Obi, 6 for Cam. So yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing a good showing, a representation of Kiadi Mundi here today. So that's going to be fun to see kind of what happens with him and what we get out of that one. And yeah, like
they're going over. They're going over the prize wall because there's some cool things that they're doing where you have like regular tickets and you have golden tickets.
Yeah.
And so they're just discussing how that's going to work for the day.
Yeah, I mean, and the prize wall is really cool. Like, just for playing in the events, you get tickets. And like, I think if you saw that picture before, it has like prices for each one of the items, and they're not ridiculous. Like, if you play in an event, you can sit there and go and pick and choose a prize of some sort just from playing in the event for the day. They also have like a league going on throughout the weekend where you can just play pickup games all weekend long, which is really kind of cool. So they earn prize tickets that way as well. So there's a lot of different ways to kind of just interact with the game. And the prize wall is like, so if you say some people come here and they're like, well, I just want to play one system this day and another system that day, because I know a lot of MCP players love playing Shatterpoint, and they flip-flop between the two systems, but you're getting the same prize wall tickets and you can use them for whatever you want. So it's not like you're hurting yourself by playing in a different AMG game for one day or something like that, because there is a lot of crossover. I mean, there's 3 different Star Wars games that are being hosted by AMG, or I'm sorry, 4 different ones between Legion, us, X-Wing, and Armada. So like, there's all sorts of Star Wars fans in here. If you're a Star Wars fan, you're in the right place. That's what it comes down to.
And then, did you mention Star Wars Unlimited?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's Fantasy Flight, not AMG. It's all under the Asmodee thing. But yeah, definitely there. But I mean, like the prize wall. I mean, the foil Shatterpoint cards are only 5 tickets. The dice are 5. So I mean, the biggest thing that you are the acrylics, like the acrylic range tools and the acrylic counter those are each 10 or 50, I should say. So those are 2 golden tickets, or 4 golden tickets. So those are a little pricier, for sure, but definitely worth the while if you're going to be using those. And then like the acrylic cards. I mean, there's some great stuff in here for sure for people to be using and everything along those lines. So you can definitely utilize those tickets in multiple different ways. Well, yeah, 13 players, and that's pretty typical to try and get like people to do the SPT codes. The only way to really fix that, especially after the event starts, is for the judge to go in and manually add them. Some people just don't know how to use it.
Yeah, so just to clarify, the judges did say that you did not have to use an SPT code. They allowed people to also put them in text-based. So they may just fix it after the fact. So they did announce that you either need to type in your full strike team via just text or use an SBT code. But you know how ears don't always work, Dion. That's just a thing.
Well, I mean, like I said, like some people are just not going to, are not used to it. I mean, like again, we have
20. Yeah, we have about 20 something players that do not have a rating. So this
Right.
again, this might be, and some of them, like at least 4 players, are completely new to
Yeah.
Longshanks. So there's a learning curve. There's a
Yeah.
learning curve.
So like some of them, and 2 of those, like a lot of people just did put in the manual, like put in a manual list. So I mean, there is going to be that, which is going to skew things a little bit there. So we'll see. I mean, like I said, it's going to be, it'll still be a good time. We'll still get some interesting play out of all of this. But yeah, getting the specific numbers is always going to be a little skewed and everything along those lines. So. I mean, if you want the true data, I mean, you kind of have to add it in yourself and play around with it. But for the purposes of just having a general conversation, we can definitely get a good, fair amount of it anyway. But yeah, pretty excited to kind of see what's going to happen here and whatever. Okay, so yeah, like, and the timer here, I mean, basically everyone, like, you got to get moving. They move it. There's a big show. There's a lot of goes coming. So they're talking about basically like once he starts the clock, it's running. I mean, and so players need to really get, especially in here, you need to get to your place, your table, get set up, get moving as fast as you can to sit there and play. You don't want to lose time, but like kind of taking your time getting to the table and everything along those lines. So it'll be, but yeah, we're right up against the top of the hour, so we should be seeing pairings coming down here really soon.
Sounds like some people had some questions for the judges. He's answering some questions, so they're moving right along.
Yeah, but that's. I mean, you definitely as players don't want your character or your questions to be unanswered and go in with a lack of knowledge of anything at all. So yeah, definitely want to make sure that they're answering every question they possibly can. And we're right next to the X-Wing guys over here. They're setting up. The Gold Squadron guys are setting up.
There's some rules questions getting asked over there. He's like, I will look it up.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the one thing. I mean, being a judge, you're not always going to have every answer off the top of your head. The biggest thing is if you know how to look it up, how to find that answer. That's going to be the most important piece of it. Is like, and that's what they're very good at. They have the rule books right there with them. They have access to the Atomic Mass Games rules forums, and that's really the biggest thing that you're going to need.
Oh yeah, no. Okay, as a librarian, most of my job is just being faster at Googling than you are. So sometimes that's all you got to do. You don't have to know all the answers. You just have to know where to find the answers. And in this case, at least, we have the forums to help us, and other resources.
Yep. All right, so it looks like the players meeting is over. So yeah, officially table 1 is our table with the main table. So we should be getting most of the decent rounds and everything along those lines. Hopefully not repeats on there. It just depends on how Longshanks is going to put everybody out here and everything along those lines.
Well, yeah, first round's it's going to be random. We'll see. Let's see. So does that mean we got pairing?
Well, maybe because keep in mind, like Longshanks. One of the things with Longshanks is you're going to have 100 different people in this room using Longshanks, if not more.
All trying to load at the same time.
Longshanks might be going a little slow today. We ran into that, I think, at other conventions as well. So we definitely.
I have the Wheel of Death currently.
I mean, that's to somewhat be expected as they kind of get this going and everything along those lines. So there might be a little bit of a delay as we work our way through getting that information and everything along those lines and getting all the pairings up.
I heard the voices of 100 nerds cry out in agony, and then they were suddenly silenced.
I understood that reference.
Hey, there we go. Yeah, no, it's still the Circle of Death. Yeah, Dion, sometimes you gotta do stuff for people, especially as a judge. There's like even at LVO, we made it a requirement to have SPT codes, and then still people were like, and I don't know what that is.
Yeah. I mean, so you're going to run into that. It's ultimately like what's going to happen. I mean, it just is what it is. It's not a something that we can work like avoid. I mean, and, like,
Okay.
I don't see a problem with it.
But most importantly, Todd, which of my 2 birthday gifts is cuter?
It's Vader always.
But
Vader's adorable.
But Baby
it's Vader,
Yoda.
It's Vader. Vader is adorable.
I don't know. I don't know, chat. I don't think I agree with this assessment.
No,
Look at
it's
those
always
ears.
Vader. Vader is.
But he
always
looks
the
so
best.
grumpy.
But in a cute way.
A cute grumpy. Well,
He's a cute
okay.
grumpy.
I am definitely the definition of cute grumpy. Oh, here.
You're
They're very
the def-
tiny.
you're
I
the
gotta like
definition.
hold them out here. Yeah, I'm cute grumpy.
Antonio. All right.
Hello.
Yeah, it is. Longshanks is causing a little bit.
I'm getting fat shirt for you, Todd. Oh, you're on.
We're on. Yeah, we're on.
Sorry, I thought you were still in green.
Oh, we'll take care of it.
We're good. Sorry about that.
No worries.
That's gonna.
Greetings from Argentina. Oh, hello from Argentina.
Hey,
We're
awesome.
we're international, between Argentina and Quincy over there in the UK. We're worldwide now.
Yeah, let's go. Oh, that's something I didn't even look at. I know we've got some players from Canada, but where else are our players from? That's another one, a good one to look at.
Canada, like U.S., Germany.
Yeah, I think that looks like Germany, right? Yeah,
Yep,
Germany.
We have a Germany player. Let's see.
I mean, we are in
Mostly
North
US,
America,
yeah.
so there's going to be a lot of U.S. But hey, we got a little bit of representation.
Yep. So at least one from overseas. I think we had someone from the UK last year. I mean, and who knows? Like, we'll take a look. I see.
Right, this is just Heat 1. There's gonna be more players here tomorrow.
And there was 43 players. I saw registered for tomorrow. So you're looking at quite a few there. But yeah, still no pairings that I see for Longshanks.
Well,
It is taking a minute to get everything going.
everyone is hitting refresh over and over and over, which is going to cause the slowdown.
Yeah.
So be it. Be it.
Okay. So I refreshed it.
Hey, we got a versus. We got the tab at least.
We got the tab at
we
least.
can't see anything though.
All right. So that came up. So it looks like we're finally getting there.
Wait for it. I want to see who's going to be on table.
Cody Hawkins
Cody got the bot. Cody.
Cody's 1-0. All right.
He already won.
So it looks like we're going to get Gray Drizzle and Kyle Russell. So Kyle Russell, we're getting on table 1 right off the bat.
Hey, all right.
So that'll be interesting to see. So let's see.
I don't recognize the other name.
I'm not quite sure either, but we'll take a look and see who we get for both of those guys.
All right. Hey, Izzy, did Longshanks load for you? Okay. Because we do have pairings. It's Kyle. Yeah, I was gonna say Kyle.
Just some general housekeeping stuff.
Yeah, just getting everything set up.
But yeah, like we got the players starting to show up anyway here, and taking a look at
Yeah,
everything that they're
supremacy
doing.
now.
So
This
Kyle
is
Russell
plus-
looking at his list.
+1 for international calls. That's funny.
All right. So looking at Kyle Russell's list, he's playing Mandalorian with Luke Skywalker, Han, and Chewie. Then Leia with Dengar and Rebel Commandos. Good call with that one there. And then he's playing Ki-Adi-Mundi with Shakti and ARF Troopers, along with Vader, Jedi Hunter. So Vader 1, along with Obi 2, and the Padawan Learners. So that's his list that we're looking at for Kyle Russell. And then let's see if Gray Drizzle is playing. Ooh, a pretty interesting list here for Gray Drizzle. He's going to be playing Darth Vader, Jedi Hunter as well, along with Obi 2 and ARFs. And then also he's got Coyote Mundi with Shock T and Padawan Learners, so their box. Then Lord Maul with Clan Kreese or with Bo-Katan and the Clan Kreese, and then Armorer with Paz Vizsla and Covert Mando. So a different spin on Oops All Mandos there. So going to be an interesting list. We'll see what the pairings are, or what the flip is going to be with all of that. And then we'll get everybody kind of put in here as far as names are concerned, and where everyone is going to be. And then we'll get you to the table side once they start making a determination of who they're going to be playing.
Yeah, this is the hurry up and wait stage. But we got both of our players, and that's a good start.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you have to hunt down the players for the stream table. Not as bad in round one. Usually everybody gets here
pretty quick.
Throughout the day, sometimes you're like, okay, where's our other player?
Right. Make sure you're getting set up, because he starts the clock fast. He gets going with the clock. I don't want you guys to lose time on that. So yeah, definitely. I just reminded the players, like I know a lot of times they get excited when they're on stream and want to tell their family, hey, I'm going to be on stream and I'm going to be playing. So we want to.
Right. Everybody's looking at their phone and we're like, no, focus.
Like let's get going and get yourself set up in front of the camera, or get your pairings out, because you don't want to lose time or anything like that.
Well, it also can be a strange experience too when you get on camera. I don't know about you, Todd, but the first couple of times that I did this, and this is actually in my work as a librarian, not even gaming, but the first couple of times I was on camera, you sometimes feel different, and then you act differently, and so like you have to reorient yourself. I mean, here it's not so bad because it's not like they're staring at you. They're just, people at home are looking at the gameplay, but sometimes it can get to you. I know my first time on camera was pretty abysmal. Like this is practiced me, everyone, believe it or not.
Fair enough. It's
All
plus
right.
598 in Uruguay. Okay.
Hey, I learn new things.
But yeah, no, exciting stuff. Like I said, I'm excited to see their list choices here, because there are two very. I do like the call to like the Oops All Mandos, but with Lord Maul instead of the Mandalorian. That's an interesting list. So it is, and I guess you're pairing Darth Vader. Yeah, that's basically a Coyote Mundi. I don't know, Jedi Hunter. You don't have the Jedi keyword like that you would for Coyote Mundi there. So that's an interesting list there.
Well, and ARFs don't get to use their coordinated fire on Obi-Wan. Like, we'll see. I mean,
it's an interesting list decision there. So, but yeah, I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see what Grayson has here, and then of course Kyle. Like his list seems their both lists seem pretty solid. It's just interesting list choices. We're definitely excited to see what each one of them go with and everything along those lines.
Well, and round one is always tough to predict, like what players are going to bring, because sometimes you have players who are more comfortable with one particular listing. Let's see what we got. They flipped over.
What do they got, Izzy? What?
Oh no, they haven't. They just are showing their four. They haven't.
Oh, I know. Okay, I thought they were flipping to show what they're. Okay. So they're just revealing what the primaries are that each one of them have. They haven't discussed that yet.
We got excited. We thought they had picked already.
I think they have, because they're starting to set out all of their cards and everything along those lines. So.
Okay.
It looks like he's going.
Looks like. All right, so Kyle is starting things off with the Vader cam list, so we're going to get to see how that goes right away. Rolling dice, and then let's see, what do we have on the other side? Hey, Izzy, what do we got on his side? Well, what's the primary on top like? Because we've got the list of units we can. Oh, okay. So it's gonna be Mandos versus the Cam Vader list. He's got dude. This is gonna be fun to start. I'm excited now. I am partial to the Mandos right now, so I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. So he's going with the Hyadi Shakti on Kyle's side, and the ARF troopers. Then he's got Vader 1, Obi 2, and the Padawans is going to be his list. And then Grayson is going with that Bando list that we were talking about before. So pretty interesting to start there. So the Mando list again was Maul, along with Bo-Katan, and then Clan Kreese, and then the armor box. So, but it should be an interesting list. I mean, we'll be getting here. They're kind of just getting they're set up and kind of all lined up with what they're going to be doing there. I'm not sure Kyle has rolled his dice yet for priority. Looks like he got 2 crits and on Grayson's side. Let me get the names fixed up for here.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh, I haven't tried the Lumi with armor. That seems like that'd be a lot of fun. The Space Wolves of Star Wars. Yeah, that sounds right. Like, ARFs get to run around just about everywhere as long as you're playing some form of Galactic Republic, even with Vader. yeah, you're pretty much always bringing ARFs. Todd's making sure we've got player names up and ready to go. We're still waiting on a roll from the other side.
Not 100% sure. Izzy, did they get a priority roll there? Who won priority? He had 2 crits. Grayson did? Okay.
So great. Huh?
Great, yeah. All right, so Grayson did win the priority roll, so he's going to be starting right off of there. Looks like they're just doing their final setup, kind of getting their cards out and getting everything set up the way they want, getting their models out, and everything along those lines. So we should be seeing a little bit of action happening here pretty soon with everybody going on and everything. So definitely getting their force out to start with.
There's a lot of setup.
So
oh, like a dog. Okay, all right. Hey, I appreciate a good dad joke here. Like, come on, Vader is the ultimate dad, right? So you gotta have the dad.
Isn't he kind of like a deadbeat dad? He wasn't there.
He was there when it counted. He had to provide a firm hand and teach his children the ways of the galaxy when it mattered. It's not his fault that a couple people kidnapped his kids.
Fair enough.
He was on fire at the time. I mean, I feel like you get a pass if you're literally on fire.
Fair enough.
Wait, how am I the Vader apologist here? Hang on.
What just
there.
happened? I got you there. That's all that matters. Like I finally got you to that point.
Fine.
But yeah, they're just like basically now just getting kind of the all the different points out there, making sure that everything is good to go as far as that's concerned.
Okay, it's going to be Sabotage.
Looks like they're playing on Sabotage Showdown. So the standard 4 across everywhere. So
Bill was, yes, yeah, Bill, much better dad than
a firm hand to Luke. I see where you're going there.
An hour before. No. I started just picking up what Todd was putting down, and then I realized that was a terrible choice. I don't know why you did that to me, Todd. Wait, you mean you're not supposed to attempt to kill your pregnant wife hours before she gives birth? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Come on, that's not a thing.
It shouldn't be. I'll say that it shouldn't be.
Yes, the Momentous Struggle team does not support
Does not
wife
support that.
violence in any
No.
form.
Not in any way.
Besides, that scene was totally inaccurate. It should have been Padme, who is, remember, like 9 months pregnant and about to pop with twins.
Right.
She should have been beating on Anakin. Forget Obi-Wan.
Right.
That duel should have been Padme versus Anakin, with Anakin going, ow, stop.
With a wooden spoon beating him. Get back home.
Yes. She should have been picking up 3PO and hitting him with it.
Right.
Like, come on.
Definitely, without a doubt. But yeah, it looks like they're getting pretty close here to the Sabotage. The nice thing with Sabotage is we always know that they're going to be at the same spots for that start.
Yeah, you get it quicker.
Yeah. But the struggle one can take some time depending on who can get there. I mean, it'll be interesting, especially because, you have all those Mandos are going to be able to kind of jump and get to those center points. So it'll be interesting to sit there and see kind of what they do, how they get there, like especially with Bo and the Clan Kree. So you should have some movement to kind of get to that center line and really start challenging the points.
Yes, yeah. So I played on Sabotage with Mandos for the first time yesterday because I've been doing a lot of like Never Tell Me the Odds practice to try and get a feel for that in case I have to play Mandos on that. And yeah, Sabotage, if you can eke out an early advantage, it's let's see. Thank you, Antonio. I needed that one. But anyway, if you can eke out an early advantage on Sabotage, that's great. If not, you kind of get stuck into that 3-3-3 back and forth mode until somebody breaks parity, and we'll see what happens today. We'll see what happens.
You really have to kind of put that pressure early. It's kind of a delicate balance of putting the pressure on, but not putting yourself in a position to where you're going to get hurt by that. So I think that's kind of one of the big things that we have to look at for them is definitely doing that.
No, Dion. The mats we have here, they were made specifically.
They are AMG.
Yeah, these are AMG mats that they made for the event. Yeah. At LVO, Frontline Gaming had their mats because that was their event. So.
Yep. No, so they definitely are not marked at.
Because they were selling those mats. We actually pretty sure we sold just about all of them. In fact, yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so it looks like they are all set up. They're pulling their missions and everything along those lines.
Yeah, I'm seeing mission cards go down, and then we got some order deck shuffling. Looks like we're just about ready to start.
Yeah, gonna get their deployment here soon because I know that we've been.
Oh. Izzy, no kicking.
Of all the people, Izzy's like he unplugged the audio yesterday. Now he's kicking cameras.
Yeah,
I don't know what we're gonna do with this kid.
Yeah, our camera almost went down.
Yeah. Oh, good old Izzy. That's all right. We'll keep him.
Is Will Pagani there somewhere?
Yeah, I did see him yesterday. Yeah, so both Will Schick and Will Pagani are here. So most of the people that you would expect to be here.
Oh,
now.
We see the shake.
The shake.
Okay. Here we go. All right, we're doing the shuffle and the cut, and the classic one card from the top. Ooh, I'm digging the covert Mando paint scheme over here. We've got a yellow and looks like orange, yellow and orange.
Kind of a reddish orange.
Yeah, like a reddish orange. I'm digging that. I love that we're all getting creative with our covert Mandos. Like, yeah, we
really
colors.
did bring out like the creativity and everything along those lines. So yeah, definitely was something. Like that reddish, that orangish red, like that there you have there, kind of reminds me of a little bit of what they were looking at for the new paints that AMG has done with Monument Hobbies. And they have that specific paint line for AMG, so that's really cool that they have those. I'm hoping to get over there and take a look at those and pick up a set if I can, but we'll see what happens there.
Yeah. I'm gonna definitely take a look too. But if you haven't seen that yet, they partnered with. Izzy's poking me.
I mean, if I have a chance to ask him that, I will. I don't know if I am or not, but.
Can you do the preview on us? Make sure the camera's steady.
Looks fine.
Okay.
But yeah, so I if I have a chance to ask him that, I can. I guess I don't know.
If he is
I am
related to
assuming not. I mean, Pagani is kind of a somewhat common of a name, I think. But
I don't know that one. That's a. I also don't. What is the Pagani car maker? I don't even.
I think you'll have to just Google that.
What, you want me to Google things like I'm a librarian? Come on. What?
All right, so we did get Maul deployed on the top left of your screen, kind of right in front of that point, and now we have Vader across from Maul. So really, I mean, that's kind of like there's just going to be violence on the top side of that board between Maul and Vader.
I am ready to recreate that comic book where like Sith magic, like this is way before Clone Wars, but there's a comic book where like Sith magic revives Maul for this fight, and he has this epic throwdown with Darth Vader in the whole comic, and Vader only beats him by stabbing himself through the chest to kill Maul, like this behind the back thing. Such a good story.
Well, I don't know if they're going to do that with the model. That'll probably ruin his models. But I mean, I understand what you're saying. Right? So we definitely.
Yeah, no. There's this epic line in there where after Maul's defeated, he asks Vader, "What did you hate enough to defeat me?" And Vader goes, "Myself." Yeah, it's not as good as the Fear and Dead Man book, but definitely up there. It's one of my favorites.
Fair enough. All right, and now we get the armor getting deployed kind of up on top there. You're able to get some of the units out deployed onto the gantry.
Yep, that looks familiar.
Yep,
It's almost like somebody did that yesterday.
Yeah, you were playing on there, so yeah, he's got them deployed, and then of course the Kiadi Mundi is getting deployed on the opposite side, opposite of the armor. So this will be an interesting one. I mean, Vader is all about violence, doing the wounds, and typically, like that was going to tax your economy, your force economy here, which isn't going to be happening now that you have the armor out there. So I think it was a good choice to bring him into there.
Yeah, I was really surprised. So yesterday was only the second time, because I don't get to play as much Shatterpoint as a lot of the players here, just busy life. But I was surprised with how much force I still had at the end of Struggle 3 in our game, because just between the armor keeping your costs down and Maul not really needing force, like the force economy is surprisingly good. But that's also true of the cam list. All right.
So the first draw was Bo-Katan, a pretty decent one, because now one of the things you can do with Bo-Katan here is kind of move her forward, get her bubble in a good position right off of the rip. Probably get her close to on that point too, on the left or the top of your screen there. So I think that's going to be pretty solid. That was a pretty solid thing, but it is definitely potentially putting her in range to just get one shot by Vader. Because that is going to be something that can potentially happen.
Something to think about here.
Right.
But and it looks like with the on activation, is that the covert that moved up, or oh no, it's Paz. So it looks like Paz got moved up with Bo-Katan's tactical ability. So which is a good plan, because Paz, while he has some really cool abilities, he can be a little slow. So you really want to try and get him up the board with either the armor or a Bo-Katan early on, and make sure that he can be in position to use some of his better abilities. Plus, he'll still be in range of the coverts if he comes up early enough for his.
Without a doubt.
His
All right, so now we're looking at the
Vader.
And right on cue, after moving Bo-Katan up the board, we are seeing a Vader coming out. So it's going to be pretty. It might be some time for a little bit of violence here. We'll see what happens.
Murder, death.
Yeah, that's kind of what Vader does here. So yeah, you can't really see where Bo is. She's underneath that, I think, underneath that gantry, but she is kind of challenging that that point on the top of your screen. But Vader over here on the left, I think probably with all of the stuff that Vader can do, should be able to get up in there and kind of do his thing.
Oh yeah, it's funny. All right, so whenever I think of Vader running around the table, I think of the first level of the Force Unleashed game where he's just swinging into Wookiees, but he just does that stride thing, like he doesn't run, and then there's Shatterpoint where Vader can move halfway across the table right away because of Vader's fury. So, you know what? It's Vader. If he didn't hit hard, we would be complaining as nerds.
I mean, that's what we do as nerds. Is definitely like, I mean, that's kind of we wouldn't be us if we weren't doing that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and keep in mind, I mean, this Vader, he does have a range attack if he absolutely has to. Definitely doesn't want to.
Hey, it surprised Luke, right?
It did surprise him.
Luke thought he had the high ground. He learned from Obi-Wan, but so did Vader.
Right. I mean, so Vader's Fury. I mean, the nice thing about Vader's Fury, if he does decide to do that, actually, he went ahead and reserved Vader. Okay.
Oh. Okay. All right. ARFs are going instead.
Pretty interesting there. I mean, I don't blame him for it. So yeah, he does end up pulling the ARFs here. So we are going to go with them. But it is nice to have Vader in reserve.
This is why we're the talking heads and Kyle's the player, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a smarter choice. I mean, maybe not moving Vader up there to where, because then you're going to be
getting beat on.
Well, victim to like a Maul coming back down the chain and hit up like later down and hitting him. So maybe saving him for later is probably pretty.
There we go, Antonio. Thank you. I did not have time to Google that. I'm watching what's going on here. Looks like he's probably going to start off with a defensive maneuver from the ARFs. Is this where I'm supposed to say, "Who let the dogs out"?
I don't think so.
No.
I think there might be copyright problems with that too.
I'm singing it. I didn't pull up the song. Come on.
All right, so yeah, for ARFs it's going to be a pretty straightforward move. Maybe take cover.
Yeah, move, take cover. Well, they might be in range of pass. Nope, it's a take. Well, defensive maneuver, checking to make sure they're on the objective.
And typically, I mean, a lot of times what we saw with the ARFs, if you're playing like an all-Republic list, is you would kind of separate them on two sides of the board. But because you don't have Galactic Republic on the other side of the board, it's perfectly fine to not have them on the other side, so you can kind of focus fire on this side when they get it. So here we go. This is going to be kind of the flip-flopping that we do of the 3 points back and forth. So Kyle does score the 3 there with just basically doing a little bit of moving around and everything along those lines.
Yeah, it was just looks like take cover, move, defensive maneuver. So now they've got 2 hunkers, and the one ARF is back down below by the maintenance bay, and the other one's up on the bay. So there we are.
Okay.
All right.
So it looks like he pulled coverts. We're just waiting to see.
We're just waiting to see the card. There we go.
There
okay, we're like, where's the actual? Oh, and our fearless judge is bringing over the
nice little tickets.
prize wall tickets, and then the winner of the game gets that golden ticket.
But yeah, I mean, they get 15 tickets for each round that they play. I mean, so you're definitely, like I said, if you're just going and playing an event, you're going to get plenty of tickets to sit there and get some really cool stuff.
And I really like that because as players, yes, winning feels good. Winning is great. We like winning. But it's nice to see that there's you get something for coming all the way here, participating, love of the game, and then you got that fancy golden ticket for being the winner.
Right, exactly. All right, so he's basically moved those coverts here. Sorry about that. We'll get back on the camera there. He's moved the coverts right up to that point at the bottom of your screen to kind of challenge that. He's got both of them on that point to basically kind of steal that back. So I think that's going to be I believe he jumped and then moved, and now he's going to go ahead and put an attack into the ARFs here.
All right.
And yeah, I'm sorry. I know there's going to probably be a little difficult to see on some of these. So
There's a lot of
that
glare,
was
unfortunately.
a rough roll for Kyle there. 3 fails and 1
Wow.
expertise on that is not going to look all that great.
No, and then while there were a couple of fails down here, for the most part, that's
So
that's gonna be tough.
right. So I mean, overall though, I mean, it wasn't like too crazy. So it's 1 crit and 2 hits. So 3 down the tree basically is what we're looking at with this first attack from the covert Mandos.
Well, wait, has he converted his?
He did. He went ahead and
Okay,
converted.
okay, all right. Just looking. Yeah, no, that's gonna be a rough start there.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely kind of gonna hurt a little bit as we go through that. I mean, but overall, yeah, I mean, it is the Cobra's punching a little hard on that one for sure.
3 damage, 2 shoves.
So right off the bat, right into the ARF, they take 3 damage, and they're shoved twice. So that's definitely something that they're gonna be feeling. I mean, in the RC, we all know the clones don't have a lot of hit points. I mean, the same thing again isn't going to do much, but he does push one back. Actually, he doesn't push him back. He's kind of just moved him on into a position. Because that ARF is right against the wall.
Yeah,
here.
that terrain, the terrain is blocking it. But
Yep.
I mean, again.
But here comes the second attack roll. Let's see how this one looks. Oh, brutal.
Whoa, Todd, stay away from the dice.
4 fails. That's just another. I think the ARFs are, like, no matter what, are going to be going down here.
Ooh.
That's just. That was the kick. Just a kick, man. That is hurtful. Very hurtful. But yeah,
I mean, I love my Mandos, but that was
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, looking at this, even
that's a full tree, right? Yeah, full tree. Oh boy, that's not to mention. Look at those crits.
Right. Yeah. Well,
boy.
2 of them were from the expertise, but
Right.
still, that was pretty rough right there of a roll. So full tree, yeah. I mean, he's no matter what going to be doing a wound here on the ARFs.
Oh yeah, no. There's enough damage floating around there. And that's
I think it's just a matter of what he wants to where he wants to go with this, because you could shove or even reposition here, depending on if he goes on the top. I mean, in a
I'm not even sure what. So he did go the reposition route.
So he did go ahead and basically
disarm.
he's going to he's going to strain, disarm, and reposition. So basically now you're going to have a strain and disarm on the ARF. So when they do decide to wake back up, there is going to be at least 1 condition on there. I'm assuming they're probably going to remove that strain to do what they need to.
Now, I mean, Cam does have some healing, so maybe they'll be able to remove that beforehand. But who knows?
Correct.
So that's a tough start too, because now if you want a coordinated fire expose, you're going to have to spend a force on it, and that's going to be a tough decision.
Right, and he's already spent 2 force, or I should say 1 force to reserve. So I mean,
and then 1 on the defensive maneuver.
I don't know if he did defensive maneuver or took cover and then moved. I think he took cover and moved. I'm not
No,
sure.
he defensive maneuver.
Okay.
He had 2 hunger tokens.
Got it.
Yeah, 2 forces spent. I can see it from here.
Okay, now I see it. Yep. But I mean, the one thing, like we were discussed previously, is one of the things that you need. So now he does have when the Cam, when an allied Galactic Republic character wounds an enemy unit. So I mean, there's. Or not that, but
the other ability.
The other part of the ability, he has that wounded unit to sit there and really kind of help with everything else. So
so that is the nice thing about Cam, is that now when your characters get wounded, particularly the Galactic Republic ones, it doesn't hurt as much, but it still hurts a little. I mean, but with Shakti and Vader, we are sporting 8 force on that side. So
Right.
I mean, that's a big pool.
you can be a little. It gives you the ability to use your force a little bit more. I mean, and especially with the reduction. I mean, because now you have the reduction in force because of having those wounded Galactic Republic units.
Going with Vader now out of reserve.
So it makes sense. Like now he's going to end up taking Vader out of reserve. So as of right now, we haven't seen the Shatterpoint card coming up for either one of the characters. But we have seen now the coverts and Bo go, as well as the ARFs and now Vader. If you're keeping track at home.
Yeah, instead of hunting Jedi, it looks like we're going to be hunting Mandos today.
Indeed, indeed.
We got some movement going.
Yeah, just kind of bringing him up there. I think he just made that decision. Well, it's going to be difficult to flip the point at the bottom at this point in time because he has 2 bodies on there. You're going to have to get rid of 2 Mandos. So now he's just going to sit there and do his attack right into Bo-Katan.
Yeah, which is what we were expecting, just a little later.
Yep. Yeah, those ARFs took a beating there, Quincy. But again, I think that's kind of you're okay with that happening. Again, the defensive roll.
Forceful roll.
The defensive roll is not that great, but yeah, I mean, able to convert because she's got that Beskar armor is a little bit better for her. But overall, I mean, not a pretty decent roll. You've got 2 crits coming through. That's going to turn into a regular hit based off of the expertise there.
Yeah, so I mean, going pretty far down the tree.
Yeah, so 3 down the tree is pretty, or 4 down the tree, I should say, is pretty solid for Vader. So Bo's going to take 7 damage here. She's going to be exposed, and he's going to go ahead and do 2 shoves on her. So that 2 shoves usually always puts you off the point, no matter how you're positioned.
Yeah.
So he's going to get her off of there. So.
Well, she was on the objective, so steadfast.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yep.
But still, that should be enough. Yeah.
But exposing her is also good if there is a follow-up attack to come. For sure.
Yeah. No, Vader did Vader things. Was anyone surprised?
No, I don't think we ever are with Vader. I mean, he does good things. He does what we expect him to do. But yeah, I mean, but Bo being alive on 1 is going to be kind of the thing that the Shatterpoint special for sure.
Okay, looks like we're thinking about it.
Yeah, he's kind of on the making the decision. I don't think he's going to reserve. Yep. So he is going to go with the clan crease here.
That's a pretty good follow-up here. Let's see which direction he goes. Looks like he might be.
Should we ideally would be moving in to be in that bubble of bows.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It looks like he might be spreading them out a little bit.
I think so. Looks like
maybe he's just going for. He's trying to get up on that gantry there. Yeah. So kind of doing a little bit of setup for later in the game. He's
well, it's always good to have the high ground. He did spend the Force to jetpack up there.
Yeah.
I mean, and of course, you always have the Mandalorians stronger together. So now he's going to be able to put a couple of attacks right there into Vader. With this.
And they do have those early shoves. So
they do. Kind of potentially push them off the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the shoves on 1 and 2, if they want to, can definitely do some really good things for them.
Oh yeah, no. Clan Crease. I am so happy that they made the change so that you can play Mandos together. I love blue Mandos. They're so good.
Yep. All right, so here comes the attack. A lot of dice because of the focus that they get. Better roll, so pretty much statistically perfect roll there for Kyle. 2 fails, 2 expertise.
Yep, 2 of each. 2.
So we have 3 expertise on Grayson's side. Those will convert to a crit and a hit. So he's got a total of 3 crits, 3 hits. Now Grayson's going to go ahead and. I'm sorry, Kyle's going to go ahead. I'm going to get the names.
Who's playing? We got the names right there.
Right, we'll get the names going.
Pin exposed 2 shoves coming in on those from the first attack. Which is pretty decent. I mean, that's what you That's what you want from your blue Mandos.
And I believe it should be a total of
3 damage.
3 damage
Yeah.
on him.
Yeah. Most often that's what you get with them because their third step doesn't have any damage. And then the next one. Ooh, the next roll was
4 blocks though. I mean, so that's it, no crits in here, but he still is able to go 2 down the tree. So
yeah.
definitely isn't going to get Vader, which we wouldn't expect. Vader's got a pretty
All
fair
right,
amount of health.
Wow. We're seeing Shove City on Vader.
Oh yeah,
He
Shove
went
City
he went
all
2
day.
Yeah, so 3 damage, 2 more shoves.
Yeah.
I mean that is what you want from your blue Mandos. Is
Right.
You're either pushing for days or pin push, whatever you need.
I mean, and basically, I'll pull up here. I'll get you back over to the screen. But Vader's basically kind of pushed almost all the way off the board. He's almost off camera at this point in time because of how far he pushed.
Right. You could barely see, like the little,
barely a piece
like
of him.
a little piece of the base.
Yeah. But he's almost off camera at this point in time. He's on the board edge so far.
You could see the shadow.
Right.
And
here
the
comes
younglings.
the youngling.
I mean,
So-
Padawans. Padawan learners. Padawan learners. I misspoke.
So here comes the Padawan learners. This one might it's an interesting activation that you're going to have here because you already have the Mandos up far. Where do you want to go with them? They don't have a ranged attack on them. So do you want to put them up there in range with the Mandos? Do you not? So it'll be interesting to see what Kyle does here.
I mean, I feel like you do have to
Put pressure on the point.
put pressure on the Mando because by splitting the blue Mandos up like this, you do leave yourself a little bit open to getting shoved, getting shoved back off the point. So, but we'll see what Kyle does.
Right.
Again, already decision trees are changing a little bit here. I am excited. This might be my first time seeing the Padawan learners get activated. I'm trying to think if I've played against them yet.
I have. I mean, they're very particular. I mean, you kind of, but I think
Yeah, Kyle's
Depending-
going into the tank here a little
he
bit.
is a little bit, and that's fine. I mean,
Yeah, it's early. It's early in the game.
it's
You
early
got
in the
lots of
game.
time.
You have a lot of time. I mean, and it is kind of important because, if you look at where the struggle tracker is right at this point in time, it's 3 onto Grayson's side. He definitely wants to have a pretty impactful turn here if he can.
Oh. Uh-oh. I'm seeing something fancy over here. Oh, see, Todd just ran away, everyone. There's something good going on. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah. Wait, as you see, we're already deeply entrenched.
You guys doing good?
Oh, yeah.
Great, man.
Yeah,
You
no,
live
it's
right now?
We're live right now.
Great,
Woo!
yeah.
Get it off. Great. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, thanks, man. Well, I might see you around all the
Yeah, I'll be around.
Yeah, thanks, Ross.
Of course.
Thanks, man. Yeah, so Ross from
Ooh.
Ross from Asmodee just showed up, coming by. Taking selfies with Ross is always a good thing.
Yeah.
So Ross from Asmodee showed up from Atomic Mass to hang out and give us something.
Give us something? You're not even going to tell
Oh,
them
no,
or
I'm gonna-
change the camera or do anything? Todd's teasing you all now.
Okay.
It's such a tease. Come on. Yeah.
So just so I can show you really quick.
Yeah.
During the weekend, I'm going to end up building the Ahsoka and Vader box. So they brought us over. And I'll go ahead and kind of open it up and show some of the contents after the round here. But yeah, basically got some really cool stuff going on and with the con exclusive of this box. So we're going to sit there and hang out and play that, build that up a little bit over the weekend and kind of share our building fun and excitement with you guys.
Yeah. Ahsoka, I am no Jedi. Tano. Yeah.
But yeah, so it looks like he's got them up there pretty far. This is a pretty important activation for early in the game for Kyle. He really wants to make sure he's getting the most out of this activation.
Yeah, it looks like we're in the middle of a move action right here.
Yep. So he's got the one kind of up on the top, move the other one over there. So there's his move.
probably going to see a Force Rush. Or
I would
whatever
think so. I mean,
their dash ability is.
Yeah, it's called Force Rush. I mean, I don't think you're going to get the full effect of it with the focus because of how far back everybody else is. Like pushing, pushing Vader all the way back.
Oh, right. No, so Vader's super far away. Because I always forget, their ability is not Jedi. It's another allied Force user. So.
Yeah, it's a Force user.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
that piece of it basically kind of is what's going to hurt. That's what made that all those shoves on Vader so impactful for this activation because.
Yeah, see, this is, again, the examples of high level of play. I would have tried maybe to pin Vader, but by putting him so far back...
So the Padawans are going into Bo.
Alrighty.
Yeah, like that
Going
definitely...
going for a wound here, likely.
Well, yeah, you only need one more, because Bo's are now on 7 out of her 8, so this should... And I believe her expose is gone at this point in time, if I remember correctly. But yeah,
can't see that, but regardless, I don't think she's within 3 of the objective anymore, right? So she doesn't have her bubble on, so... But they're doing all the measuring, they're figuring things out here.
Yeah. Kinda
Dice will be rolling shortly.
Okay, so here comes that roll. A momentum would be huge for Kyle at this point in time to kind of help him out a little bit.
Yeah, needs a
shaking them dice up really good. Make sure they do that.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. A lot of expertise and a lot of fails. So 3 fails.
That might
5 expertise.
That might be too much expertise.
But you look on the other side, it's 3 fails and 1 block out.
Okay. So this roll was all over the place for both of the.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think we're gonna be I think the Padawans, even though it's not the greatest of roll for them, I think that it's gonna end up working out in their favor for them here, which is nice for it's good to see a little bit of back and forth happening there, like the dice being mean to both sides of the table for sure.
Dice will do dice things.
Right.
Can confirm.
So some shoves and a wound definitely on Bo here.
Right. Which is what do we expect?
Yeah, like he only needed to do 1 more there, so that was not unexpected.
Yeah. So looks like...
And he should be have flipped that point back at this point in time.
So this is a pretty big turn.
So back onto 0. So kind of puts... They each get a momentum for landing on 0. Kyle ended up also getting that momentum because of the wound on Bo. So now we have wounds on both sides. The arse and the bow are both kind of down.
And we got the flip. It looks like it might be Shatterpoint. Is it?
So he pulls the Shatterpoint card here.
It's Shatterpoint time. Maybe.
We'll see if he wants to use it or not.
Maybe.
He has to.
My guess would be now is a great time, but we'll see.
I think so. I mean, you have. I'm not gonna he does have Maul there that can just run up and punch those Padawans right in the face, flipping that point back.
As Maul should.
Yeah.
That is Maul's favorite thing.
Could flip that point back. And potentially get a wound there.
Yeah,
I don't know if
early.
That's
this is early on, though. You've got a lot of options. You could always wake up Bo again if you really wanted to, which I think can't tell if he's going. What is it? Armor. That was what I was gonna say next. I was like, or you could go with armor to start moving her up the field. Like there's a few options because she likes to hit things with that hammer, with the hammer and tongs. So looks like she's hunting. She's going Jedi hunting here.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, so yeah, right on her activated ability, she can move another allied Mandalorian. That's where she ended up moving Bo.
Yes, with wisdom of the Mandalore. So we got a couple of hop, skippy jumps, and now waiting to see what's going to happen next. I'm sensing an attack very soon. I'm hearing the music from the show in my head. Whew. Ooh, wow. So they're both exposed and a focus attack into the Padawans. I think the Padawans are not long for this world.
Yeah, I mean
you do have to get pretty far down the armorer's tree, but with an expose, You get there. You get there.
Right.
Let's see what we got here.
It's been a rough roll for like both of these guys. Kyle's dice have not been very kind to him. Like again, 3 fails, 1 block, 1 expertise. Then on the other side, you're looking at 3 crits, 4 hits. I mean, 5 hits.
The 1 block gets turned into a fail.
Someone's going to need to give Kyle a hug after this struggle.
I need
I'm feeling some
I think we might need
right
some
now.
first aid over here at the table.
Like,
Ooh, that is a full tree.
Sacrifice these dice so they're not doing nice to him, nice things to him right now. But
Right.
it's early in the game. He's still got 2 struggles. I think I like knock it down on yourself, knock it down on the game. And just kind of let it happen to you. Like
refocus.
Yep.
But I mean, we're seeing a full tree from the armor, and remember, hers is I believe he's on the. Well, let me find out. Hey, is he? Which side is he on? Is he on the hammer side?
So yeah, on her hammer side is that.
Wait, how much damage?
So 9 damage on the Padawans. So that will end up wounding them.
Oh yeah, they're
strain
extra
and
crispy.
exposed. So because he did almost the full tree here.
Say again.
Oh, so he did the full tree. So yeah, strain, exposed, disarm on the Padawans.
Whew. I think that's the first time I've seen the full tree on the armor. Because remember, you can go all the way up and around and down.
Yeah, so there is a total of 7 steps that you can go on her tree on the hammer side. So
Whew.
definitely.
That's a tough one right there.
It was a little brutal for
Always hammer side. Yeah, you're not wrong. Not wrong. It's always hammer time.
Oh my lord.
Come on, Todd.
Already we're starting with them, but that's all right. We'll get there. But yeah, no, I mean, so it's going to be. So now Shock T is up for Kyle.
All right. So I am definitely a Shock T believer, man.
Yeah,
Shock T did some work during our game, and got some people coming over watching the game.
Some of our locals from
here.
a different other games that we know, but one of them for sure is an amazing painter. He's here for one of the painting competitions and everything along those lines. So pretty.
Oh yeah, don't forget, like the whole other half of Adepticon is just hobby. Like you could come here and just spend the whole time painting and learning new techniques.
Oh yeah, painting classes started yesterday. So they got going early. But yeah, there's like I said, there's the Worthy. I mean, if you're playing other games, there's of course the Golden Demon for the other people. So there's all sorts of different painting competitions that you're going to see here. I love walking around and just looking at the amazing artwork that people do. I mean,
oh yeah. And at LVO there was some awesome painting happening, and I expect to see even more here.
Yeah, I mean, with this having the Worthy, I mean, you're going to have a lot. This is the painting competition, the AMG painting competition that people are always kind of building themselves up to be in, and work their way out to. So I am excited to see the different things. Is Jonathan Ho going to three-peat as winning the Worthy, or is there going to be some new blood that comes out? But this is
we'll see.
So
we'll see.
We're pretty. This is pretty important right now for
Yeah.
Kyle, because we are right. The struggle tracker is right there against all of the momentum that Grayson has.
I'm sensing some big action right here. Yeah, it looks like we're talking about some placement stuff here. All right.
Was it force? It looks like
yeah, that's what I expected. A force repulse is happening, so now they're resolving that. We got a little bit of terrain in the way. That maintenance bay is an excellent piece of terrain in showing you all the different terrain rules of Shatterpoint. Like, you're always looking around trying to figure out where can I push things, what's happening. And now that the way is clear, Shock T is gonna get up there and
flip the point back.
Flip the point. So that's pretty important here, because some of those dice rolls are.
Yeah, I mean, so it does score basically 3 points, moves it back this way, gets the momentum, but now here we are.
Armor is flipped. Let's see.
Flip the armor, going to decide whether they want to go with him. I mean, you could very easily, depending on what you do, either try and just flip a 4th point to sit there and score out, or go try and get a wound and score with your 3. There's options here to end this one at this point in time. So that's kind of what he's looking at, is mulling the options of where to do with your activation, what to do with your activation at this point in time.
I almost wonder if we might see him reserve Armorer here, because no.
I don't think so. I think in all honesty, I think you're really kind of wanting to.
Nice.
I think you're ultimately. I think you're wanting to just end the struggle here if you can, and get up 1-0. I think is really kind of what you're looking at wanting to do.
All right. Yeah, and looks like Grayson agrees. He's using Wisdom of the Mandalore to put one of those coverts back up there with Shock T, and then probably we're going to see. Yeah, the armor is going to go in there and use that hammer on a Jedi, another Jedi.
I mean, she could just jump on up there actually too.
Right.
And now you have 2 people on the point.
2 people on the
now
point.
Now you're flipping that point. You have 4.
Yeah.
That just scores you out. But of course.
But rolling dice is more fun, Todd.
It is. I mean,
we don't have to.
I'm
stop
not saying
there.
that you can't do that. I'm just saying that you. So basically, going to put an attack right now into Shock T here and see what happens. I mean, armor hits hard. We know we've learned this for sure.
Hey, looks
All right.
like Kyle's dice woke up.
They did finally. No expertise at all.
Yeah, no, that's just strikes all the way down.
Strikes and 3.
Good thing that there's 2 bodies on that point, because this attack doesn't look like it's going to do a whole lot here.
Nope. Oh, but she was exposed. So, but still will score the 4 points and the struggle. So that is going to be struggle 1 going to Grayson.
While they're setting up, I'm gonna run. UAB.
You got it, Aubrey. You got it. All right, and yeah, we're going to transition over to struggle number 2. And Kyle's kind of mulling over his options of where he wants to set up the points and everything along those lines. So we'll just take a look as he's looking. He wants to definitely make sure he's choosing the easiest route to score some points and everything here. So let's see what he decides to go with. Now going into struggle number 2, we know there's 2 cards left for Grayson. That's Maul and Paz Vizsla. Kyle is going to have Obi and Kiadi and his Shatterpoint in there. So he's got some pretty good activations left coming, especially with Shatterpoint still being available to him, to end up basically doing some stuff with all of that. Of course, still has the wounded Padawans, wounded Arv, so both of his supports are wounded at this point in time. Bo is wounded. I don't believe there was any other wounds out there on anybody else for for Grayson. So not a lot of damage being pushed out at this point in time. But yeah, Kyle's in the tank, just kind of really mulling over exactly where he wants to go with these points, taking a look and trying to see what options are going to be best for him, because this is pivotal to try and make sure that he's getting out there and hitting exactly the points he needs to, because you need a quick struggle 2 while still kind of putting yourself in a position to take advantage of wherever you're going to be for struggle 3. But yeah, winning that struggle 2 is the most important thing that he's going to be working on, focusing on in the time being. All right, yeah, still kind of making that decision, kind of seeing where he wants to go with everything. He's gone in the tank deep on this one, and I appreciate that, though. It definitely wants to make sure that he's getting all of the making the right decision. But I think there's sometimes where it's like you don't want to also second guess yourself, too. So he's going to go with the bottom right, it looks like, or the bottom on the right side, top on the left, and it looks like going to be on that top point in the center is going to be the other one as well. So like definitely some and the priority is the fail, which is going to be the back point. I don't think anyone is on that at this point in time. Sorry about that, guys. Just need to make sure that talk to our guys on the board there and everything like that. Make sure we're good to go. And just getting that marked for everybody to make sure we're good to go with all of that. But yeah. So we did get a reveal of Kiadi Mundi, it looks like, but he decided to go ahead and put Kiadi into reserve, and it's going to have Obi 2. And like I said, we do know the priority point is the top there. I don't really think we can get Obi all the way back there. It doesn't look like he has anybody, like I said, on that point to help out there at all. So looks like it's going to be an interesting activation. You might be, because with Run, you can probably get Obi. Yeah, you can probably get Obi all the way up to, I don't know what he's like. Is he trying to get like maybe? Okay, so he's got Obi all the way to the front there. He's not going to be on that point, but it probably maybe just an attack. See if he can potentially get a reposition off of this attack. I think that might be kind of where he's trying to go with it. So going into that melee attack into the Clan Kreese.
I mean, Obi-Wan's got some good stuff on his
yeah, Obi-Wan definitely does.
Tree, so probably hoping to hit one of the he's got like a jump and a reposition.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that's what he's doing. If he can get 3 down his tree, it's definitely going to be a reposition on that is where he's really trying to get to.
Yeah, Obi-Wan is deceptively fast because he can use the run on himself, then he has his movement, and then on his tree, which, ooh.
Pretty rough again. Those fails are just hitting him. And it's not my dice, so I'm glad to say that it's not my fault.
I think it's because you're within range 3 of the dice toss.
No, definitely outside of range 3.
Come on.
But I still think with his expertise, that might end up getting him 3 down the tree.
Obi-Wan's expertise is pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, he had 3, so it's going to be a crit and a hit. So it's definitely going to be able to get him where he needs to go. And in that reposition to flip that point is really kind of what we're looking at.
3 down Obi 2's tree, 5 damage, a heal and a shove.
5 damage, heal, and a shove.
Yeah, but 5 damage onto the Clan Kreese.
That's pretty good.
It is good. I mean, they haven't had any damage put into him yet because they've just been kind of chilling out there. So definitely a worthwhile attack. I mean, it does. He definitely gets Obi back onto that point, as you can see, which is going to basically help him score 2. So definitely pretty solid from that 1 point, I should say. Plus, he gets another point on the back point as well. So he's got those 2 points pretty locked in.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good start. Yeah.
It is a good start. So now the block, so that's the point that he already has in the back with Kiadi Mundi on that point. So in order to get that, he's going to have to come and take it. Again, he has Maul and he has Paz Vizsla. I don't see Maul getting all the way back there, and I don't see Paz Vizsla getting all the way back there. So basically, yeah, and that's what he's kind of looking at is where can he go with this. So based off of these activations, And he did pull Paz Vizsla, as we can see here.
And this is where you kind of see somewhat the weakness of Paz when he goes late and you've already moved all your supports up the field. He loses some of that out of activation efficacy.
Right. So and he is going to use the force here, put him into reserve, which will bring up Maul.
Yes, which I think it's definitely time to get some revenge on Maul's hated enemy, Kenobi.
I mean, Kenobi's a juicy target right there. He basically moves him right up. He is probably going to use the pull him towards him to expose him.
Well, I mean, if I remember right, he's immune to...
Oh, he is immune to it, isn't
he? He is immune to that expose, so...
Not even worth it, really,
Yeah. I mean, he might still... Like, I'm trying to look at the... Oh, I see what he's doing. Yeah, I was going to say, he's got to change the angle there a little bit to... looks like he used force speed.
The force speed and then pulls him off of the point.
Yeah, to then he's going to try and pull him past him.
Yeah.
Trying to see the angle. The boxes are exactly in the way for us, like looking at it there. So let's see from the heads up.
Yeah, pulls him right past him.
Yeah,
and
he
gets him right underneath that gantry.
Yeah.
So that's going to basically, if he's taking the damage on that adds an extra dice into his attack roll. So basically, we're going to look into this attack here.
Yeah, he'll get one more dice, but now the question is are these the droids you're looking for? Because
he's going to maybe mind trick him a little bit.
We do have 2 force available for mind trick, but we'll see.
He does, but he also has Kiadi and his Shatterpoint upcoming.
Right, which means you may...
So it looks like he did. He did go ahead and because there was not an attack that took place. Now we do get the Shatterpoint card.
Yep. Okay.
For Kyle. Yeah, so he does have the Shatterpoint card. It's going to be interesting where your attack is. Do you want to Shatterpoint Vader, bring him forward?
Right. You need Daddy Vader back in the fight, I think.
You do. I mean, and you can do some... You can get Vader. It looks like Vader probably from where he is on the top of the screen. You probably could get him up into melee range with Maul to try and do some interesting things there. Because Maul, like you said, took 3 damage already. You just have to do 8 more if you want to sit there and get that Vader damage in there.
Well, Vader could definitely do it. That's for sure. Just got to be careful though, because. Maul doesn't like getting hit in melee. He likes to crack. He likes to crack back if he can. So we'll see what the decision is here.
That is very true. I mean, Invader does have 6 damage on him already from the previous attack. So I mean, it is very risky to sit there and make that decision, or to try and see if that's the way that you're going to go with it. But yeah, Kyle's definitely given it some thought, and it's worthwhile. And
Shatterpoint turns are always tough. You always got to take a few minutes, look at your best options, and
yeah, definitely looking at the options. Oh, so he does have the priority point. He did roll the block there. So
it is a Vader.
It is going to be a Vader activation. So there's a couple different ways. Again, yeah, he can go here because there is also that point up top. Maybe not going after Maul, instead going up to that point on the very top and just taking that point back. If you're not attacking with Vader, though, that's going to be an interesting, because I think that's probably part of what he wants. Like, the smartest thing probably to do is to go take that point with Vader. But are you really getting a worthwhile attack off and making the most out of it?
Oh. Fulcrum and Vader 3 are up on the Asmodee store.
Yeah, I'm not sure as far as shipping. I mean, that's something like you might have to look if they are able to ship internationally. I do also know that like they are trying to do other cons for that box. So there are going to be other places where you're going to be able to sit there and see that and take advantage of everything that has to offer. Not shipping to the UK.
Sorry, Quincy.
I know that I mean, like the nice thing, what I love about what they're doing is even if you can't get it now, they are going to make it available for everyone to get the models. Like maybe not with the actual diorama that it comes with, which is amazing. But you'll still be able to get the models down the road.
Yeah.
Vader's targeting the Clan Breeze. Vader's Fury, he already has it.
All right, so yeah, so Vader basically kind of moves forward with his
Okay.
Vader's Fury, has enough damage to already wound the Clan Kreese, so they're going to be going down no matter what. But he's still going to sit there and roll his attack into
gotta
them.
do more.
So let's see what this roll looks like. So overall, again, Clan Kreese, their armor is fantastic. Basically, they have the total of 3 blocks here. The expertise from Vader, he's still going to get some pretty good stuff there. With 3 expertise, it does quite a bit.
But again, foregone conclusion, the Vader's Fury damage is already going to take him down, so now we're just looking to see what the rest of the result is.
Right. And Vader, if you remember going back, he was pinned. So basically he was only able to he made the move to clear the pin, and then he had to do Vader's Fury to actually get up onto the point. I don't think he cleared the exposed, so there still is an exposed Vader that's going to be sitting up there with 6 damage on him. So this will be interesting, like what's going to happen, because you can put an attack into him.
Yeah. Of course, reminder, the next activation on Grayson's side is going to be...
No matter what his maul. Or not maul.
No, Paz. Paz.
Yeah, so Paz is in reserve. Yeah, so, I mean, but looking here, and Paz still isn't going to be able to get much of in the way of a point. I don't think he can really do enough to flip that point with Vader, because the Clan Kreese are down. And they're kind of just looking at what's available, what's hurt, what's not type of a thing, and trying to just kind of speculate on what he can do. Because, again, Clan Kreese are kind of like back at that left on Grayson's side, kind of, or not Clan Kreese, but Paz is down at the bottom there, at that bottom point on his, like closest to him. So moving him around isn't going to do a whole heck of a lot unless he's trying to get to take out where Vader is, and it's not going to be that much. Moving the one, basically with his Paz Vizsla, moving somebody over, getting close to that other point, but I still think he's only got 1 on the point at this point in time, if that, so he's not going to be able to flip it back from Vader. Paz is going to kind of go over here, and maybe they soften somebody up for the next round, maybe kind of move him into position for struggle 3, because if he only scores 1 point here, if he only scores 1 point here, Kyle could potentially take struggle 2 down in the next activation.
Yeah.
Especially because he has Kiadi Mundi.
This is a bit how Sabotage Showdown goes, though. Like it can be a very long struggle 1, but then that is made up for by the fact that struggle 2 tends to just go lightning quick.
Right. Yeah, and is a pretty quick one here. Kind of just checking out to where he has a good attack. It looks like he might be contemplating going into Shock T, trying to get her completely down for the.
Yep.
So yeah, definitely a range attack going into Shock T, which kind of was expected here. I think that was like the easiest target that he had. Oh, there's a lot of crits in there. So 3 crits, 2 hits, 1 expertise. 3 blocks and an expertise for Shock T. So about the best he could hope for. I mean, with it, all things being considered, that's about the best he could hope for.
Yeah.
So that turns into 1 strike and, I'm sorry, 2.
Man.
I forget it's Paz. Paz 1 expertise turns into 3 strikes.
He's got that Gatling gun.
Right.
More Daka.
Right,
Daka,
right.
Daka, Daka.
All right, so basically the other expertise will turn into another block. Blocking 4, but that still gets to go 5 down the tree. That's going to basically put a wound on Shock T.
Oh, yeah. Good to see ya. Yeah, all right. We got more people visiting us, but don't worry. Still going through here. Looks like doing scoring. Yeah, nine damage and a pin going into Shock T. Whew. Oh boy, that's a lot there. All right. Okay, so Grayson's doing a refresh there, and it looks like we got Kiati's finally going.
The problem is I don't want to have him just standing around, but I don't want to have him on like the middle, like the top, like that would be the top 8 round.
Yeah, we're doing. Todd's doing some scheduling. We've got some nice interviews lined up. I don't know exactly which individuals we're gonna get, but we're gonna have some interviews later. So they're figuring out the schedule right now. In the meantime, we are looking to see where our favorite cam is going to go on the table here. Oh, let's see. Giving you the top-down view again. Let's see. Because right now it's going to be pretty important to maybe try and get a wound, flip an objective. Okay, so we're seeing a force push on Armorer from Cam. Let's see. Oh, looks like we're checking on the priority roll there. All right, so just scoring out. Now we're gonna see a refresh, and looks like the flip from Grayson is Paz. So he's probably gonna decide if he wants to do that or go with someone else. Doing some quick measuring. Yeah. I got Todd talking over here, so I'm like, what's going on? All right. This is the stage of the game where we've got players thinking pretty hard about, are they going to reserve? Are they going to go? Grayson's thinking about this. Looks like he is going to go with Paz. Let's see. Thank you, Izzy. Making sure. So we had Paz Vizsla come up, and it looks like he is going to go with doing some measuring now.
Yep, had to step away for a second there. Sorry about that, everyone. Basically just kind of trying to lock something in. So Saturday, since we are going to have the reveal on, we are going to be having the reveal for Friday night with all of the different the reveals that they do. So Saturday after the last round of Shatterpoint here, I am going to be interviewing Will Schick.
Hey.
Yeah, so we'll have Schick on, and which will be nice because we can just sit there and discuss everything from the reveal at that point in time. So I will definitely be going and having some questions with you.
All right, so we've got an attack.
Attacked by Paz Vizsla. The dice have not been very kind to Kyle. He's been over the average percentages that you would expect for fails for most of this game.
Yeah.
So dice have been dicing for him, for sure.
Statistics average out over time, but this one does not feel like they're averaging out.
Yeah, definitely
not in this game.
Not in this game for sure. I think he's still going to end up being able to pull the struggle out, depending on how everything plays out for sure. But Paz doing some moving around, some and everything along those lines. After that, attacks and post-attack shenanigans, as we see. I think he's trying to see if he can get onto that point and maybe like push Vader off of the point. Is really kind of what he's trying to look and see if he can do. Another angle right there is a little difficult to see, but yeah, it gives Vader one shove. Based off of where the tower is, unfortunately, we can't really see where where that point exactly is. So might be a little off at that point.
Would you say we don't have line of sight to that objective, Todd?
Well, where we are, yes. But so they're kind of just discussing out like what they're doing and everything along those lines. 4 damage, shove exposed into Vader. So I think that puts Vader at 10 damage, so he should be alive still. I don't believe there was another attack into him.
Yeah. Clinging to life.
Yep.
Definitely more machine now.
But only moves at 1 point. So depending on this roll here, where this priority roll, is going to dictate a lot for Kyle and how this will work out. He does get the expertise.
Yes.
So that is going to be that top point that I believe he already has. He does pull Vader, so this is going to be interesting on whether he wants to have Vader now or if he wants to wait and save him for the next, because basically he's automatically scoring 3 points here. He's winning the struggle.
I have a feeling we're going to see a reserve.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. He's thinking, contemplating, going to go ahead and reserve Vader, which makes 100% sense.
That makes sense.
And the Padawans. I think this is fantastic for him in all reality. Yeah, makes perfect sense here because the Padawans are kind of
Izzy's trying to steal my birthday presents over here. Come on now.
He's one of the weakest of the activations that we have out there.
Izzy, remember, everyone came here to celebrate my birthday. You can't take my birthday presents. Right, Todd? That's why we're having this event this week, is because it's my birthday?
I don't believe that's the thing.
Oh, you think the Adepticon staff did not take my birthday into account when planning this event?
They didn't care about you at all.
Wow. Do you care about me, Todd?
Not right now. Not that much now.
Come on.
No, I mean, but so yeah, I think he's just kind of contemplating where he wants to. Like, ultimately, right now, you're literally kind of looking at what's going on for Struggle 2 here, or Struggle 3, I should say. Like, where...
Yeah, now is the time to work on setting up...
Because you are waking them up. The Padawans do have the one so, debating, it looks like he's going to remove the disarm.
Is that a Quinjet? What's on that? Sorry, a staff member just walked over with a giant ship on his head.
The things that you see at Adepticon.
Yes, what happens at Adepticon stays at Adepticon, I suppose.
No, that doesn't work.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of LVO. My bad. I grew up in Nevada, Todd. It's all Vegas all the way down. Right.
So just measuring out some points, kind of like trying to see where he can go. I mean, there's a lot of different options as far as like where you're going to be for the different points and everything along those lines. So I think that's kind of where we're at right now, is just trying to determine what the points are that we're going to try and be on, and everything along those lines. Of course, this is just not public information, so to speak. So you definitely want to make sure that you knowing where all the different mission packs and where potentially you can be with everything like that. So I think that's kind of what he's planning on trying to do here.
And the dual pack is sold out. Oh boy.
The
Alright.
dual pack is sold out online.
Online. Oh yes, sorry. Online on the Asmodee website. I have no idea what's going on here. We are watching this game. Thanks for the heads up, Dion. That did not take long.
I did not expect it to take that long. To be 100% honest. So it looks like we got an attack by the Padawans coming in here.
Hey, the younglings got to pull their weight.
At least do something. Well, I mean,
whoa. Okay. So finally,
so the dice have turned on Grayson. Like, basically just one block there. There's 2 crits, 3 strikes, plus their expertise, which their Padawans, their expertise isn't that great.
Yeah. Man, it looks like Paz forgot his Beskar armor at home. He's wearing the cheaper stuff. You know, sometimes you gotta sell your armor to get some fuel. Bring it to the pawn shop.
Whatever's best for the covert, you know. Sometimes you have to sacrifice for the greater good.
We do not know, Trevor. I've been putting feelers out, but so far everybody's too busy.
Okay, a little bit better of a roll. Three blocks here.
That's more standard.
A lot of all expertise on this one by the Padawans. So,
okay, Padawans.
Yeah, and as we know, they don't have the greatest of expertise charts. So,
It was directed towards
but
did no damage, but he healed all the status conditions on Vader.
but yeah, so he healed all. Like the biggest thing that happened here was all the status conditions that were on Vader are gone. Again, Vader is only alive on 2, but
those status conditions are one of the ways you try to slow Vader down
and yep. So not having them is definitely going to it. So now we're setting up for struggle number 3. And it's straight down Broadway, basically, is what we're looking at here for the.
Okay.
Straight down Broadway. So the 3 across the top. Vader's on 1. It looks like one of the Mandalorians is on that, like within 2 of the center objective, but not on top. I don't think there's anybody under the gantries as far as I can tell. And he did get the center point there as well. So here we go, right down Broadway for the game. So that is 1 struggle apiece.
Yep, we got ourselves a hallway scene. So coverts are up.
So yeah, did pull the coverts here, which in all honesty is a pretty good pull for them right
That
here.
would make sense to me too, Brandon.
Yeah, coverts here because like the nice thing with coverts is like you can get all of them on points. So you're basically going to have your coverts on 2 separate points here, and the priority point on top of that.
Yeah.
So it's.
And it looks like the coverts hop, skippedy jumped over to armor to get their focus and are now jumping up onto each of the bottom 2 objectives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Shakti and the ARFs both being down right now.
Yeah, no, this is where the Mando's mobility really shines because you definitely can get around the table with most of your models.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. So yeah, looking pretty good here though. Going to be a lot of dice I think going to be rolling here because of the focus with the coverts that they got. So he's just kind of thinking through exactly where his attack is going to go and who's in the order in which he's going to attack.
Right. Definitely have a few options from here, especially since you can do that ranged attack into got a few juicy targets.
Yeah, I mean you have Kiadi down there who should be in range. I believe the arms are down at this point in time. I don't believe they will connect yet.
They haven't gone yet. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, everybody's up except for Shakti and the Arfs on Kyle's side.
All right, so here we go. An attack going in.
Yeah, good luck, Trevor. There's a lot of cool stuff running around. There's a bunch of nice Shatterpoint stuff in the swag bags that the VIPs got. And
So 3 expertise,
wait,
2 hits.
wait, did you say end of the ARFs? Are the ARFs up? Oh, the ARFs are up. Okay.
Yeah, I thought they were.
Oh, okay. I missed that
I
one.
wasn't sure. The only reason, like that, when they started measuring, I was almost positive they did. But still, yeah. I mean, 1 block, expertise turning into a second one. That's pretty brutal into the ARF there.
Yeah. Guess I should say they're up for now.
Right. I don't know. It depends. I don't know if he's gonna. Well, I think he might be in range to get us that second attack off on them. So let's. Kind of depends on. There is a decision to be made with all of this at this point in time.
Yep. He's going into the tank a little bit, thinking about this next attack. Because again, the Mandos don't hit the hardest. They are all about their shoves and their mobility, and although the way the dice have been going, who knows?
Yeah.
The Mandos have been hitting above their weight class, it feels like, in this game.
A little above is for sure.
Okay, so
here comes the second attack.
Covert's into OB2.
Covert's into OB2? Oh, that's what the contemplation was basically, if he's
Yeah.
going to be using Mind Trick or not here.
Yeah. Okay, now we know why everybody was in the tank on that one. That makes sense.
So 2 blocks and
Okay.
2 expertise on
Here's,
OB.
Here's some more average rolling. All right, there we go. Although still very good attack.
Yeah, very good attack. Looks like he's just going to get those 2 crits to go through is what I'm seeing here.
Yeah. Yeah, I love how clean Obi's expertise chart is.
So 2 damage, a shove, and a strain basically is what he's going to get out of this one. Yeah, I mean, that was a more OB type of attack. I mean, I think that was pretty solid to not Mind Trick there. It's not really going to be very impactful on how everything goes with everything. So now here's where the scoring is going to go. I believe that'll be 3 points that Grayson's going to score on this one, because he's going to score those 2 points.
Yeah. And yeah. 3 points. There we go. All right. So now we're going to see the flip from Kyle, and it is Vader.
Vader again. Well, yeah, he had Vader in reserve. So I think it was Vader in reserve. Took the. Gonna have the shield.
Let's see.
Shield being their priority point
Looks like we're gonna
is
see
pretty
a
good for
Vader's
him.
Fury here, looks like.
Yeah, but having the shield is pretty good for him, because that's the point he already had.
Yeah, it's a good start.
Definitely a good start. So now he's just trying to see what he can do with all of that, because Vader can come and just punch those Mandalorians pretty solid.
Oh yeah, I called it when we got these 3 objectives. I'm like, we're going to see a recreation of the hallway scene here at some point.
So basically, he's just going to climb, like use his first action to climb after Vader's Fury.
I don't know. Vader doesn't climb. He's going to levitate his TIE fighter up while he's standing on it. Come on. This is Vader. He's got to be edgy about it.
Fair enough. So yeah, he's going to come up to the top now, and basically it looks like he's probably just going to swing a lightsaber straight into that Covert Mando's face.
Yep. I love the Covert Mandos, but I don't. Sometimes you're the club and sometimes you're the SEAL. Oh, a coordinated fire too?
Coordinated fire, because you know who is the best Galactic Republic primary, Aubrey? That's right, it's Darth Vader.
I don't want to hear about it, Todd.
No, it's true.
This is 10 years into the Empire's reign.
No, he is the best primary in the. Whether you want to believe it or not, Aubrey, we have just hit mission critical as well.
Mission
So
critical
1, 2,
time.
It looks
Here
like
we
2
go.
fails. 3 get blocked. There is 3 expertise though, so that's going to be quite a bit of I believe that's going to be, what, 5 down the tree looks like?
Yeah, that sounds right.
So with Mission Critical, we're probably going to start seeing quite a few of these rounds coming to an end, or these games coming to an end. Like I said, looking out on the floor, Mr. Hawkins has already won. Looks like Duncan, he has won. So Mr. Godliness himself, Houndoom has won. Alan Weber's won. Sebastian Sonny's won. Yeah, so looking through, one of our local Sheev representing the Momentous Struggle himself has won. So shout out to our boy, one of our local boys here with the big win. Brady got the loss, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There's still quite a few games going on right now. I mean, like I said, we just hit Mission
over
Critical.
half of the results about it.
Yeah, so they're starting to roll in the long shanks and everything like that, but it looks pretty solid up there.
Yeah, we figured.
And that was the one shot on the coverts. We're not that surprised by that, of course. There is a that is kind of what Vader does by all means. He does go ahead and beat up on people. So that will flip the point back. He's going to score the 3 on that one.
Brandon, is this the power of the Dark Lord compels you? Yeah, no, not yet.
Yeah, Hawkins was the buy.
Yes.
So definitely got the easy win for the first round. So that's pretty good for him, I think, with his wanting to make top 32 for sure.
So Vader just pulled a Mace Windu on the coverts, in case anybody was wondering.
So Vader did to the coverts what he did to Mace Windu. Is that what you're saying?
No. What Mace Windu did to Django.
He cut his arm off and threw him out the window.
Well,
I mean,
okay,
he is on an
fine,
elevation, so like if there was windows on the gantry.
Yes, there are windows. We just can't see them because it's top-down mode. They're
because
clear.
they're clear. They're made of glass.
Yeah.
But yeah, so now we did score there. Oh, he scored. Did pull Shatterpoint, so now we've got some time to think here a little bit.
Yeah, it's always an in the tank moment, especially here now that Mission Critical has been called. The math changes a little bit. You really got to think.
Oh, with the coverts going down, one-shotting them. Shock T? No, the ARFs are still awake.
Yeah, so
he took that point at the bottom back, so has all 4 points. So that's where it is kind of important to see who he's going to go with. So that was a big swing for Kyle. Giant swing for Kyle.
Yeah, having control of all 3 points at this juncture means that Grayson's really going to have to think hard about the Shatterpoint play. Looks like we might be seeing He keeps looking at his paths. I don't know. Or maybe he's looking at Maul. They're right next to each other, so.
I would think
Maul's
would be the way to go.
Yeah, Maul's a pretty good play. Like if you ever need to influence multiple points. Oh, no, looks. Oh no, he's just Shatterpointing the coverts.
Okay.
All right.
I mean,
they're back up and.
Yeah, I mean they could influence 2 points to go with them. I mean, so it does make sense to a certain degree.
Well, and they have the early shoves too. So that tracks.
I mean, and also keep in mind that Vader is only alive on 2.
Right. Yeah. No. This we actually could see immediate revenge for that getting yeeted out a window.
Right. Exactly.
As the cool kids used to say 3 years ago.
Maybe so.
Focus fire innings of Vader.
Yep. Focus shot into Daddy Vader.
All right. Let's see what we get with the focus and the attack into Vader.
Phew, those dice.
Yeah, 3 fails, 1 block, 1 expertise. That really is kind of a pain there.
Yeah, that's
the defensive dice have really been letting Kyle down today. Unfortunately, it is kind of a rough one for him.
Yeah.
Like it's,
That is the thing about dice games.
Yeah.
You know, you're gonna have good rolls, you're gonna have bad rolls.
but one success was going to do it. Like there was
Well,
one
right,
shove,
yeah.
you know,
This is-
one shove was going to get him off of the point. It's only going to flip the 1 point though.
Damage, strain, shove into Vader, take him out.
Yeah, so there isn't. The Vader goes down because he did 4 damage total, shove strain. But the biggest thing is here, he's going to get the momentum for that. He's going to get another momentum for this being mission critical.
Yep.
He is going to score that center objective. I don't see him. Shock or the Rs are still up, so he's not going to be able to take either one of the other points. So he's really only getting 1 point off of this.
Yeah. He still has his second attack, right? He's only done the one
He
innovative.
does. I guess he might be able to take the Arfs out with that second attack.
Let's check. Izzy. Do ARFs have any damage on them? How much?
Yeah, and the Arfs are currently sitting on 4 damage, so
So yeah, there is a
chance
here.
to flip that other point. And yeah, that is a pretty easy target for him. So we'll see where it
Oh,
goes.
but
with this.
is Obi underneath that?
I don't believe so. I think Obi is on the other side of the board.
Yeah, let's see. Where is he? Where's Obi?
Yeah. So Vader's on the underneath the bridge on the other side.
Obi.
Obi,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I see him now. He's on the other side. He's on the other side of him.
Yeah, he's on the top side.
Yeah, never
underneath
mind,
one of the
never mind.
gantries. I don't think.
I lost track of Obi. He hides a lot.
He's out of hiding though, Aubrey.
No, I think he's back into hiding.
No, this one's out of hiding for sure. So yeah, looking at kind of debating that second attack with the other coverts at this point in time. Like I said, really kind of into the tank with a lot of this, just trying to figure out where they want to go with it.
Right. This is the tight spot of the game. This activation can be pretty key to Grayson pulling back from that strong.
That strong open by Vader, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a very strong open by Vader into this. All right, so here comes the attack roll again by the second one.
Oh,
Looks like
Those
3
are-
strikes,
those
2
are some pretty good rolls
expertise.
from everybody.
Range attack into Vader, just more stats conditions on him.
Okay, so he's just trying to stack conditions onto Vader at this point in time.
Okay.
3 blocks turns into, I believe that's 4 blocks by Vader. So 2 down the tree is what it's going to end up being.
Yeah, so probably just gonna go for the pin and shove route.
Yep. So definitely not only flipping the 1 point.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, no,
we don't have the production budget for that one, but yes, that would be very nice. Yeah, it doesn't help. Izzy is speaking from his orientation because he is behind Grayson. So when he talks left to right, it's different from our left to right. So that's where I'm getting a little confused. I was like, wait, where's Obi? Oh wait, not my left, your left.
Yeah. So no, like, but it works out. It works out. But yes, it would be nice to have kind of some of that going on there. So basically, yeah, he just flips the center point, which happened to be the priority point, scoring 2 plus the momentum. Looking at this, from what we can see, so he does roll. His priority gets the top point or the expertise point.
Yes,
Expertise-
not confusing at all.
Expertise is going to be the center point for him here. So basically, it's really if you can take back if you can take that point back, he's gonna end up scoring 4 again.
Right. Yeah. No. This This is the interesting thing about Sabotage Showdown, because you do not get to pick the objectives. It can sometimes be anybody's game,
and he is going to go ahead and put into reserve.
Yep, Obi's getting
Obi.
reserved,
And he pulls Kiadi Mundi.
Yeah.
All right, so Kiadi is going to be coming
that's
up.
That's another good flip from Kyle's side.
Correct.
Because you have the force push. You got a lot of options here.
You do have a lot of options. So Kiadi Mundi is basically right there under, like above where the garage is. So he's in a pretty good position to be able to move. And
yeah, he has access to a couple of objectives if he wants to influence them. I mean, he can even use the force push on one model, then move and attack on the other, and yeah. So it looks like he's hitting the.
He's using the
ingress.
activated ability to use the egress. Yep, to kind of bring one of them up there.
Which makes sense. No notes from me.
Nope. I mean, and basically just kind of decide what he wants to do to try and secure that center objective.
So Todd, we're talking about John Madden money. Is this where we're supposed to talk about our Patreon?
That is one way to sit there and help us sit there and get to that John Madden style coverage that you would all hope for.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting there. We don't have sports ball money. Come on now.
Right. No, but we do. I mean, we do what we can. I mean, like the fact that we're able to sit there and come out here and kind of like bring some of these games to you guys is all that really matters. I mean, like help try and grow the game and make it a little bit like make everyone be able to see it a little bit better and see kind of what's coming from it all.
Oh boy. Yeah, looks like we got some more dual packs floating around over here,
Yeah.
just off screen. Oh boy.
Yeah, some of our locals coming by
yeah.
showing us the stuff that they've been getting and going around and having a good time with. So,
Yeah.
pretty exciting stuff. All right, so let's see. Looking at what he's going to do here with Kiadi. Yeah, so Kiadi's going to climb.
Yep, that's what I was expecting. I mean, it's not climbing when you're a Jedi. I like to think that he just ran up the side of the maintenance bay, like with force speed. I mean, seeing the little cone head bob up and down as he's running up the building.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Come on, we gotta make it fun. We're here to have fun, right?
Yeah, I would assume we are.
Kiadi into the coverts. Coverts are exposed.
Oh.
All right, so attack into the
right.
coverts with Kiadi over
And
here.
exposed, so we're gonna see. Ooh.
Exposed was a pretty good thing to do there
Yeah,
because
because look at that. Ooh.
2 fails, 4 expertise.
Although again, look at that roll.
But he's got 4.
Kyle.
The expertise is going to help quite a bit. He's got 4 expertise.
Yeah.
This should be a full tree, I believe, for Kiadi Mundi.
One would hope. But man, God's dice are still not kind of.
They're not-
If for that exposed. Poof.
Yeah, the exposed was fantastic. I mean, because that was going to be what 3 blocks, maybe I think. So fantastic, exposed there. The ARFs coming in clutch where the ARFs come in clutch is always a good thing for them here. All right, so kind of just measuring out like what he wants to do. It looks like he's looking at he's going to get that force push off.
Ooh, looks like armor is getting pushed all the way to the edge of the table. Maybe.
Yep.
I don't know. He's still looking at options. Like, gotta see. All right. So doing the shove on. I see what he's.
He's basically he's using his shoves to try and get in position to be able to push her, to shove or to do his force push and just get her completely out of the game, which makes a lot of sense of what he's trying to do. Just like kind of, because armor still hasn't come up in this time through the order deck.
Kiadi one shot of coverts. Gets the free force push, pushing armor further into the
Yep. Yeah.
So basically just pushing armor back a little bit more, almost off camera at this point in time. Like she's right on that board edge, but has wounded the the
Yeah.
commandos.
Yeah, she's just about touching the force tokens on
Right.
Grayson's side, so all the way over.
Right. Scoring 4. Has all 4 points now.
That is
Got a momentum and another momentum. So
wow.
he is right up against it. Like
That,
this is dire straits for Grayson at this point in time.
Yeah, the Vader into Cam here. Yeah, this is definitely looking tight. I'm still rooting for my Mando boys, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's looking.
Well, and Bo-Katan. Can't forget about Bo-Katan.
We do love us some Bo-Katan here.
Queen of Mandalore. I don't know. Mandalore of Mandalore.
The Mandalorian of Mandalore.
The Mandalorian of Mandalore.
So he does get the. That's gonna be the top objective. It's gonna be your priority at this point in time. So yeah, got to get the top priority at this point in time. Kind of just mulling. You got Bo-Katan here, so kind of mulling over the options of what is available to do here. He's running out of options though. Unfortunately, there's just not a lot that he's going to be able to do to flip all of these points, especially when we are in mission critical. Because Kyle's going to be moving that momentum one more towards his point, no matter what. So yeah, we're going to see what happens here. He is going to put her into reserve. Okay, that makes sense that he does want to put her into reserve. Pulling Clan Kreese.
I mean, if you were going to try and pull back this game, Clan Kreese is an excellent option. Because those early shoves, I mean, I still stand by. Clan Kreese is a very decent option in terms of supports. They do just about every one. They're mobile. They've got early shoves. They're a little weak when it comes to staying alive, but now that we got Armorer, it's not so bad.
Not so bad. I mean, that's like I said, like she's so good with your force economy and everything along those lines. So basically, he's getting them moved around a little bit. Kind of just doing a little bit of a positioning game at this point in time. Kind of just seeing where he can go with everything and what kind of positions he can put himself into. So
yeah, definitely going after the top point there.
Yeah, he's going to have to flip 2 points, and he's going to have to get that priority. So the thing, I don't think he's not going to be able to get 4. But here's the other problem.
He's got to try and score 3 right now.
The problem is if he scores 3. That puts him to 0.
Oh,
that gets a momentum to both sides.
Yeah.
Mission Critical is going to put another one on. I think he's in just a kind of a bad way right now.
Hey, I like that one, Brandon. The Lady Lorian.
The Lady Lorian.
He's better have the board. Oh yeah, we keep switching back and forth. We show you the dice and then we switch back. Like we got both screens.
Yeah, try and switch back a little bit so you can see it. So, because I know last year people were a little frustrated they weren't able to see the dice as much. So 3 blocks here. Looks like 3 down the tree is what's going to happen. Pretty solid, but I think it's still going to be able to accomplish what he wants because there's a lot of shoves with with the Grand Kreese. So really going to be able to move some people off the points here. 3 damage, pin and exposed into Kiadi Mundi. Couple of shoves.
Shove City.
All right, here comes attack number 2. Jeez. Well, that exposed basically leads to just 1 block.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so basically,
hopefully Kyle's getting all these rolls out of this round.
Right, so that's 6.
Dice do dice.
Yeah, they certainly do. They certainly do.
7 damage to wound him and shove City.
Yeah, 7 damage. That is a wound to Kiadi Mundi.
Shove City indeed. Oh. Todd's trying to take out the mic over here.
I am trying to take out the mic.
Yes, presumably most of you watching, if not all of you, are not here. But if you happen to be here, we got all kinds of awesome stickers for you from Momentous Struggle. So come and say hi, or tell your friends to come and say hi.
Yeah, come if you have friends here and you want some of our little our stickers, you can by all means come and have somebody come by and grab a few.
All the goodies, including panda stickers, very important.
All right. So yeah, so basically what I was saying kind of did happen here. He went to 0. He each got a momentum.
Yeah, it's just
basically just needs to score 2 points here or get one point and a wound. It is on the top point, which he doesn't own. He only owns the bottom. So basically at this point in time, a wound wins, or flipping a point wins.
Yeah, this is looking a little foregone.
And in reserve, he does have Obi. Does he want to go with Obi? That's kind of, I think, what he's kind of contemplating is, does he want to use Obi, or is he going to go a different route? So yeah, there are a couple different ways to go here. But you know, if he doesn't score the 2 points or get the wound, he's kind of it's going to kind of hurt a little bit, you know. So we'll see what happens with everything. All right, so he does go with Shock T in order to go ahead and take care and see what she's going to do. So that might, she's already on the point is the one thing.
Right, but he does have that one. So I mean, going over and pretty much like a force repulse does.
Potentially, yeah. Potentially could work. We'll see. I mean, you got. Oh no, you're good. I think he's good because, like, I'm not going to say too much out loud because we are pretty close. But I have a feeling he's going to move her up on top. Yep.
Yeah. No, and then. Oof. Yeah. Whenever I see that ability. Forgetting the hat. No, but I did forget the hat. I'm sorry, Brandon. I'm sorry. I was up really late packing, and I forgot a couple of things, so it's all right. I do have a baby. Oh wait, you can't see me because we're looking at the game.
All right, and there was the handshake.
There's the handshake.
Yeah.
Like
Climb, do the force repulse, and that was basically the win for you there. So that was Kyle pulling it out, winning 2 struggles to 0. So
yeah, and that is a 2-1.
2-1 or 2-0, 2-1. I mean, but he was down 1-0, so that was pretty huge, like, comeback for him for sure. So yeah, basically pretty excited here. Kyle definitely winning. But yeah, Kyle ended up pulling out the win there, definitely getting some. What's some tight play? I mean, his dice were kind of rough for him for sure. He ended up really having to kind of fight through that, but it was definitely solid play from him and everything along those lines. So
yes, Quincy, that was a great comeback because this is what I love about Shatterpoint. It's really important to just, no matter how your dice are dicing, just stay in, affect as much as you can, and just keep playing. Because when we started in the beginning, I was like, ooh, I don't know, but
yeah, stay the course. Don't let this get you on tilt. You know, I mean, that's one of the big things. I mean, we've talked about that quite a few. Is not to put yourself on tilt and everything along those lines. So yeah, so that's basically, yeah. We don't want to make sure that we're you stay the course. You don't get too worried about like where your dice are and everything along those lines. And he's definitely did a good job of like staying focused and making sure that he wasn't hitting anything there or anything. So that was good. It was a very, very good game. But I think so. That was Mission Critical. I think we probably got, what, about 15 minutes left until the next round. So we're going to go ahead and just take a quick break and, and be back shortly for that. So thank you very much, everyone. And stay tuned. Don't go too far. I'm thinking about 10, 15 minutes, and we'll be back with round 2.
Suta. In your corner of the canteen. I didn't know you were live.
All right, we're back here,
Hi,
guys.
everyone.
Yep. Hey, I got Izzy with me for next round.
Hey, everyone.
The round 1 has completed. They have all those in there, so I'm expecting we're going to get pairings here pretty shortly. No, look, just kind of going through Longshanks. I don't see a lot that's kind of jumping out at me as far as stuff that like was unexpected or anything along those lines. So far, but looking like a pretty good. I mean, like, I think most of the people that won were kind of like the people that were expecting to win so far. Like Godliness won. Oh well, Jesse from Hello there. He ended up going down in this round, so he's starting with a loss. But you know what, everybody, I think you're going to have quite a few from that won losses that get into the top 32 because you're taking 16 from here. So. He's he's outside of it right now, but there's still 3 more rounds to go, so we'll see what happens with all of that.
Yeah, it should be fun. I'm rooting for Daniel specifically, not because of local or anything, but I'm just rooting for the man.
Yeah, one of our locals, again, Chief, he ended up winning his round. So yeah, pretty exciting stuff right there. I'm gonna go ahead just one more time for those that are looking. Here is the link to Longshanks if you're looking forward to try and follow along with what's going on with the event. So that's going to be right there in chat for those that are looking forward again.
Oh, I'm finally looking at chat right now. Oh, great comeback. Yeah, no, that round 1 was very interesting. Definitely rooting for the Mando player, just because I love Mandos, but I couldn't say that. No, excellent struggle 1 played by Gary. Kyle just ended up sticking it back for struggles 2 and 3. But hey, that's what happens to you. His dice didn't love him, and they showed back up towards the later half of the game.
Yeah, his dice were pretty abysmal in the beginning of the game for sure. Like I felt like, especially those first couple of rolls where it's like I think he had 7 fails out of 8 dice rolls.
He had all of us in shock. It was like, oh man.
That was pretty brutal. That was pretty brutal. So yeah, and we're just kind of waiting on pairings and everything along those lines and see what happens there. But like kind of just going through the Longshanks and like kind of some of the matchups that we had so far, it's looking like a pretty diverse group of characters.
I don't see a very dominant character. I mean, I see a lot of Mando helmets everywhere.
Yeah, a lot of Mando helmets, but that's to be expected. Like people like the Oops All Mandos. I mean, looking at the numbers that are in Longshanks, and again, these are based off of people that did put in codes and everything along those lines. We have 21 players bringing Mandalorian, 17 bringing Iden, 15 bringing the Armor. So, I mean, another 15 bringing Kiadi-Mundi, though. I'm pretty excited about that.
I'm excited about that.
It's nice to see that.
It is. Our lowest brought in, is it?
Hondo, Padme.
Oh, my goodness.
Mother, Asajj, 1 Grand Inquisitor, 1 Low Gray. So, but they haven't played Padme yet.
That's true.
Haven't played Hondo yet. So, yeah, there's quite a few one-ofs out there. But we'll like, it's exciting to sit there and see. Like, overall, like the ones that haven't been played, there aren't that many. It's literally just Ahsoka, Corbox Ahsoka, Chief Chirpa, and Luke are of all of the released models. Those are the only 3 that are not actually being registered so far today. So that's, I mean, pretty solid.
It's pretty solid. A very diverse group, and they were very strict during the player announcement that you have to play all 4 of your strike teams. And if not, it will be a disqualification on their part.
Yeah, I mean, you can't escape your destiny. I mean, it's definitely something important. You want to make sure that everyone is doing that and everyone is paying attention to that, so that they're not all of a sudden missing that. I mean, that can come to hurt you in the end. I mean, if you just keep playing the same one over and over again and everything. So you want to make sure that that's not the case. So I think they're just like working on the pairings at this point in time.
I believe so.
But looking at everybody here, I'm like kind of just like going through all the pairings just to see what kind of showed up. Like I said, we saw nothing really jumping out. Like some of those like one-off ones, we haven't seen them yet. There was Unfortunately, lost. Zach Bart ended up playing the Freedom Fighter Leia with Han. So like a very flavorful, but did not pull that out.
no.
Lost 0-2.
The man got too shriveled.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
it's rough.
It's pretty rough there. So, but I mean, like for the most part, the list that we're expecting to see kind of rise to the top is what we're seeing. Like there's Dr. Chronorex. He ended up winning with his Iden Moff against against all Spectres list 2-1. So that looks like it would have been a fun game.
Oh man.
Gallinas ended up playing into Brady. Brady was playing like Kiadi Mundi into a Vader Iden list. So that one's a little rough. He lost 2-0 there.
Yeah, a lot of strong Empire lists I'm seeing.
Yeah, a lot of Empire.
Yeah.
We're gonna see a lot of that as we go through, so it's. But yeah, I mean, Empire's kind of like rising to the top so far, but it's still early. It'll be interesting to kind of see how this plays out as we go through, and what's going to end up winning, like kind of rising up. But like I said, looking at games played, Mando has it been played in 13 games so far,
Yeah.
and Iden's in 12, which is kind of what we expected to happen for the most part.
It's not surprising, at least for me. And Iden, just with this current meta and play style, it's too good not to use.
She is. She's just a fantastic model, fantastic to play. So yeah, I mean, it's. We'll see what happens for the rest of it. I mean, we still have 3 more rounds. A lot can happen, and we'll see who ends up making their way over here to sit there and play with us this next round.
Yes, I talked to the players, and they were initially a little bit nervous, but it was their favorite game, so they came across the world or across the states to play their favorite game. Being played on stream, they're insanely nervous. They made sure they were doing all their moves correctly, and it is a different type of pressure once being under a microscope of the lens.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing for them is we're not that well known yet.
Yeah.
So they don't have a lot of viewers. I mean, but yes, these will end up probably on YouTube for people to watch in the future. But it's not something that they're going to have everyone in the world watching it simultaneously or something like that. So,
they're not going to get bullied up when they get back to work.
No, and definitely, like, I hope no one does that, because it's like, because it's just a game, and like I think they both played very well. I don't think there was like any bad mistakes made or anything like that. It's definitely just like, but it is. I mean, you're trying to play a perfect game for 2 straight hours and make sure you're making all the ideal moves, and it's like it's not always going to happen.
Yeah.
And so off to the side over here, they're like, for those who are familiar with Marvel Crisis Protocol, they have the what is the ones with the big bads, ultimate encounters.
Oh yeah.
So we had a version of that called the Legendary Encounters that they were running for a while and stuff like that. They have quite a few versions of that they're play testing here at Adepticon. I kind of looked over through some of the cards. I'm not able to take any photos or anything like that of it, but like they have an Asajj version, they have a Skywalker version, and different ones like that. So you can go in and do like an ultimate encounter for everything. So. Are they moving like the 101s down to table 1 or something like that? Sometimes they shift it around.
Oh. That is not.
So they're
good.
working on pairings right now, and he's
Yeah, I think maybe. I don't know. I've never seen
His
that
thing
before.
is still, like his laptop still says processing.
No, my.
I would wait.
Yeah, table one is basically this.
You're probably not going to be on. So basically, we're running into a slight issue where only one table paired on long
Literally
shanks.
only one table pair.
Only one table paired on long shanks. So they might have to delete the round and redo this. So
Yeah, poor Larry T and
yeah, they will not be here.
Fru. Yeah.
Yeah, so like there's just a little bit of confusion because the two
Yeah.
players that got paired,
Well,
the only
this-
two players that
yeah.
got paired were coming forward.
With this many people on Longshanks right now, I don't believe them.
Yeah, no, I mean that's like I said, nothing wrong with Longshanks. It's a great tool to use, but like with anything, like things start to get bogged down as they get used and everything along those lines. So we'll wait and see what happens here, and hopefully they'll get this fixed up here pretty soon.
Should be fine.
I'm gonna let you like talk for a second here.
All right, hello everyone. I can now expose all the members of Momentous Struggle. No, it should be fine. I don't know. There's just a lot of players eager to play as well. A lot of talent out there. This is 54 players being logged in, let alone other game types like MCP, Legion. The site is being used, so there's plenty of excuses why Longshanks could mess up. It's rough. Just gotta wait it out. Playing on stream is pretty tough. It's kind of terrifying, especially because you think you know your characters, but as soon as you hop underneath the lens of a camera, you just immediately forget about everything. It's terrifying. But we're at least giving the option. We're not forcing players who are in Table 1 to come over and talk to us, or at least be on stream. If you are, you don't feel comfortable playing on stream, we shall not play on stream. That is completely fine. We will go after another table or another pair, and we'll have them come down. Yes. And Aubrey has left. Aubrey has his little, he has recess, and he's floating around. Yeah. Yeah, just me in the chat here, guys. Some technical difficulties with the Adepticon crew. Yeah, hi. I'm Izzy, part of the Momentous Struggle crew. Been here, been chilling. Check out Momentous Struggle Patreon. We did a couple games there where I played some Mandos into Jake. Pretty fun. Looks like we're seeing some players beginning to sit down, so maybe round 2 is up. I gotta check. Round 2. Nothing on my end. There you go, round 2. There you go. Round 2 has finally been announced. Oh, someone got the bye. Nice. John Bennett, enjoy that bye. Head out to go see the vendors or get some food, man. It's going to be a long day. Looks like Table 1, though, is between Cody Hawkins and, Godliness. We get them on stream. That's nice. Nice to see him pull up on stream, but that's if they both feel comfortable enough to come underneath stream. That team Godliness played his Empire list last round. I wonder what he's going to play this round. Should be fun.
Shatterpoint players, your pairings are live in Longshanks. The two guys that were headed to stream, it did repair you out, so make sure
we got Godliness on Table 1.
What's that?
Godliness.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Cody Hawkins and Godly.
Ooh, this is going to be a good match.
Yeah.
Cody Hawkins and Duncan. This is going to be a pleasure to watch.
Should be fun.
It should be. I'm really hoping that Cody is going to bring... Let's see. What's Cody got going on over here?
What did Cody use last round?
Well, you're the one... You're running this show right now, so I'll let you figure that out.
Well,
Cody didn't play last round.
Okay, that makes sense. So he's still...
Cody's on the bye.
Cody's coming fresh off. That's
right.
essentially what Cody's doing. But Duncan ended up doing his Empire list, if I recall, wasn't it?
I
yeah,
would,
his Empire list.
yeah.
He played.
So he played
Darth-
Iden
he played
and
Iden Vader.
and Vader 2.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not locked into anything at this point in time.
No.
And Cody for sure, definitely. You know, we know that he hasn't played anything at this point, so it's kind of it's interesting that he got the bye to begin with. Like, so that's gonna be.
Yeah, Duncan does that. Did he at least say sorry, Ben Fett?
I mean, yeah. I mean, he was on a roll at Gen Con, though. I mean, he did end up winning the entire thing. So I mean, I think he does that to people. Like he was like that last year, kind of rolling through everybody. So he's a solid player. I mean, you go back and look at his stats in Longshanks. He's like the top player with 4 different primaries.
Yeah, I mean it's impressive enough as it is, but then I think to be stacked up against that, seeing that as your opponent, just makes you sweat even more.
Right. Yeah, but this is going to be a solid match. I can't wait to watch this one.
All right, we're going to transition because it looks like they're going to roll for priority right now.
Potentially.
Awesome.
I think they're just looking to see where to roll at this point in time.
Oh, brother.
Aubrey's OCD. He has to change those to match.
Oh, was that what that was? Oh man.
The blues and the reds are on the wrong sides for Aubrey, so he's going to have to go and fix that. That's hilarious. But yeah, no, I mean it's. I'm excited to see the roll, like not just the roll off here, but who's going to end up going and getting the win and everything along those lines. Okay, so here comes. I think they're looking at rolling for Prio.
Oh, brother.
1 crit to 1 strike.
1 crit, 3 strikes. Okay, so it looks like. Oh, brother.
Good luck to you guys.
Oh, how's it going? Yeah, you too, brother.
Oh!
Oh, man.
All right, we'll get the names changed as soon as we figure out which side is going to be which.
Yeah. You have to begin your round by rolling for priority and picking what table edge you want. It is written in the books, and
Well, you technically don't have to pick table edge until after you pick the mission and put that down. So that's what they're kind of figuring out right now is that the mission. I don't know which one each one of them brought.
Discussing ingress. Turn
Oh,
zero
sorry.
stuff.
Ah, yes. Players that discuss turn 0. I love to see it.
So, I mean, that's one of the important things to do here. Okay, so they both bought Sabotage, so we know for sure it's going to be Sabotage again on stream.
All right, so I mean, luckily enough, the terrain is placed perfectly for Sabotage, where none of it is overhanging by a millisecond or
that was
an inch or so.
definitely in the placed well. We try to do that. Like that's one of the things the crew here they do change out the terrain every night for the main table, so you're going to see different terrain throughout the weekend. But they do take the time to sit there and look through everything and make sure everything is good to go and all of that good stuff. So
yeah, this should be interesting with the way the table is. For Mandalorians, yes, it was beneficial for Gary last round to be placed on the side that had most terrain because he wasn't affected by it. But with Cody's list and Duncan, it should be interesting what they're going to bring here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because what Cody does for like to play the Ewoks list that he has. You know that the Jedi or the Leia Freedom Fighter list. So,
yeah.
But he didn't bring them today. He opted to go a different route. So he is playing. His list basically is Kiadi-Mundi with Shak T and Arfs, Luminara with Crosshair and Echo. I like that. And then he has the Armorer box and then Mandalorian, the Mandalorian with Bo and the Clan Kryze. So you might see Mandalorians again. He's kind of looking at which way it's going to go and everything along those lines. And like we discussed before with Godliness, with Duncan, he does have the Empire list that he has. I'm trying to pull up his list right now just to kind of make sure I give you guys his full list. So his full list, he went with Hunter, He has the Hunter with Wrecker and Elite Squad Troopers. And then he has Darth Vader with Stormtroopers and Stormtrooper Sergeant. So Vader 2,
Okay.
Stormtrooper Sergeant, and the Dark Troopers. And then Lando with Boba Fett, Bounty Hunters, and Iden with Gideon Hask and the ISF.
Very different list.
Very
Yeah.
different. So basically, it looks like he'd probably do like a Hunter. He'd probably do like a Hunter and Lando, maybe. I don't know. That's a very, very scoundrelly list. I kind of like it.
It is. Yeah. Nice to see Lando on the table.
Yes, I'm excited to see that. I mean, going back to some like people like really I think are starting to innovate with him. It hasn't been like since he's come out. I think he's one of those models that you needed to have a little more time with.
Yeah, get the reps in while you can. But if Duncan feels okay with using him at this type of level of competition, then hey, all the power to him.
Right. I mean, and he is a very, very good player. So I mean, it's one of those where, and like I was mentioning earlier, when it comes to like ratings on Longshanks, he is the #1 rated Lando player at the current time. I mean, that's always can be in flux, but
I'll take him down eventually. That's fine.
So basically, yeah, they're getting all of the everything, all the points put out right at this point in time, kind of measuring where everything needs to be, and then they're gonna like, because these guys are definitely gonna take their time looking at where all of the points are, and where how those are gonna interact with where they are trying to sit and everything along those lines. So yeah.
Well, they're both very high caliber players as well. They are taking each moment very seriously.
Right.
All right. So it looks like the squads have been selected.
Right. So.
And the table edges have been selected as well.
I will go and put their names in so you can see where everybody is. Duncan is going to be on your right here.
Yeah, Duncan picking the right side and Cody staying on the left. Interesting. Oh, I think I see some armors. No, man. Vader, Iden, and Mandos. Oh boy, my favorite type of Mandos. Yeah, armor box, armor with Paz Vizsla and the coverts, and Mandalorian with Bo and the Clan Kreese. I think it's probably the best Mando list there is out there. You could throw in Sabine if you really wanted to, but
You could, but I don't think Sabine's the way to go. I mean, it's like people have discussed that one over and over, and I just don't see it.
no, it takes a specific type, and Sabine just doesn't fit that playstyle.
Not that I can see now. All right. So yeah, so Duncan's going to be on your right side of the screen, Cody on the left. And Cody is going to play his Mando's list.
The Supreme Mando list is what he's taking.
So yeah, so what we're looking at, again, to refresh you, is, if you didn't hear that, is the armor box with Paz and the coverts, and then you have the Mandalorian with the Kreese with that updated list that we see all the time with Bo.
Yeah, I think what holds Sabine back is probably her keywords. If it affected Mandalorian, it probably would be fine.
Right.
No.
But yeah, overall, I mean, it's going to be pretty exciting matchup here. They're just looking at getting ready for deployment and everything along those lines.
So we have Vader 2, right? Vader 2, Stormtrooper Sergeant, Death Troopers,
and then Iden. So it's basically what you would expect with Iden, Gideon, and the ISF.
Yeah, the standard. This is basically the prime of two lists going at each other at Sabotage. It should be fun to watch.
So one thing to keep in mind looking at Duncan now is he's played this list twice. So going into those last 2 rounds of the day, he's definitely, whether win or lose here, he's definitely going to have to look at playing that Lando Hunter list at some point in time in his last 2 rounds. He probably, hopefully will have a good matchup to play that next round, or else he's going to be list locked no matter what going into.
Yeah, that's kind of rough.
Yeah, it is, but I think he'll be okay there. All right, and here goes Cody now going ahead and deploying. So Cody did have prio.
Yeah. Yeah, Cody's looking to take advantage of that bottom side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a pretty good spot for Mando. Yeah.
Yeah. Good spot for Mando. They can definitely.
Oh, he's going opposite.
So going on the top side of the screen here is where he's going to end up with them. Definitely going to keep Bo, trying to keep Bo within that range too of the point. Should be good to go. Definitely with the clan crease right there. It looks like it's definitely going to be within 2. It's really like you have to be careful here when you're looking at the where the second point falls, the bottom point on Cody's side, where that falls in response to the terrain.
Yeah.
It's just a really funky spot, but I think overall he'll be fine.
Well, it's interesting because this is almost the exact same placement that Gary had. He also sent Bo and Clan Crease to the top left. So it should
It was
be
Maul and Clan. Yeah,
because it was Maul instead of Mando. But with this, Mando at least gets the free reactive movement, so it should be kind of fine.
Yeah, you have a little bit different. Having that second Mandalorian instead of Maul, I think, is optimal. But Maul's great. I mean, to begin with, it was in a unique situation for that particular game. But yeah, so Duncan is going to go matching Mando with Vader 2 on the top, so which is going to put Iden versus the armor at the bottom here.
Very interesting, because I mean, this is almost the exact same.
And we're probably going to see a little bit of this like as the weekend goes on, especially as we keep on having the top players at this table.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it should be fun.
It should be. Yeah, I mean, especially seeing like these 2 players and the level of play that they have. Like they're just both amazing players. Yeah. All right. And Cody's just finalizing getting those into position.
Yeah, well, he has to get Paz and those culverts in a position where he thinks it's most beneficial.
Correct. All right.
Oh boy, here comes that famous range 3.
And Aubrey is right there to see that they're deploying. He's deploying the ISF at range. Yeah, we've already noticed. Like Aubrey's taking copious notes right now to see that they are actually deploying at range 3.
Oh man,
that is fantastic. I'm happy to see.
Yeah. Yeah, Aubrey is fangirling over the range 3.
Yep. Well, he has been known to forget to deploy at range 3 from time to time.
Yes, he has.
He has been known to forget that. So we try to help him remember this. So, all right. So they have been cut. There is the handshake, and off we go.
Very good sportsmanlike.
Sportsmanship is intact.
Should be fun.
So regroup is going to be the Shatterpoint ability. And we see the Clan Crease right off the rip.
That's not bad. Love to see those Mandos get positioned someplace beneficial.
The nice thing is you can be kind of aggressive with the Mandos, like I was saying last round, like because they do have the Beskar armor, so you can really kind of run them forward. To get on that center point.
Yeah. Well, the Mandos do have Beskar armor, but it's all their defensive pool dice is somewhat lacking. So, yeah, it is a good defensive tech, but also they could just die as easily as anybody else's.
Very true. Yep. So just move and take cover, getting up onto those points to sit there and try and make sure that you get the point. Takes control of the 3 points. Of course, he is the first player, so he will not scoring at this point in time.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's very important. I mean, getting... No. Yeah. Well, getting the hunker token, at least when you're a higher elevation, does help you out a lot more than just a hunker on the same level.
Right. Basically, yeah, he's definitely kind of just moving over there, kind of getting himself into position, has those 3 points.
Yeah, well, body blocking a ladder, an ingress point, it should be, very a nuisance to any other player.
Ideally, yes. Ideally, that's what you're...
Reserving Gideon.
Gideon was pulled and being reserved.
Right off the bat. But he gets the
Going with
Shatterpoint.
Shatterpoint. Ooh.
Yep, so Shatterpoint right off the rip is pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
So of course he's complete surprise here, but Duncan has decided to go outside of the norm and Shatterpoint Aiden with his first activation.
That's interesting.
Yeah, bold move, bold move. Let's see how it works out.
Move.
So yeah, going with Aiden here, being able to just move everybody is fantastic.
Duncan wailed his arms, was like, all right, I guess I gotta go. Oh man.
The Aubrey hate? No, it's not hate.
It's not hate.
It's just a good ribbing of Aubrey constantly.
Aubrey doesn't mind. You actually hear Aubrey behind closed doors. That's the rough part. You guys don't get to know Aubrey real personally.
But no, so basically just kind of moving everybody forward, like what Aiden does.
Well, that he is just setting himself up wonderfully.
Yeah, like that's the beauty of Aiden is just like, especially when you get her early, you can just kind of get everything out there. I mean, amazing that and knowing that he has Gideon now in reserve to be able to sit there and use him at any point in time he feels it's appropriate to use him. So got both of those ISFs kind of like right there in the center.
Yeah, well, one to at least take the bottom point.
Mm-hmm.
And the next one, it looks like he's just positioning it.
Oh, no, one of them is Aiden to take that. All right. So, yeah, that was actually Aiden that's over there, not the... and he's going to have Aiden, looks like probably put a shot into the Clan Crees that had moved forward.
Well, 4 dice. Looks like he's getting cover.
All right, so here comes the dice roll.
All right. 8 to, I think, Cody's 6.
Plus
my math is
the
correct.
free automatic hit. Couple of fails he's pulling out there. So 4 strikes. The 2 expertise turns into the 2 crits. 4 down the tree.
No. Ugh.
So yeah, the Cobra or the Clan Crees are going to take a little bit of damage here.
Yeah, Cody measuring from bow, desperately see if he was within range of the protection and steadfast bubble.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to quite be there.
No, not turn 1.
All right, so he's going to basically get. So he went to the double shove route of doing everything here. So he's just going to resolve all this.
Panda in the streets, but a Sith in the sheets. Yep.
What?
Sounds about right.
All right, so 7 damage.
That wounds them.
That does.
That is rough.
All right, so solid attack by Aiden. It's,
Yep.
so basically that it does cause the wound. He does 7 damage on this one with the 2 shoves. So it's going to be, that was the full tree basically with her. So 2 shoves, a pin and an exposed.
Exposed, yeah.
Oh, burst fire side. Okay. I thought they didn't make. Okay, Aubrey's throwing me
Aubrey-
confusions here.
He did not have his
He was on the burst side, not
He
the
has it
audible one.
memorized and still started shouting.
All right, so yeah, it does 7 damage, and I'm assuming it's in the expose and the pin still.
Yeah, exposed and pin.
He went down to the shove and then back.
Yep.
That's what.
Yep. So just 1 shove on this one, didn't do
Yep.
the 2. Okay. So basically, it's going to be 7 damage and expose a pin and a shove. But it does wound armor, and then the Mandalorian has his response to the wound, so his revenge trigger.
Oh boy! In response to that madness,
Yeah, in response to that, he gets the coverts. I mean, so
yeah.
he's basically getting both of his primary or his supports out of the way. I guess is okay.
yes, line them up for the slaughter. Well,
Right, right.
yeah. No, like I said, the Mandalorian expertise and their defensive tech, yeah, they're okay, but still very, very squishy.
Yeah, I mean, like the other thing is like you don't expect Iden to go first and be able to do what she does, you know. So, I mean, so like because she immediately you have Iden, she goes and does the covert operations, gets the and now she's rolling 10 dice on you. So there is that piece of it too. So like if it was any other unit, they probably wouldn't have hit as hard.
Probably not. But at least with that, in the bright side of that wound, Mando did get to move up.
Yep.
So moved out, passed out a hunker to, I'm assuming what Bo is, and gets himself into a better positioning for next round. Or at least his activation.
So basically, Cody's right now looking to see if he can make a move and get to that egress point. Determined that that's probably not going to be the case, so he did go ahead and reserve the coverts and ended up going with the Mandalorian instead.
Yep. Interesting.
So Mando being able to move up now is really kind of like looking at what do you want to do with this, because
who do you want to hit? You have a range 5 attack.
Yep. And so he can get up there. I mean, you can look into going into Iden at this point in time.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
soften her up a little bit.
Yeah, soften her up for a little bit. Maybe even get her in position for one of the converts or the coverts to attack.
Yep.
It should be. Yeah.
Kind of interesting, like which way you want to go with that. I mean, I don't know if he can't get all the way to go and flip that point on the other side. But where he's at, like, he really needs to make us move that struggle tracker a little bit to kind of help himself out.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Sadly enough, Mando does not follow the traditional "I hop you, you hop me."
Right. Exactly.
But yeah.
So doing an attack into Vader, it looks like.
He's on that point on the high ground.
No. That's not that good of a roll.
Not that great.
5 damage shot.
Iden.
Okay, so yeah, he went into Iden here. 5 damage and a shove into Iden because she's on that back point, kind of behind where everything is, and that's where he's measuring out to do the move at this point in time is back there.
Yeah, well, 5 damage is 5 damage, but at least the shove that he gets to do off, he follows up with it, and perhaps gives him enough room to use his ability with Grogu.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Pushing Iden down. Now she's off the point, which is ideal. What he's going to want to do here, because he really does want to sit there and try and get. He needs to get at least that 3rd point. He's not going to get 4 here, I don't see. But he is going to be able to at least bring it back a little bit farther his way.
Yeah. And this is now the top side of the board has now became a 2 primaries against 1 primary.
Yep.
So successfully snagged the point away. That's good. Now the only thing Mando has to worry about is for a Vader to show up, or Stormtrooper Sergeant to move up someone else.
Exactly. So yeah, he's on the point now, flipping that back, trying to determine if there's line of sight for stuff over here is kind of what each one of them are looking at.
boy. Well,
Right. Scoring the 3 points here.
going back to the center and getting both
No,
of
it
them.
won't be
on
center.
momentum.
He's going to be one shy, so it's
Oh,
going to
no.
get a momentum for it.
Oh boy.
So a little short because Duncan scored 4 that last round. It's going to be just one short. But it's the biggest thing is he's really going to have to hope that he holds on to this point here. So Duncan does get Stormtrooper Sergeant though, like probably an ideal pull. He's getting like just the ideal pull all of a sudden. So moves one of the Dark Troopers up right here. Kind of like basically they're both on top of that top bridge for the one. Now he's going to go ahead and move the other one.
Yeah.
Of course, dealing the damage to them, but that's 100% okay.
No, especially for Dark Troopers.
Yeah. But to move both of them forward like that and only for a damage is pretty nice. And they're tanky enough, durable enough to where that's not going to matter too much.
You also can't push.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Here's my pieces that cannot be moved by your abilities. They are a very powerful piece to any Empire list,
Exactly.
especially with a Mooney, Plo Koon, even Shock T out there. They laugh at them.
Without a doubt, they definitely are able to sit there and move things around and everything along those lines. All right, and here comes the attack.
Oh boy. Not that well of a hit.
No, pretty ideal. And Duncan, like, it's funny, like, you watch these guys, they're so fast with their dice because they just play so often. They just move things around over and over.
You know, they're very quick players.
Right.
But not as in the fact that they play very fast. They just know what they're doing. So much repetition between this game.
So you got to pin off the expertise, strain off the Dark Troopers, but no results.
Yeah, nothing moves through there, just a pin, basically, from the expertise is really what's going to happen.
I mean, a
on this
pin
one.
against a Mando list is probably the greatest weakness a Mando list could ever have.
Yep.
You might as well just cut off their legs now. They're not going to be able to move anywhere.
All right. And that was the scoring again, scoring 3. So that what worked out well for him here is that he was able to prevent.
He dropped the strain doing magic hand back.
Yeah, so dropped the strain, magic hands back. But the nice thing for him is he was able to just prevent a point from getting swung back again. And now we're going to see the coverts coming out of the reserve. Which I honestly, I do think this is kind of the good play because now he can try and take that point up on the bottom and try and get that point there to really kind of make it all work out, hopefully, because that'll get him to 4 points, get it back to center, and I think that's really where Cody needs to start shining at, is that.
Yeah, well, it's not a bad way to go out of it, because at this point it's either he would lean into it, either pulls armor or Paz, or bow. And coverts, neither the clan crees aren't up, and the coverts are the only thing that would benefit Bo to reposition it, or push up Paz up forward.
Right.
But yeah, putting in coverts right now, especially with Iden already going, gives at least Duncan to think about what can he hit next. The coverts are over here, and he probably just needs to snipe in some damage.
And here comes the attack roll.
Oh boy. Let's see if the ISB can survive this.
So 4 blocks
Not
is pretty solid. Yeah, it looks like
pretty solid. Okay, so 2 going down the coverage tree.
2 through, I should say.
At least 2 damage getting through. But what status conditions is?
3 damage strain.
Yep.
So 3 damage and a strain.
That's not bad. Second attack. Well, Cody breaking the rules, and
well, 3 crits is solid, though.
yeah, 3 crits is solid.
Blocks everything but the 3 crits.
Yeah. So 3 damage strain in the shove, but with the previous strain, it turns into another damage.
So basically from this attack, 7 total with the strain staying on there because it did 3 in a strain and then 3 in a strain again. Yeah. So the ISF are down.
Haha, I trade you my support for your support.
Right, exactly. And they haven't activated yet is the other thing to keep in mind. So, like, they're going to activate stand back up.
Yeah.
They're only going to get, like, and if they get wounded again, that kind of is going to be the end of them. So they score 4 here, 2 each go to momentum, puts Cody kind of back where he needs to be. And Gideon Haskell is going to be coming out of reserve for Duncan at this point.
Oh, boy.
And he looks like he's already just going to eye those covert Mandos to sit there and put an attack right into this.
Yeah, and handing out a strain.
Handing out the strain from the Dark Troopers. Pretty. So 4 down the tree here. Seven damage and a push. 7 damage in his shove, has the strain on him already.
Oh boy.
Pretty brutal for them.
Poor little coverts.
Yep. And that's going to put the covers down. So, yeah. This is going to be a pretty fast game, I'm almost positive, just because of the way. Well, like, they both play very quickly. I mean, they both know the lines of play that they want to take. Duncan has, like, when we watched him last year, was a very fast player. So, yeah, we're definitely going to see a lot of that happen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the dice have been that bad.
No, they haven't been horrible.
No, but it's just that's what happens when you try to rush, or at least not when placing those culverts up. That you have to be willing to take that hit.
Yeah, and I don't think he needed to take that point. Like that's the biggest thing is like if he doesn't take these points, he's going to fall behind. And so it is ideal for him to sit there and move forward and take those points. And it happens. I mean that's kind of to be expected, especially against the Iden list.
Just clarifying, the Mando triggers removing 2 damage in the pin off of Mando.
Mando basically does have his revenge trigger that comes up. Basically removes 2 damage in a pin, and he is good to go at this point. Shatterpoint.
So
that was
only
Cody. The nice thing for Cody here was that was only 3 points scored. So he's going to have to. He is going to regroup, and if he decides to go with Shatterpoint, I don't see why he wouldn't. But he's probably just going to debate which one he is going to utilize.
Yeah, well. Yeah, I don't see why he wouldn't take the Shatterpoint. But if the question becomes who am I going to activate it with?
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like he's measuring off Paz. Yeah, he's measuring off Paz right now.
But he decided to go with the armor?
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. So going with armor, at least let's Paz jump and armor. So now they're into the game now. They're officially trying to get into it. Armor seems to be moving up to the second point along with Paz. So they have the bodies for it. Up to armor now if she wants to bully Haas.
Yeah, that's really kind of just trying to figure out what they want to do with all of that. Whether
deciding if he wants to spend a force on her disposal.
Yeah, Hunter and Prey, a very good tool for extra movement as well. The trade of both being exposed is fair.
Just checking who's coming up next.
Yeah, it's you definitely have to at least plan ahead when it comes to it, because then it's who in my opposition who is going after me right now.
Exactly.
We did do Hunter.
Okay, Hunter and Prey with an exposed going into Iden Haas. Or Gideon Haas, sorry.
It looks like he's going into Gideon, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you might as well bully him when you have the chance. Ooh, 4 down armor. That's a juicy hit.
I mean, she is pretty solid for that. Should be doing 6 damage.
Should be 6 damage and then whatever else he.
Yeah, so 6 damage into Gideon's pretty good. Softens him up a little bit for the follow-up.
6 double shove.
So 6 and 2 shoves is basically where he's going to go, kind of pushing him back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you also have to think about it. If she double shoves him, it does give Paz at least enough. Ooh.
So shove is gonna push him into the terrain.
Into the terrain. So first shove into terrain, and then second shove, I'm assuming.
And they're just contemplating the angles here of which way to shove and everything along those lines, which is a legal shove.
Oh, pushing Gideon into him.
Basically just trying to get the angles of where is the best to go with any of this. So yeah.
Well, he's also just trying to get Gideon away from the center of the board.
Yep. Yeah, it's trying to separate out the getting the Gideon dice, so like some people might not be able to get it and everything like that. That's a good way to kind of deal with the Gideon's ability.
Yeah, I mean, a guaranteed hit is a lot.
Right.
Yeah, some might not think so because it can be easily blocked, but let me tell you, when Empire hits you, they hit you.
Yep, and then he took a hunker the other way. So taking cover basically a hunker back.
He swung back his own point, so that's fair.
It is. And it looks like Duncan here pulled the Dark Troopers.
Right, Dark Troopers. Well,
so he still has Vader and he still has the ISF to go in his.
Yeah. Well, Dark Troopers, since they're already up there, just better positioning for him.
Exactly.
Hand out those strains, baby.
And Duncan's just kind of looking at where the best place to go is, kind of making sure he positions himself as best as possible.
Yeah. There's some times where even the best players forget to pop off the strain even when he has the moment to.
Right. All right. Yeah, so definitely looking into kind of measuring out, like, can he get within that range to pop a shot? And what's going to ideally be the best way to get himself into position to
Yeah. Well, you want to be centered because this is sabotage. The next struggle will be somewhat close.
Right.
So I think maybe you should try to max out his positioning.
Yeah, you definitely want to kind of like make sure you're set up. Like at this point in time, yes, we're still going back and forth, but like it's leaning towards him more. He really does need to be able to have, because right now Cody still has the 4 points. He wants to try and get, he's going to rocket boots to try and get himself to where he can get 2 points as ideally as possible. So yeah, just trying to see if we can rocket boots into position.
He wants to be able to hit that bow.
Right.
Is what it looks like.
Well, because if he can get Bo, if he can shove Bo off the point, and then be able to move into that point, then you're definitely in a good spot to maybe flip 2 points. And if you can flip 2 points, that's going to be pretty detrimental to Cody. And I think that's where Duncan's trying to go with all of this. Starting off with an attack into Bo.
This is Bo.
Bo looks like she's going to have 5 blocks here, after converts.
Yes, 5 blocks, protection, steadfast.
Yep.
2 down the tree.
So just 2 down the tree. That was a good roll by Cody though, or by Duncan, I should say.
2 damage pin.
2 damage and a pin into Bo. And here comes the other one.
Shooting at Mando now.
Shooting into Mando. I think that's going to turn into 3 blocks. Basically looks like
Whole lot of hits.
2 down basically again is what's going to end up
So
happening.
another 2 damage and pin. Presumably, he is handing out those pins very.
Shove, pin, 2 damage here.
Because remember, balls, protection, stuff.
Yeah, the there was a shove before, but they weren't able to do that.
Yeah, fair. No, that pin is
Very brutal when it comes to
Atrocious, yes.
very brutal on the Mandalorians because Mandalorians want to do a lot of movement shenanigans for sure, and they're just not able to do it here. So looking good. He's like basically kind of getting into all the positions that he wants, but it wasn't really able to flip the magic hand thing again. Happens, getting himself back on the point, but only flipping the one. So that's.
I mean, it's not terrible. And armor going for Cody. That's not bad.
Not bad at all. So yeah, just kind of contemplating what he wants to do here, kind of measuring out again to see where everyone is and where ideally he can get his pieces to as he's playing through this struggle.
Yeah. Well, with armor, it's more like, okay, I've gone with it, but who am I gonna move as well? You can't move Mando. He's just received this pin, and you can't move Bo up. She just received her pin. So half of your top left lane has now been neutralized from benefiting from it.
Right. Exactly. So yeah, just kind of trying to figure out what's going to happen with all of this.
So reminder, Iden is over there, right on the ingress point. We've got a Dark Trooper and a Clay Priest right on top of each other. He's trying to figure out if he can get one.
Got it. So yeah, he's just trying to debate whether he can get on the point or not. Because actually, like we forgot that Iden is over on that point as well, just because of the camera angle. So because of that, I think that top point was flipped as well. Yeah, because he scored 4.
You know, this cold weather is getting to me, Todd.
Yeah, for people from Arizona, this isn't the ideal weather. It seems like, so it's all right. You'll get over it.
Yeah, no. Yeah, fair. If she hasn't gone with Bo, it's best to get rid of her pin now.
Yeah, I mean that way she's still she's still in the order deck at this point in time, so it's going to be like nice to sit there and pull her out and go.
And at least armor still benefits from her own jump.
Right.
That's at least on her card.
Yeah, Hunter and Prey.
So Hunter and Prey again.
Time to bonk another unit.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and put an attack into. Who is over there?
It looks. Oh boy, one block.
That's going to do basically.
That's the whole tree.
That's the whole tree. That's the whole tree on the hammer side. Yeah, solid roll by Cody to just sit there and be. Yeah, full hammer.
Full hammer coming from the armor. Twice now she's done this on stream.
Right, yeah, she just hits hard on stream. It is all about the armor today. So Cody's kind of just like looking at. There's really only like one or like two different paths you can take with the armor. So he's like kind of looking at what he can do, but does get the wound.
Oh man. Yeah, even with the wound, the score is still fairly tight.
It's but.
Wounded, exposed,
Okay.
Dark Troopers.
Yeah, I mean, so taking down the Dark Troopers is huge here. Like being able to just beat them up pretty good. But yeah, I mean, here comes Vader.
Screens too, man.
Oh man.
Here comes Vader now down. I mean, he has 3 points as it is already. Literally, just a wound will get him the win. So I think that's
not
that's not hard with Vader.
Not that hard. Now, what would be hard is if Duncan had already wounded all the characters he could.
Yeah, but I
on
mean,
the right side.
But not being able to get just now going with Vader.
Yeah, he would have to try go across. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Duncan is suffering from success right now. He's wounded all the characters he could, unless he really wants to make that backtrack to get all the way to Bo.
Yeah, it's not ideal for him to do. So that's really kind of where he's trying to see if he can. Because if he doesn't wound, or flip a point really is really what he needs to do. And I don't think Vader's in a position to where he can flip a point.
Oh, he's going to try.
That's a lot. That's a far ways to go. You can see where what he's trying to do here.
I see.
And I still think he's going to be short. But he's just trying to see what he can do.
Yeah, ha. You already wounded my characters.
Right. You can't wound them again, sir.
Yeah, they're already wounded.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like that's like where he's trying to go. I think that's the line he's looking for anyway.
Well, I believe he only has 2 cards left in his deck, and I think one of them is...
I think it's the ISF. I don't think he's activated the ISF yet.
Ooh, good move. He reserved Vader, and he pulled out the ISF. Yep. Yeah, that's a better...
Yeah, a better activation. You can definitely get, so what he's looking at is trying to get on the center point here.
Okay. So center point placement, but also he wants to be able, I think he's trying to double tap armor. Which isn't bad. She's technically exposed right now.
Yeah, I don't think that flips the point. Well, you have to take her out because the coverts are down still. So if you get on the point, double tap armor, that flips the point. Or at least pushes her off. I mean, that ideally would be what you would want to do. You could probably push her off. If the first one goes, it gets one shove.
I think 2 shoves and she's off the point.
2 shoves, she's off the point. But ideally, that's what, because you can't really shove the other way. Can't you? All right. 3 blocks. It looks like. 1. She has 3 expertise.
Well, she's exposed.
Oh, gosh, that's right.
So that's 1 block.
So 4 down the tree.
No, boy.
Is going to be a...
That's a decent amount of damage.
It's definitely a decent amount. And here comes the second attack. There's a lot of fails in there, though. But 2 crits.
Yeah. Joke's on you. I didn't have my expertise.
Right.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Yeah. So both of those attacks, again, Duncan goes pretty quick here. So Duncan goes pretty quick when it comes to playing, but yeah, he went both into an armor. That was basically knocking her out.
Yeah, so that's a wound for Duncan.
Right. So that's definitely going to get him the struggle.
Where's Mando with this? Did he remove his pin, or is he still pinned?
I think Mando is still pinned, but this is going to be, again, another revenge trigger to sit there and do the thing. He might have removed it by now. Again, these guys are playing so fast.
Yeah, they are playing fairly fast.
Yeah. So quickly, you want to make sure, again, that's one of the things. But you can play quickly, but you always want to make sure that you're hitting, not missing any triggers or anything as you're going through playing and stuff like that. So, but yeah, it looks like it's good.
Looks like Mando is going up.
Mando's doing his reaction.
And here comes the revenge by Mando.
Yep, position himself onto the point.
And since Vader did, oh wait, it wasn't Vader with
no, those were the ISF.
Vader's still in the,
Point is now up back there contesting.
but that should be, yeah, flipping the point, scoring the 4. That is the struggle.
Yep.
All right, now back to Cody here.
So he's taking struggle. So it's busy over there.
Yeah, so unfortunately you can't really see what's going on the other side of that the tower from the high ground set, but on the reverse side of that you have Bo, one of the Dark Troopers, and the Mandalorian all lined up on the the first level of the tower, and then directly below that at the egress point you have one of the Clan Krees, and you have Iden there. So it's just a 5 people right behind that tower that's like really difficult to see from
You
the
can
top
barely
down
see
view.
the 3 that are sticking out
Right.
from the little tiny
All right,
spot.
so it looks like this is exact same like one that we had on the stream before for the same.
Is it?
It is
Oh,
the-
man.
I'm almost positive it's the exact same one. So Cody rolls for the point here, which is going to be the shield that the block symbol, which is back. No one's on that one right now. So depending on who he pulls here is going to dictate like where he goes with that. I mean, that priority point, you do have Paz though. Paz is not really fast enough to get there.
Sadly, no.
Paz is up and there's an orientation. Izzy, stop kicking things.
Oh, that wasn't me. That was my. That was mine. It dropped out of my pocket. Calm down.
All right, so yeah, here we are, like basically like trying to like going with Paz is gonna like so all he has left now is Bo in the deck. So I mean, it really didn't make sense to either one of them wasn't going to be ideal.
No. Bo's already securing that back point, so she's fine as is.
Yeah, this wasn't. I mean, like for Cody, I don't think this was the best draw for him. He definitely could have had a better draw. But I mean, one of the things like now looking at this, he really has to fight for this. Whether he wins or loses the game in general, like you really want to have at least. You don't want to drop 2-0, like especially if you're trying to make the second day at top 32. Yes. It really can hurt you.
Oh no!
You love hearing those sultry tones. Well, I appreciate that. We miss you back in Arizona. Yeah. So we're having a good time out here. I hope you're having fun back listening to us and watching us at home.
Yeah. Hope you're having a good time, Frankie. Hoping the kid's doing good.
Yeah, so he's looking at like basically the debate right now that Cody's making is what he wants to do with Paz, if he wants to try and go to a different stance to try and just do all sorts of damage into him. And that's really what we're looking at with all of that.
I mean, not impossible. It surely is.
I mean, there's just so much chaos going on the other side of that tower right now. Is like probably the biggest thing is like, and everyone keeps moving over there more and more, especially now that like that point has been in contention this entire game.
Yeah, and we have Bo back there giving support off to Mando. Mando contesting it with the Clan Carees and Iden, and I believe a
Dark Trooper.
A Dark Trooper. So there's a lot of juicy targets for Vader. That's probably where he's going to head. Yep. Oh boy, attacking ISF.
Attacking the ISF, basically 3 blocks from them.
Oh boy.
With a lot of fails in Cody's roll, he has 3 fails, 4 strikes, so basically just 1 down the tree.
Oh no.
3 damage pin push.
3 damage push and a pin.
He did not get the one shot.
No, he sure didn't. I mean, but like ideally, that was probably the best play because basically, if you put the ISF down before he refreshes the deck, next time they come up, that they're just getting removed from the board. So I don't blame Cody for trying. I don't blame him one bit. So the expertise is going to be the priority point. That is the one top.
That is the party point.
Yeah, the one that everyone's on.
Oh my.
So Cody, like technically, Cody has that point up top, as well as the other one that Bo is on.
Yeah. So as of right now, he's withholding an extra point that Duncan could probably profit from.
Correct. Now Vader's coming up.
Yep.
And like you said, there's just all sorts of things to swing a lightsaber at on the other side of that tower.
This could be very dangerous too, though. Because this is technically Duncan just has to win this struggle to 2-0 it.
Correct. So just 3 damage and a shove by Vader. Pretty lackluster in all reality. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Really wasn't that great. But that's for Cody. That's
Vader didn't have his Wheaties yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, now this becomes dangerous. Duncan is investing all these resources and characters to this top point.
Right.
And if Cody ends up swinging this, he is left very wide open, or at least Cody has a very large portion of that bottom side of the board.
And one of the things we were pointing out in the last round is that when Cody, or when you're playing Shifting or Sabotage Showdown, you have the 2 different. So Vader's exposed because of the failure. But what I was saying is you don't get a choice. So it behooves Cody, just like in the last game. Losing the first struggle isn't as impactful if you can win that second struggle. So priority, I believe, they're rolling the dice off camera, so I'm not sure where the priority went. I believe it's down on the shield again. All right,
Okay.
so Bo went with Bo because that was the last in his deck there.
Just to make sure Mando's with that range 3 bubble.
Right.
So of course, Aiden and Vader are both over there and both his options.
Yeah. So now just trying to choose who he wants to hit.
I can't do that.
And then Duncan comes over here trying to get Aubrey to cut his deck for him. No, I don't.
I saw Duncan with the 20 underneath that deck.
Right,
I don't trust it.
And Aubrey raised his hand in surrender and said, "I ain't doing that." So I think Cody's Cody's able to refresh his deck here, which is kind of good for him. Vader did not getting the wound means he got shuffled back in. That's why he was playing around with his 2 cards over there. So Vader is back in his deck again.
Also, Bo hits fairly hard. She does.
She can.
But with Vader still being in the deck, Vader being recycled into the deck just gives ISF another chance to get wounded again.
Exactly. Especially since he's refreshing.
Attacking into Aiden.
Attacking into Aiden was the decision. But nothing goes through. Tons of blocks there by Duncan.
Yeah, that's sadness.
Yeah, that was not ideal for Cody, unfortunately. I mean, he really needed to get that wound, but he still has the 2 points.
He still scored 3.
Yeah. No, just 2 because
just
I believe
2.
the priority was still there. Yeah, so just scoring the 2. Like I said, not ideal. And the failure is the prio, so back where Bo is. Other than Vader, who's the other one in this deck?
Oh, that is true. Aiden and Vader probably are the last ones. He Shatterpointed with Aiden.
That's what it was. Yeah, he Shatterpointed Aiden. So yeah, he's still got Aiden and Vader in his deck.
Oh man, both his primaries.
Either one of them can potentially go and take that point from Bo too, and with that being the priority, this is looking a little rough for Cody. I mean, we'll see what happens. He does pull Vader. I mean, Vader can just Fear and Deadman up and
yeah.
So Bo's on a point, so he needs 7 damage to actually take it.
yeah. So she does, because she has on an active point is
Yeah, well,
protection
technically,
steadfast.
yeah, he needs 8 damage.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
But I think that's just the play.
Yeah,
is just to go straight into her.
With Iden and Vader being your last, yeah, that's kind of we're looking for wounds here.
Yeah, and he can potentially end this. I mean, if he can flip this point, that's 2, puts it to 0. You're getting 2 momentum off of it, though, if he can flip that point. So we'll see what happens here. I mean, this is where it's going to be a pretty impactful dice roll here. Bow, just 2 blocks.
Just 2 of them.
Let's see. There's a crit, 3 expertise.
Oh boy, coming from Vader, that's at least what.
Yeah, so basically 4 down the tree here on Vader.
I think that's enough to take out the, if I remember correctly.
Vader does hit hard, so I mean this does have the potential to take out Bo. So
Well, I mean, when you slaughter that many younglings, yeah, I believe you were entitled to hit that hard. Oh boy, this is really sad.
yeah, it's Vader. I mean, Vader is doing Vader things. I mean, this is like the why this is the list to beat. I mean, it just hits hard. It's a very attrition focused list. I mean, that's where what we expect to see coming in here. I mean, the Mandalorians have play into them, but the amount of damage that this list puts out just can't be stopped sometimes.
It's
So, going the bottom round, first shovel will matter because of steadfast. Doing the 6.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Mandalorians definitely do have a certain play style, and they're a lot more objective focused than I would say most Empire lists. But in this type of game, the objectives matter, so every list is objective focused.
Right.
But Mandos just suffer that they just can't punch as hard as Empire can.
Because she's getting shoved off the point, she won't have protection. So 6 damage will take her off.
All right. Yeah, so he actually utilizes the shoves to get her off the point so she won't have protection. So he will end up basically doing enough damage to wound Bo.
Yep. Bullying Bo off of her own superpower, yeah, that's kind of... Well, off of her own tactic, yeah, that's...
Yeah, she's not a superhero, even though some of us think she is.
Well, tell that to the girls that she inspired, all right?
Fair enough. But yeah, and then basically being able to move that onto the point because of the trigger.
Yep.
Because of the wounding trigger.
So, ways to motivate them.
Basically, yeah, scoring 4 points here.
Yeah, revenge trigger from Mando.
Revenge trigger from Mando's going to go off. But yeah, this was basically going to be scoring 3 points now because of the wound trigger by.
Well, if Mando can position himself onto a point,
True.
because, well, we can't say it too loudly, but if Mando does get onto that point, he does stop Vader from scoring it.
Yeah, and I think Cody already saw that as well. Because he did move him within 2. But it does flip. Now he can flip the top point, still scoring 2.
Yeah, scoring 2, but better than scoring 4.
Correct.
At least now it's still alive, adding Cody's court.
Yep.
So
So basically adding 1 momentum for the wound and 1 momentum for the landing on 0. And Paz again for Cody off the top.
oh boy.
Yeah, there's just a lot going on over there on the other side of that bridge. I wish, unfortunately, don't have the camera view of that one. I think we'll see how we can get these tables set up so a little bit better review for tomorrow. Yeah, and as you were saying, Dano, yeah, again, reposition with the revenge trigger, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, Dan, Cody saw your comment and did that. And because of that, he cheated.
He did go, and yeah, I don't think Paz was going to be the right play, so he did go ahead and spend the force to reserve, and pulls the Shatterpoint, which I think is pretty good for him right here.
Who would he pick? I mean, he would want to get more bodies on. Coverts are an option.
Decides to go with armor because armor gets that move.
Fair enough. She also gets to move somebody. If he really wanted to, he could move back Bo onto the point. But it seems like he's moving.
Wait, yeah, that's
There you go.
jumping Paz over to that point because that is
Nice.
the priority point as well. So definitely wants to make sure you have a hold of that.
Yeah. Well, not even that, but also Paz is reactive.
Right.
I would say bodyguard.
And it looks like he's debating Hunter and Prey.
Yeah. Well, I saw him flip the force, so I'm
Okay.
assuming he did do it.
Yeah, Hunter and Prey, and like looking to sit there and take out that ISF, which would basically make it to where they are gone next activation.
Hunter and Prey to get in.
Yep, Hunter and
Oh,
Prey, and
boy.
here comes into the ISF, which he's hoping to take out here. Ideally for Cody would be the play.
Yeah. I mean, they already have 3 damage on them from Paz's turn.
Correct. So he has
Oh,
0 because he
boy.
did expose it
Yeah.
with the Hunter and Prey. So yeah, I would say that it's a safe bet to say that the ISF are going down again.
Yeah. And Armor gets to heal off her exposure gamer.
Correct.
So this is probably the best outcome Cody could have held for.
Yeah, scoring 3 points with the wound is fantastic for him.
Yeah. And then ISF get off next turn.
They'll activate
Yeah.
and like after the refresh. Yeah, so
Our first model removal of the street.
potentially.
It's called ISF has every condition.
Good.
And Cody wins the award for putting every condition onto the ISF.
This is the first stream where that does happen. We were very close last
We were
last
close.
round.
Yeah, last round there was this one short.
I think the Padawans just needed the pin.
Yeah, they were.
I
They
think
were
that's
pretty
what it
close.
was.
Right. So they were just playing around trying to make sure that like Cody moved to where he could keep his hunker token. So yeah, scoring. He's going to score 3 here. Should have got a momentum for the wound. I don't know if he hasn't put it on there yet.
Yeah. Well, Duncan's in tears right now.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
They're just making sure the intent on the hunker is what it is.
And scoring 3, so he's basically in a pretty good position here. Here comes Iden though, and the fail is the priority. So priority is not moving.
Does she want to abandon that point?
There's so much over there right now. I don't know
Yeah.
how much it's going to matter, but yeah, it's and that's kind of what he's looking at is like
Exposing Mando.
he's exposing Mando
No.
and basically going to try and put something into Mando here. I think if I recall correctly, he's on 2 damage on him right now.
Well, I don't think so. He's gone.
Oh, he healed it off. Yeah,
He heals 2 every time, and he has gotten 3 opportunities to do so.
correct. So yeah, he should
So
be
he
fully
should
healthy.
be full health.
So Iden is flipping sides. After he told us at the beginning of the game that there's only one side to
Yeah.
Iden, he is actually flipping.
What?
There's only one side to Iden.
So I don't know what's going on here because
I think Duncan's a liar.
I
think
I
he's
believe so as well.
a cheat, a scandal. He's a
All right, so there was quite a few fails in there. He's got basically 2 crits, 3 strikes.
yeah, but one block.
But Cody
coming from
only has
Mando.
1 block, so 4 down the tree again.
4 down the tree.
Not enough to take out
Now I think
Mando.
we're gonna do the 2 shot.
Yeah. Cody sitting on 4 force though is kind of brutal as well because
Well-
reserving pass kind of hurt him.
Yeah, well, 4 out of the. I think he has.
Hot route. So pin, the 2 shoves, dash.
Pin, 2 shoves, and a dash basically is what's going to happen here. But it wasn't going for the wound. I think he was just going to try and move him off of the point to try and get it back.
If he can. Such
It's
a
a-
weird angle.
It is kind of a strange way. So they're discussing something here. I don't know what they like a rule like the looking at Paz and what Paz's abilities are. So that's kind of where the
Yeah, well, they're talking about the within 2 of Mando. Yeah, I was just like, what the heck?
All right, so yeah, they're basically getting a judge over here kind of to go over that I'll cover the rear ability.
Yeah.
It's really kind of what they're trying, like, because I think there's a misunderstanding of between one of them of like what that truly is. So here comes the judge.
Yeah. Well, maybe I believe that he is trying. Duncan's side is that the shoves went through. He is no longer within 2 of Paz.
Got it. So yeah, because it's after the effect resolves is I think the issue that he's running into is that because the effect is resolving, you have then this unit may use this ability. So the problem is that you're using it afterwards. So like I think that's the conclusion that they've come to. They've already scored this out though. They're both hitting 0.
Yeah, it's tough because
It is.
The way that shoves work, it can cancel out a lot of abilities.
And it looks like he rolled. I'm assuming. I don't know if that. I'm assuming that's the priority roll. If that is, that's 2 points right there. A wound and flipping a point wins this back for Cody. Like he's been putting in the work to try and get this. So
Yeah, Duncan is not making it easy for him either.
no, not at all. Oh no, they haven't rolled the priority yet. So
priority is moving down to the point that belongs to Duncan. So this is rough.
yeah, so the priority point is the top one, the expertise. So that's the biggest thing. I mean, depending on who he gets, he did get Mando.
Yeah. Well, because he had Paz in reserve.
Yeah. So pulling Mando off the top is kind of helpful there because that does help him to potentially flip that point. If he can get a wound, we'll see. But ultimately, yeah, he's going to need that. He's going to need that priority point for sure, and that will definitely help out for him. So Cody's going a little in the tank, but this is super important because whether he wins struggle 3 or not, he has to get through this struggle first, and this is a pretty important.
Yeah, if Cody doesn't, so with Mando, he wants to be able to get back onto the ingress point and be at the same level as, I believe, Iden, right? That's where Iden's at.
I believe so. Yes. I mean, like I said, it's difficult to see from that angle. That's one of the things with the terrain that we get here. Like sometimes it's just a little too difficult to see everything. Duncan over here having a good old time too. Like that's what I love about the community out here. Everyone's like it is usually in a really positive, upbeat mood. I mean, yes, it's and everyone understands that this is a game that we're here to have fun, here to play. Yes, there is a competition going on at the same time, but everyone's playing the game to have a good time. All right. So, yep. A lot of blocks, 5 blocks.
No.
I mean, that isn't exactly what they want. Mando only getting his 2 crits through.
3 and a shove.
So it's just 3 and a shove.
I don't know who's this.
But it looks like that was enough to sit there and do the wound because he put a momentum on there.
Oh boy.
So close for Cody right now.
Very close. If he
Scores 3. Yeah, he scored 3.
scores 3.
Like the biggest reason, like why this is important for him to actually win the struggle is you can still get into day 2, the top 32, with a 3-1 record in the Swiss, but tiebreakers are pretty awful if you lose 2-0. So that's the biggest thing here. So yeah, it looks like he's still going for that second attack to try and see if he can.
Punching Vader, and it's unwise to lower your defense.
Yeah, unwise to lower your defenses into like with a punch into Vader. So
You roll 2 misses.
2 misses in melee is not good, but Vader didn't do all that great. So just 2 blocks, 3 down the tree. So basically, they're just double checking the measurement because this is a very pivotal shove.
Yeah. Well, this wins the struggle outright, but also positions Vader further out.
Right. Kind of puts Vader in a position to where he can go and get everybody and do some pretty hefty damage. But
Amanda's climbing up. Right there, AMG. Yeah, it took me a second too. They're the same size.
See, me and Cody think alike. I used a lot of my MCP range tools for Shatterpoint as well.
right. Okay, so Cody pulls the struggle out there,
Yeah,
which
he
is
pulls it out. Very hard earned.
yeah, that was he fought for that for sure to sit there and get in. But ultimately, I think what really happened for him here, whether he wins or loses, he needed to get to that second one. So yeah, it's the flip. All right, so it's kind of like that triangle at this point in time. So you got the top one stayed live with and then the bottom 2 on each side of it. So looking at this, pretty good for Cody, I think.
Very well for Cody. I mean, we have armor down there, at least on the right-hand side with the triangle. Then, Duncan does have that left side one.
Yeah, and he has a Dark Trooper.
Punching Mando underneath that tower.
Yeah, Dark Trooper's going like for the attack up top into the Mandalorian, but basically nothing happens there.
Yeah, I think one gets through.
But overall, pretty good for Mando.
Yeah. I mean, hey, he tanked
So
one
with
attack,
protection because of bow,
Oh, that's right.
nothing will go through
I'll
here.
get smacked, Dark Troopers.
Right. This one looks a little more promising though.
That is
so,
a crit insane the roll.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of blocks though.
Yep. So the crits will go through.
Yeah.
The crit will reducing the crit though, so
Ooh.
nothing goes through. Solid blocks.
Look at each other. and
Well,
Yeah. So the crit mitigation comes up clutch for Cody right there.
well,
so.
you remember the scene in The Mandalorian where the Dark Troopers just punched Mando's helmet into the wall? Yeah, that's essentially what just happened now,
Right,
but no
right.
damage whatsoever. Yeah.
All right.
So,
But
yeah.
with moving on to that point, no one's going to take the back point. And Cody owns. Well, so it was only just the 1 point up top that Duncan had.
Well, Duncan has that side point. Cody ends up having this point. Duncan has this one because of Hosk and I think another
And
unit.
the priority point is where the point that Duncan has. So.
Yes.
And Bo-Katan coming back up.
No boy. She's like, hey, y'all. Who do I want to hump up? Oh, she wants Payas. Payas.
Makes sense to move Paz forward here. I mean,
Yeah.
like,
I mean, he's trying to set Paz up. He has him in reserve.
Exactly. It is going to be 4 rounds, Quincy. Like 4 rounds today, 4 rounds tomorrow, and then like the top 32 is on Saturday. They'll do 3 rounds that to cut to the top 4 on Sunday, which will be 2 rounds, obviously.
It should be fun. Just see everybody with their with their shopping bags at the
Right, yeah, like a lot of people buying a lot of stuff today, and it's the first day of the con. I mean, that's a big part of what happens at Adepticon is just buying all the cool swag and all the cool stuff that they release here and show. So. All right, and basically kind of moving everyone around, just trying to see what he can do here.
Moving in Paz, and Bo just has. So I'm pretty sure she ends her movement within 2 of a Mandalorian. So now it's her movement, her dash, and her jetpack. So she has a lot of movement options. But where does she want to go with it?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what he's trying to figure out is where he wants to be able to go and what he wants to be able to ideally put Bo in order to help. So basically,
so her movement to end within 2.
And of course, Mandalorians are stronger together.
So dashes by Vader. Is that within 2 of that bottom point? Looks like it is.
Barely, but yes. Using another force
to hippity hoppity. Yes, sir.
All the way across the board. Flipping the priority point to her. Yeah.
No, Bo has to take out one of those units. I'm pretty sure she has to take out Gideon.
I think Gideon's sitting on like 6 damage, if I recall correctly. 8 dice into hash. There's 4 blocks. There's a lot of expertise in there.
No, that's that's
a lot of expertise.
Yeah. That's 4, right?
5.
5 expertise.
But basically turns into the crits, so 3 crits through, that should be enough to take out Gideon. Yeah, he's got 3 health remaining at this point in time, so I think he's going to get there.
5 and a pin.
Yeah, 5 damage and a pin is going to put
it,
down Gideon Hask. So that'll get a momentum, flip that point.
Hask is doing his thing.
Yeah, Hask has his
We live up to our name.
2 crits in there. 3 crits. Healthy Bo, that's not 5 damage and a strain into Bo. So she is
she's not looking so good.
not looking so good, but she's already got 1 wound on her too, so I think I need to do that, but he scores the 2 points from the prio.
I believe so.
Prio moves to the top of the screen to the the expertise.
Hask going into reserve.
At Hask, reserves Hask, brings up Stormtrooper Sergeant.
Hey, that guy.
That is that guy. Stormtrooper Sergeant gonna see if he's gonna do some movement stuff to do some damage to some people. Yeah, this is kind of definitely a pivotal one for both of these guys. They both really want to sit there and end up winning this, going 2-0 into the next round. And super important for Duncan because he's definitely doesn't want to be list locked going into round 3 being 1-1. We have now hit mission critical as well. Mission Critical here, since we just started this, I don't think it's going to have too much of an impact on
No. Well,
one
Cody,
way or the other.
Yeah, well, Cody already has
The momentum.
the momentum. The momentum. But it just makes it easier for Cody. I mean, if Cody, this is assuming that Duncan's turn doesn't go as well as he thinks it is, but with Cody just wounding someone and then getting a momentum from
The wound.
and then it just leaves him like a point away from winning
Right.
the struggle. I think with what's going on, this is probably favoring Cody.
Slightly favoring him. So up the ladder. And an
punching
attack
Mando.
by the Stormtrooper Sergeant into the Mandalorian.
5 dice.
No.
Great. No.
No.
Well,
I think that turns into just 1 damage from the expertise, 4 down the tree. I think Mando's going to block all of that, so he just does 1.
he just does
No
damage.
successes, just does the damage. Yeah. Yeah, just 1 damage into Mando.
Leaving Mando on 1. Oh boy.
No, didn't even get the success. He just got the 1 damage from the expertise chart.
So he scored 2 and gained his momentum.
Yep.
Armor. That's-
Yeah, because he has that priority point now. Armor and the back point, which is ideal because the priority. I thought the priority moved.
Oh, oh.
All right, so he's trying to debate what he wants to do with armor here. Okay, yeah, the priority point did move to the block down there. He could score 3 here if he can secure this point, because right now,
Was Armor down this whole time?
no, she wasn't down. Oh yeah, she was. I take that back. She was. They did put her down. So she's waking back up at this point in time. So yeah, no, at this point in time, it's not wounded. I had him down at 6.
Yeah.
Aubrey. All right, so here's 3 fails,
Hey.
2 blocks basically after the conversion there. So definitely going to go. Looks like converting the expertise. Basically 3
3 down
crits,
the
so
tree.
3 down the tree. With the armor, is going to probably be on the hammer side still.
Hammer time. I don't think. Yeah, not enough to wound them.
But it should be enough to shove.
Them off the point.
I think it's just enough to shove him off the point. Taking the point, yep. So that'll score 3 here. Gets the momentum for the 4 mission critical.
Yeah, he needed the wound.
ISF. So here's the interesting thing that's going to
Oh
happen
boy!
now.
And now Duncan gets Duncan gets the award for having this first model off the board.
Right. So he's going to have ISF going right here. There was no way to avoid this at this point in time because he still has Gideon in reserve. So now he's kind of just trying to figure out how
Duncan's-
can he maximize this before he has to remove
looking
it.
for the
Well,
easy wound, or even that, just depositioning certain characters.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on here. I think he ultimately looking to where he can get some attacks in as well. Yeah, this is a big activation for him.
It's also the last activation for them. It is sad to see these models go off the table, but
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, I mean, like looking at games and stuff like that. That doesn't happen very often. That you don't see. You don't see models in this game removed from the table very often.
well, they got pretty smacked pretty hard. Struggle 1, and
Correct.
before Struggle 2, yeah, because Duncan had not refreshed his order deck till Struggle the end of Struggle 2.
And they were wounded because of how they got moved so far forward. They got wounded before that they even activated. So that definitely has an impact on it as well.
Yeah, troubling times for Duncan.
I mean, it's still a good turn on this could definitely help out. I mean, he's still in it depending on what happens here. But no, he's
Like what? Like I believe he's trying to get to Bo. Bo has the most damage on her as of right now. So that's an easy wound for Duncan, and that could probably take 1 attack. So now I believe in general, or at least he's looking for the second attack or the second wound. 2 wounds and then another momentum from Mission Critical would leave Duncan in a good spot.
So I moved both of them up. All right, here comes the attack by Duncan.
Oh boy. I'm assuming into Bo.
Yeah. Does have the automatic hit. Oh, that is a brutal defensive rule. So basically 3 down the tree is what's going to happen here. So doing 3 damage. 3 damage and a pin into Bo. And here comes the second attack. It looks like they're going to probably go into Bo again here with the most logical attack.
Well, might as well finish her off. I think he left her on 1.
Yep.
Hanging Bo again.
Yep.
A lot of fails in this roll, unfortunately, as again.
Well, only 2 blocks, but I believe he gets her regardless.
Right. Yep, that's going to put Bo down.
Well, Bo goes down. And away the ISF. Hey, they went out with the bang.
They'll score out their points.
Yeah.
They'll score out their points here, and then that'll end up removing. Mando's going to trigger off of this. I don't know if that's going to be enough for him to get over to that point to protect it. I think he's just too far away.
I think he is. He's moving off the damage. Hand out a hunker to, I believe, Paz? Or to the Clan Kreese, perhaps. I don't know. But more importantly, it's the movement that Cody is worried about.
Yeah, like trying to figure out where he wants to go with this is going to be the most important piece of it. So Duncan scores here, gets on his side of the 0, and then after the scoring is done, he has removed the ISF from the board, which is going to
Still on the diamond. So Duncan is preventing Cody from scoring 2.
But yeah, losing 2 bodies is going to be kind of rough here.
Figuring out if he's going with Paz.
Yep. So he's flipped Paz. Looks like he's decided he is going to move forward with Paz. So basically, Paz is going to be going here.
Nope. Flipping Paz to the other side.
Yeah, there's just so much. I can't say it enough. There's so much going on the other side of that board.
And there's a lot of bodies over there. And I don't even think Clan Kreese have woken up yet. They're just 2 bodies that are taking up a lot of space.
Right. Yeah, that would be ideal for him, I think, is to get that. And that might have been what he was debating is, like, can he dig for Clan Kreese? Yeah, can he dig? Okay, so 3 fails by Duncan, only 2 blocks. A lot of expertise again by Cody.
Yeah, well, with
one?
Paz, yeah, 1 expertise gives you 3 hits.
Right.
I have no idea what 4 gets you. That's 5 expertise. Oh
Right.
my goodness.
Yeah, so quite a bit. All right, so he's kind of debating which way he wants to go with all this because there's a lot of full tree. Full tree with Paz.
2 heals and a shove.
2 heals and a shove. Who was that directed to? Stormtrooper Sergeant.
Okay, that was an attack into Stormtrooper Sergeant with the went full tree on him. Yeah, so that is going to knock out Stormtrooper Sergeant, which is ideal for Cody here to.
Yeah, well, Cody now gets a wound and 1 for mission critical.
Yep.
So he is just shy off 1 point from winning the struggle.
Right.
Duncan really has to pull something here so that he gives at least Cody another turn to get that struggle tracker onto his side and win the struggle. But if not, this looks like Cody's.
Yeah, I mean, like Duncan's going to go in the tank here a little bit. It's been an uphill battle this entire struggle for him.
Yes.
I mean, even like it's just the flop wasn't the greatest for him, and like you said, now he's down 2 bodies, so that definitely hurts him as well. Looks like yeah, he's thinking through it. He did pull Shatterpoint. I mean, like gives him all the options.
Yeah, he does. I mean, Vader's there. He's just in the middle, not doing anything. He'll probably secure a point by himself.
The priority point is the one all the way at the bottom right. So
it's where armor is at.
It is where armor is at. So it's like it's I don't know if you can take Vader all the way over there, but is that really the route you want to go with that? And I'm not sure that is but that is the priority point. Like he really needs to move that struggle tracker as much as possible because that would move it 3 points, still get a momentum, and get if he could get a wound, then you're only 2 away on his side. I like there's a lot of back and forth going on with this, so it's going to be difficult to see. There's like they're both just talking back and forth, really trying to figure out what is the best option.
Yeah. Well,
of course, Cody's not going to give anything away though.
Yeah, with Cody and Duncan, like they're literally both having a conversation of like how you could win this, and then Cody's like, Duncan, you can win it this way. Then Duncan's like, but Cody, you can win it this way.
Right.
They're planning out their strategies based upon how their opponent could win.
Right. Yep. So that was probably like what we were kind of expecting. Shatterpointing Vader here is the way he's going to go, bringing it to that point at the bottom because that is the priority point to score those points. Because you just need to move that momentum tracker closer to his side of the board.
All he needs is a good attack off of armor to secure that point and to get that wound.
Correct.
This would be a very bad time for Duncan's dice to die on him.
Right. I mean, we do know like compared to last year. I mean, they were just playing with my dice. Everyone has their own official dice now.
Yes.
So we're good for them to use their good dice at this point. So Vader, Fear and Deadman up along with the attack, going into armor. As we had expected with this one. So lots of dice getting rolled here for sure.
Dice from everyone.
Right. So 2 fails, 2 expertise, 3 blocks, and more than you can even begin to imagine with.
That's a couple of crits going through.
Just ultimately just 4 down the tree though.
4.
Yeah, ultimately 4 down the tree.
4 with Vader, I think, does get.
Yeah, with Vader is going to happen. Like I said, they've been swinging back and forth. It's been a fantastic match so far. Like nothing that I wasn't expecting between these 2 great players though.
You needed 1 more success.
Yeah. So one short of taking her out.
He left her on one.
Yeah,
no.
one short of taking her. The Haas dice was no getting Haas dice. So again, taking out the ISF was huge here because he did not get the ISF strike.
Yeah. Oh, brother.
So like that again. That's
Yep.
and that's the win.
handshake.
That's the handshake. Cody ends up pulling it out 2-1. What another huge comeback on Sabotage Showdown. Whoever wins remember when back in the day, whoever won the first struggle won all the time.
Yeah.
And like right now, we've had 2 back-to-back matches where whoever won the first struggle ended up losing the match 2-0 or 2-1. So it's interesting to watch that. So yeah, amazing match by Cody.
Yeah, literally decided by the dice roll.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's rough, especially being the one off short for armor. But yeah, both of these players very incredible, very high caliber. But yeah, no, Cody just was able to get everywhere with Bo-Katan, with armor. Even Paz ended up being on the opposite side of the board. It was interesting, and then Mando just kept on moving as well.
Exactly.
Just goes to show you the mobility that Mandos can bring with a full set of list of Mandos.
So we've seen Mandos win on stream now, and we've seen the other side where the Mandos don't win on stream.
Yeah, it's true. Yes.
But yeah, no, it's a fantastic match by both players. Like I said, I think the ISF being so far forward early and being able to get that early wound on him before they activated really was the nail, like the thing that kind of did Duncan in at the end of the day. But he played fantastic.
Yeah, well, Duncan played it as Iden players would. They use their ability tactic to move forward.
Right.
And they were in great position, but just they left themselves open to some attacks, and eventually, and then Struggle 1 lasted fairly long.
It did.
And Struggle 2, which Sabotage happened so much, but with Struggle 2, with Duncan going to Struggle 2 with still unrefreshed order deck is kind of what I felt like did him in.
Right.
And there's just stuff like that when you can't avoid, especially when Vader didn't kill someone the first time, so he was like, all right, well, now my deck continues not being.
Yeah,
so.
that first attack of Vader where he only had one success really kind of like hurt pretty bad. So yeah, like looking here, I mean, we've got quite a few undefeated players still, or as of right now, before the round even ends, there's still 10 undefeated. Actually, it'll be 11 when Cody gets his put in. So Matt Serino from Rogue Sport is on the top of the list right now with a 2-0. James Howard, Scott B, Paul Steiner, Jonathan Borden, there's Qui-Gon Din, John Piccone, Nick Dowling, who's Blitz Monkey, Smalls 5726, Dr. Chrono Rex, and was it Bruman 86 are all 2-0. So we got a lot of 2-0.
No, my boy Daniel didn't make it.
Oh, he's still. Well, Daniel is.
Is he still playing?
Still playing.
Oh, okay.
He is not listed as there, so he's still. There's still a lot of games going on right now. So we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 undefeated players that are 1-0 that are still playing. So we'll probably have 4 more. Well, actually, I take that back. Well, because there's only 6 because these guys are done. They just don't have their results in. So there's still 6 undefeateds that are playing. So we'll probably get 3 more undefeated players that are going to come in there. Yeah, Kenny doesn't have a face video.
Oh, snap.
He has the face of an angel. That's what Kenny has.
Kenny? Oh.
I really don't try to be this handsome. It's just a gift, Kenny. Thank you very much for noticing. But yeah, I definitely.
I'm gonna tell your wife that you and Kenny are this deep into whatever relationship you guys have.
But no, I mean I love Kenny. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. We appreciate you. But yeah, no, it's been some great matches so far. Like there's like
really good matches.
Yeah, I like both of them, both comeback wins going down 1-0. I don't expect this to last It's just I don't think this is the last of Duncan by any means. I think he's going to probably come and run it back. Like I said, the biggest concern I have for him is the fact that he has to run his other list one more time because or else he's gonna not escape his destiny. Hey, and you know what? We appreciate doing this. We have fun doing these streams. It's fun coming out here, seeing the convention, being able to see all the players, and help really grow the game. I mean, that's what we're all here to do, is really help Shatterpoint kind of get the recognition that we think it deserves, and everything along those lines. I mean, so definitely, I mean, this is a great convention in the new space.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see how this game just continues to grow, and AMG is doing great things for us. Tomorrow night, just so everyone's aware, Professional Casual will be streaming the reveal at Adepticon. So if you're not checking out Professional Casual, go out to Professional Casual Networks. They should dual stream it. They usually do on their Twitch and on YouTube. So that will be tomorrow night, 5:30 local time. So like that local time being Central Daylight Time. So definitely make sure that whatever Central Time is, you want to make sure you're on Central Time so that you're taking advantage of being able to watch the stream.
Yeah, I'm excited for more Mandos.
Oh, and I don't think I announced this yet. I just confirmed. So Saturday night after round 3, so it'll probably be around 6 o'clock local here, I will be interviewing Will Schick after the reveal. So that way we can discuss all the wonderful things that we got to see on the reveal. I'm in his evening interview, so it'll probably get some good time to sit there and just kind of hang out and talk to him. So yeah, it'll be really awesome to sit there and see it.
Yeah. Also, won't be the last time you see of me or of Aubrey as well. Aubrey will eventually come back.
And we have one other person with us. His name is
do.
Jake. He's going to be jumping on for the next round to talk that with us. Give Aubrey a break from kind of being around here and get to go and.
Yeah, we don't like Aubrey. It's fine. We're slowly trying to replace Aubrey out of here.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah.
But yes, we're going to get everybody breaks and everything like that. So Aubrey will definitely gets a chance to go in and see the con, get some food as we go into the last half of the day today. But yeah, there's tons more coming. This is 53 players today. I know that they have 45, I think, signed up for tomorrow or something like that. So just under 100 players. We might, there's usually some people that might sneak in and decide to come in. So,
yes.
That sometimes that happens. So it would be really amazing if we can get up over 100
Yeah, we had
players.
a lot of Shatterpoint players wanting to play X-Wing or even MCP or do team events. So,
yep.
Yeah, the full, yeah, not everyone is accounted for, but yeah, there's probably easily 100 players with Shatterpoint here.
Oh yeah, well, I'm saying just for the World Championships, probably about 100. But yes, there's people that probably are not playing in that or decided to just maybe do some of the other side events, because there is the Learn to Play that's always going on. They have those running all day, every day. They have the demos that they're doing.
No, they want us to yell at AMG. Or Adepticon? AMG?
Oh,
Adepticon.
No, I don't think they do. Push back the releases to swag bag. I don't think that's the reason why they pushed back the days. I will go out on a limb and say that it has probably little to nothing to do with that. But yeah, I think we're all set here. I'm going to take another quick break so that we can go in and kind of get myself together before round 3.
I've been attacked.
So yeah, so I hope to see you guys all back here. Like Ben said, quick break, and we will see you back here in a little while.
See ya.
Bye.
Adios.
Hey, everybody. I am back. I'm by myself. But that's all right. You're still going to love me. I know you are. But yeah, we're back. And we are going into round 3 here. So, we're going to have the matchup from table 8, which is James Howard and Alan Weber. We're down to 14 undefeated so far. So, I mean, we've got 2 more rounds. So we'll be down to like 3 or 4 undefeateds by the end of the day. Again, top 16 from here are going to be making it into the top 32 on Saturday. So again, looking forward to it. And we will be starting here in about 5 minutes. So yeah, looking like it's going to be some fun times. Really? Okay, so 2:20 they're going to be starting the round. That's going to be 10 minutes from now. Locally, it's 2 o'clock here right now. Oh, and then he changed his mind and says 2:20. So yeah, no, 2:15. So no, we are going to be good to go. Eventually, I'm going to be joined by Jake. He is off running around, probably getting lunch. We had a lunch break here. So James Howard is running 2 different lists. Looking at him, he's running all Mandos. All Mandos. So it's the Mandalorian with Bo and Clan Kreese, kind of something the standard one that we've been seeing all this entire time. And then also, of course, the Armorer box. So again, something that we've been seeing on stream quite a bit. His other list is basically all of the Spectres, except he's not running Sabine. He's running Agent Callus. So it looks like a pretty awesome list for that, as far as that's concerned. So we'll see which one he's actually gonna be playing with us here. So it's either one of those 2. Oh, and the Spectres actually. He's running Commandos instead. So it's Kanan, Ezra, Commandos, along with Hera, Callus, and Chopper. So I like this list. I like it a lot. So I'm not sure which way he's going to go. The guys are just getting set up right now with that one. And let's take a look at Alan's list. What Alan is running. Alan is running something a little different. I actually kind of like this list. He's running. There we go. And they end up rolling for priority. So the other guy, Alan, is running Maul with Gar and Super Commandos. And so Gar, Super Commandos, the Dooku box. So that's going to be Dooku, the
Django and the Magnus.
Django Magnus. Drawing a blank. Mando with Bosk and Han and Chewie, which is amazing.
Oh, it's just a great squad.
Yeah, definitely an amazing squad. And then CAD Shock T Bounty Hunters. I like that. I hope that's what he's going to run. But
I have run that one personally. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be. I don't know. We'll be interested to see which ones he goes with here. But I think it's either way, a pretty awesome list. I like, and he's running shifting, so.
Mando, Bosk, Han, Chewie.
All right, so Alan has selected he's going to be running Maul, Gar Saxon, Super Commandos with Mando, Bosk, and Han and Chewie.
Only in it for the money.
Yeah. Oh, you got a fan in chat?
I have a fan. Greetings.
But yeah, so it should be a pretty fun matchup here. I think we're going to see some good stuff. I have not seen who James decided to go with. So we'll wait and see on that one here. But yeah, we're down to 14 undefeateds at this point in time. Matt Cody Hawkins, who won last round, is ended up getting paired against Matt Serino. So that's going to be an interesting matchup. Looking at the undefeated matchups that we have so far, there's going to be quite a few good ones here.
Armor box,
quite a
Mando,
few good ones.
Bo-Katan. Cool. Seems our homie has chosen all Mandos. We've got Armor box with Mando, Bo-Katan, and Clan Kreese.
It is a Mando day on stream. This is the 3rd time that we've had Armor on stream today. So
hey,
it is all about Armor.
And just like the practice yesterday, people are obsessed with the Mandos.
Right.
Now that they're finally here, I feel like people are just obsessed and getting used to them.
Yeah. No, it's interesting in a good place, I think. Kind of having a good place. So yeah, but everyone's kind of getting set up. Looks like they are running. I think they're running shifting. It looks like. So I'll go ahead and go to the top-down camera for you guys to see.
As they're working on it.
As they're working. But yeah, definitely looks like. No, this is odds. It's never told me the odds. So basically a scoundrels list versus a Mando's list on odds. Okay.
Nevertell needs a lot of mobility, so I can
see
already
it.
see how this came to be.
Yeah. And this is the first time we've seen odds on stream too. Like the first two games were both Sabotage Showdown.
Sabotage.
But yeah, no. So this will be it'll be good to see something different on stream, like other than Mando's. I think it looks like it's going to be a Mando's weekend for sure.
Yeah, I've been seeing it be pretty popular today. A lot of picks of Mando's today.
Right. But yeah, I mean, we can already see though that the Mandalorian was the highest brought by players. He was by 21 players. The armor brought by 15. So it's kind of expected to see that.
Mm-hmm. It's exciting to see though. I personally for a while felt like Mando was falling off for a second, but that's just a personal opinion. And that might also because I stopped playing him as much, but
So in your mind he fell off because you weren't playing him.
He
Fair
fell
enough.
off because I stopped playing Hondo as much, but came back to my Republic roots, and now I've changed the way that I look at the game.
Fair enough. So yeah, we got some deployment going on here. Looks like this is.
Looks like the armorer has Vizsla.
Oh, and they're switching sides. Okay. Now I can put the names in. So Alan is now on the other side.
Alan's hopping to the other side.
Alan's there, right?
And Alan's brought Maul.
Yeah, Alan is the one who brought Maul.
Cool.
All right, now we're looking right. But yeah, now sides are getting chosen effectively, and everyone is going to go ahead and work on getting deployed. And yeah, you really have to, when it comes to playing, you really have to get to your station, get set up, get to your table, get set up as quickly as possible, because the judges aren't waiting for you here. They're definitely off and running. You just need to be ready to run when he says go.
Yeah, that's exactly how I was. I was exploring a little bit of the con and looked at my watch and said, hey, time to get going, and got back here ready, still waking my brain up to get moving along.
But yeah, it should be a fun matchup. I mean,
fun matchup where they're hitting each other hard every activation.
Yeah, there's not anything like you look at some of the lists with Kiadi-Mundi, and you're like, you see the Padawans. It's kind of a dead activation in a way, in some people's opinions. You don't really see that with here, because every Mando activation is going to have some sort of impact on the board. Paz, you want him to go earlier than later, but he still can be impactful. And then same looking at the small Mando list. I mean, it's just Gar, Soups, Bosk, Han and Chewie are just amazing.
Every activation, I see a lot of dice being rolled and a lot of damage being done, which is usually the most entertaining part, at least for North American audience. The more dice, the more better.
Right. It was pretty wild watching the last round though, like with Vader, like basically like there was one attack where Vader only had one attack or one go through. So yeah, sometimes
kind of reminds me of the first time that we played together.
Right. That did happen quite a bit.
It seemed that it just made me think that Wrecker was the best model in the game.
He was in that game.
In that game specifically, he was.
But that's the beauty of it all. Like you can definitely in this game, like sometimes like you just get that character that's just all of a sudden you live out the moment in a story or something like that, and they just become a superstar or something along those lines. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
Seems like we've got.
Looks like they're finally getting into position here now that they've chosen sides.
Deployed.
Yep.
And we see Alan placing Maul Squad.
Yeah, so armor's been down at the bottom of your screen, deployed down there, and now here we go with Maul. Going to be pretty interesting here to see just kind of what happens with all like with deployments. The flop on this one like is always dangerous with odds, especially when either one of you are bringing a unit that can deploy at the farther range. Like Commandos, if you would have chosen Commandos, probably would have been ideal for this particular one, but just didn't work out that way.
I always struggle at playing odds because in the teams that I've personally been bringing recently, they just don't have the mobility to keep up with how wide the map is.
Right.
So it feels like I've lost on deployment sometimes, but I see a lot of mobility out of both of these lists that feel like they can keep up with the strategy behind odds. So I'm excited to see where this leads now that we have deployment fully done and at the ready. Seeing Han and Chewie in the bottom left.
Absolutely. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see, like, especially like it's been nice with these because we've definitely been able to see people deploy right there and go from and everything along those lines. So be able to deploy up on the gantries. So like having that impact of like the all of the
seems like pre-game discussions are happening and getting everybody situated at the table, and we should be starting very soon.
Yeah, like they're just getting the last of their their order deck out, and kind of just getting the last little bits going. So hopefully not too far behind, but that's like I said, like you definitely want to try and get to the table as quickly as possible.
Seems mission cards are being selected.
Lighting has been a little bit like the shadows here, kind of a little crazy on there, but I think we're overall been pretty good today. As far it's bright as all get out in here, compared to yesterday. We were in here yesterday setting up, and they had the lights at like half of what they have today. So it's
I felt myself wake up a little bit more when they turned on the lights this morning because it was about half brightness all day yesterday when we were setting up, and then this morning at some point when everyone else was getting set up for the games, the lights just turned all the way on, and I said, wow, I didn't realize it could be this way.
Yep. All right, first activation looks like he drew bow, making it, I don't see there's a reason not to use bow at this point in time, so not even thinking about it, just going straight ahead.
Yeah, I personally don't play a whole lot of Mandalorians, but I know one thing about the play style when I used to play them a lot is my mindset when playing them was, if I pull a Shatterpoint, why am I not going with Bo-Katan? So I can only imagine pulling her as a first card is going to be an incredible choice.
Exactly. So it looks like it is the nice thing of the pull for James here is the center objective is on his side. The side objective is going to be on the top one. It's kind of off screen, not able to see it just because of where the tower is. But yeah, basically going to be right there, right kind of where blocked by where the tower is and everything. But yeah, that tower has been the bane of my existence today, basically the way the stream is.
That's what I've been hearing.
That's all right. We'll get there.
We may not have the eyes on stream, but we have the eyes around us, so we can narrate you the action that's going on.
Correct. All right. So basically just a move.
Move, jump, take cover, I'm assuming?
It seems like that's what they're going to do there is move, jump, take cover. Looks like you put a hunker token on, and that's just going to be bow.
And it looks like we're just putting the control tokens, see who's got what.
Right. Just getting the control tokens put out there, and we're good to go. I don't think they need any more, but here we go. All right, but yeah, so basically taking the 2 points, of course not scoring. Here comes the flip for, and it is going to be Bosk.
Now, I have only played about, I think, 1 or 2 games of Bosk since he's come out.
Right.
I love his activation. I personally don't know how I feel about a first activation.
I don't know if he's exactly where you want to go from the start, but it's, hey, I mean.
Part of his charm is being able to heal everything off unless he's strained.
Right. Which
is, albeit a very devastating move if you can pull it off. But I mean, he has the potential to get something going because he does have that out of activation movement with explosive ordnance,
right?
Which would be able to get him a little bit further up. Who knows if he'd be able to get into range of anything? Again, never tell. It's just how it works. Those first few activations are pretty slow, but I'm seeing that these teams are there's a lot of mobility in them. It just takes a little bit. Give us a couple activations, and then it's going to be firing squads all around.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like with most of yours. Like the first 2 activations is kind of just getting up into position, unless you have somebody crazy like Iden that can like really throw everybody forward and get a lot of shots off, especially with like covert operations and things along those lines. Where these guys, they don't really necessarily have that. I mean, you do have the bounty hunters in here. They can on the trail, and if someone's on the midline, you can definitely, on the trail move attack and definitely like pretty much hit just about anywhere you want with a dash move and a regular advance.
Looking like a first action advance. But it looks like decisions are still happening. So
yeah, still thinking through everything and seeing what is going to be the best way to go with this.
Especially since you want to make sure that, especially in the early rounds, it's easy to lose some momentum. No pun intended. Easy to lose some momentum if you're not taking those early objectives. So it looks like part of the mindset right now is trying to be able to gather an objective while also making an attack. Get a little bit of best of both worlds.
Ideally, yeah. I think ideally, I mean, that's really where you want to be, is getting to hitting every objective you possibly can, while still trying to score, like to put some attacks, soften up some targets for later down the road, later into the game.
Looks like a first action advance.
I don't know. This one's going to be a tight one.
Does look pretty tight.
I think they've agreed it is going to be an attack. Is going to be.
I'm seeing a force flip. It looks like we might get the explosive ordnance first.
No.
Explosive charge into bow. So 5 dice attack.
All right, so it is going to do the explosive ordnance. Looks like nothing on that one. All blank skis, unfortunately, for that. But does get the movement that they wanted.
Dash right there. Yeah, that out of action movement kind of got what we needed for the ability to cross the map, make sure we're
getting all
hopefully contesting something.
Should be contesting that point. It looks like it, like from what you can tell from the top-down view there. I mean, we are that he is going to have that.
Looks like it's agreed.
Yeah, scoring 2. All right. So no real damage happening at that point in time, but hey, we're good to go. Looks like it is the Covert Mandos next.
Covert Mandalorians is not as favorable as an early pull, considering they might lose that protection.
Yeah, that's going to be, and it looks like he is going to go ahead and reserve that for one.
Spend for reserve. Got to keep that protection while you can.
Yep, and here comes Mandalorian. Absolutely will have to activate. Looks like he's probably going to try and get up to that center point, which Mando definitely can do.
First action advance, second action take cover.
And then spend a force.
Clan of 2.
Clan of 2 should get right on that point. The point, like I said, is a little off screen, off camera, but definitely like right there, you're going to end up being on that point.
And they'll spam a force for Clan of 2 just to get to the side point.
Yep.
All right, so Mando and Bo have both gone for James. Alan has had basically Bosk looking for his next activation. Is going to be Han and Chewie.
In it for the money.
Well, with Han and Chewie, I mean, he does have a nice juicy target in Bo, far enough forward where they can probably put a couple of shots into her.
A little decent chunk. That's another model I haven't gotten a whole lot of activations with myself, but every time that I play against them, they hurt.
Yes.
They hurt very hard.
Yes, Han and Chewie have basically you definitely understand why they hurt so bad. Like even if you haven't played them, you're playing against them, like you learn that.
Yeah. I just
good.
I was just gonna say, I was watching episode 4 again on the way here. It's just, you see it from screen to game. They hurt and they travel very far, very fast.
Yes. Very, very fast. Well, hello, Gregory. So yeah, Han and Chewie already running just right up to the center there with that first move. And now look out, he's loose. To go ahead and get up that egress point. Yeah, so now they're basically the second part of that, only if their engage goes off, he is not engaged. Lost a dice. So looking into 2 range attacks, I'm assuming he's going with Han first since Han is farther back.
Well, Han shot first.
He does.
We know this.
We do know this. All right, so pretty decent roll. 4 blocks, 1 expertise. Looking like,
as the dice are converted, seeing a lot of results.
Yeah. 3 crits, or 2 hits, 5 hits. So 2 down the tree. Basically knocks out all of those. 2 great rolls by both of them. So only 2 down the tree by Han and Chewie.
That Beskar, I'm telling you, Beskar protects.
3 damage in a shove, it looks like. Yep, 3 damage in a shove. So 3 onto Bo.
3 onto Bo-Katan.
But she does, she is, so down to 2 actually, and because she is contesting objective, so she does have protection and steadfast. and that shove will not actually go through. So again, the Beskar armor is looking pretty solid here. So 2, 2, and 2 as far as that goes. That's going to convert to a third expertise and a third crit and 4 strikes, but blocks all of those regular strikes again. But now 3 down the tree.
Keep chunking away.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the beauties. Like that is the bubble that Bogue gives you all the time is just amazing.
Mm-hmm.
That definitely is something that we've seen on display all day today. Is how solid Bogue could be, and 3 damage and a pin, so that's like 4 down to 3. And then, so like Bo will be sitting on 5 damage and a pin after that attack by Han and Chewie.
Not a bad activation out of them, especially with such a tanky unit. When contesting an objective, protection, steadfast, not able to move her, but chunk her down a little bit. That's kind of what you want.
Absolutely.
Especially out of a support activation.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, like they're such a solid support. I mean, like they are worth the 5 points that you're getting there. All right, so we got Paz going here. Paz is like this is about where you want him anyway. Paz going, putting some shots in. Ooh, that is a pretty rough block right there. Just 1 expertise.
The walking carpet is about to lose some fur.
Right. Looks like a total of. Ooh, that's probably going to be the full tree here looking at everything.
This just in, that's a lot of dice.
So yeah, 8 successes. That's going to be 1 block, 7 down, which is going to be the full tree with Paz. Like, well, his expertise is just so good. 1 expertise converting into 3 hits is...
As we in the biz like to say, youch.
Right, exactly. That one was painful.
Mm-hmm.
8 damage, pin, and strain on Han and Chewie by Paz Vizsla. The big man coming up strong.
Well, he does cover the rear, so as soon as his friends get hurt, now's the time for him to clap back.
Co-hosting with me this time is Jake, also known as Stickbug, as you saw Daniel shout out in the chat.
Yes, I showed my face for a brief few seconds.
Yeah, he came running
up when
we
welcome.
Starting. Yep. No, that happens. I mean, like we're jumping in and out here as we get rounds and everything like that. This is the 3rd round of 4 today. Like I said, we'll be back again tomorrow for the 2nd heat of the World Championships. That will be another 4 rounds, and then we will be going to the top 32 on Saturday. Mm-hmm. After the top 32, as I said before, we will have Will Schick on because Friday is the reveal. If you are not also looking at Professional Casual, if you're not subscribed to them either on YouTube or on Twitch, or at least following them on those 2, I would highly recommend it because they will be live streaming the reveal, the Adepticon reveal, tomorrow night. So definitely something to keep on. But then, like I said, I will have Schick on Saturday afterwards to kind of talk about all the stuff we got to see.
Cool. Very excited to hear that.
Yep. All right. So we did get a Maul activation here. Looks like Maul just came charging forward. He likes to go see Mando and see what Mando's doing.
Exposed Mando out of the point and melee.
So yep, he did what you would always expect Maul to do, which is hurt himself to run forward, hurt himself to pull somebody in,
move very fast, hit very hard, escape, success.
Yep, adding those multiple dice. Looks like 3 blocks. Mandalorian. That's probably going to turn into 2 more blocks. Looks like he had a lot of failures there, unfortunately.
He did pull to expose, though, so I believe those expertise are going to be taken away.
That is true. So basically, though, like because of that roll, it's only 2 down the tree on Mando.
That's what you get with the 6 defense dice.
Right.
A lot of odds.
So 5 damage on Mando. Shove reposition, but Mando, pretty soon here is probably going to start doing a lot of healing and moving around here pretty soon once we start getting some of these wounds showing up.
Yeah. The one thing that I do like about Mando is the ability to cover the entire map while not even on his turn.
Right.
Hyper mobile unit. just as long as the enemy is aggressive enough. And when you see Maul on the other side of the field, you might be in favor of that.
You're definitely you want those. He's going to give you those revenge triggers you're truly looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have Clan Kreese that came up. It looks like you've got to move and like just going to put some shots. Looks like right into Maul. Yep. So here comes the attack. That's about the best you can expect for Maul, really. Like 5 blocks on his less defensive side.
Mm-hmm. It kind of seems that they're going just tit for tat on this one objective. It's
3 damage pin shove on Maul. I mean, and he already had 3 on him to begin with from taking all the damage before, so that puts him at 6.
just kind of seems that they're flipping the cards that they need to. I take an objective. I'm going to flip the next card that allows me to take it back.
Exactly.
It's kind of what you expect on Never Tell.
All right, so pretty statistically expected up 4 blocks, though. I mean, again, he's been pretty solid with
Solid.
Blocks everything. Maul standing up still. So Maul only sitting on 6 damage after 2 attacks into him, and 3 of that he did to himself.
Very classic move out of him.
Yep. But they do go ahead and use their jetpacks to both kind of get up onto that point, and they'll take that point back whether they hurt Maul or not. It's like it's ours now. We're the Mandalorians. All right, next is Gar Saxon.
Gar Saxon. It's funny, I feel like I haven't seen him on the table in a while, but just yesterday I was playing Aubrey. He brought Gar Saxon, and now we see Gar Saxon again.
And we was in one of our earlier games too. There's a lot of Mandalorians out here today, which is pretty cool to see like how much we're seeing them on the board.
Their stats seem very consistent, which is very nice thing. The hardest thing to do against them is hurt them, and that happens to be the one strategy you need to take to do really well against them. So it's exciting to see.
Very exciting, very exciting. But yeah, we're just getting Mandos after Mandos. We're getting tons of them. I do like the suit that Alan is wearing. He's like a plaid jumpsuit type of a thing. It's like something you would expect. He's looking very dapper in his clothing today, so I do appreciate that.
Gar is moving up to take a shot at the Clan Kreese, and again, like I said before, going for that one objective, trying to take it back.
And there's a lot of expertise again, which, in all honesty, you know, this is not the Mandalorians here, so. But he has the Clan Kreese on this one, so yeah, no, it's all sorts of Beskar armor, just doing all sorts of wonderful things here. But 2 down the tree.
I was about to say, looking like 2. 3 damage, a jump, and a shove. As mentioned prior, that extra mobility is one of the best things that you can get from playing Mandalorians. It seems that you'll get your movement action, but you'll also get lots of extra mobility, whether it be on the tree, out of activation. There's always going to be that one extra jump.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Do you think we need
All right, and now we have an armor activation. This has been a wild struggle so far. Like, this is just not moving off of the center at all. They've just been going back and forth.
If you listen closely in the distance, you can hear the twanging of the anvil. The hammer is coming down.
All looks like basically a full advance here. Looks like a probably hunter and prey is going to happen next, and then just go in for an attack. Try and flip that back point.
Mm-hmm.
Armor's been hitting hard all day today.
If there's one thing that I expect out of the Armorer, it's a backline invasion. That's what she does. You all the way across the map. Let's have a chat.
Right. Yeah, she just likes to go charging forward as quickly as possible and just throw some dice into people.
I'd like to introduce you to my friends, the hammer and the tongs.
I think kind of just debating if he wants to use the force at this point in time or not. I believe he's like already used 3 force. So
That's
yeah,
a spend. I think that's down to 4 because if you remember, we have a unit in reserve.
correct. Yeah, no. So I'm saying he's now used 4 to do this.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
The
and
objective flips, scores 3, back and forth, and a Shatterpoint for Alan. Decisions. Now is the time to try and wound something or flip a point. But we all know the risk in wounding something against the Mandalorian.
yeah, it just allows him to go wherever he wants.
Exactly.
But one of the things with the bow and her well, and that's on the other side. So he doesn't have like people that have like as many shoves as like Bo and Mando and the Clan Kreese do. So that's going to be one of those things that he's probably might be struggling with a little bit as we move like farther into this game, especially with wanting to be sticky on these points, and we're just not as sticky as like you would.
If there's going to be anything that's quite sticky on the points, I'm putting my favor on the Mandalorians just because they have that out of activation. But if you can stack enough pins, those jumps mean nothing. So I see a pretty even duel in what we have going so far.
Yeah, it's going to be when like at this point in time, both players are 2-0. They know what they're doing, so we're definitely it's going to be who blinks first. Basically, is really what's going to happen. So Alan's going a little in the tank here, just trying to figure out which is normal for your Shatterpoint, like just trying to figure out what's going to be best for him to do. Yes,
I would
Down
agree.
Buddy. Totally agree with you there.
A very momentous struggle. Any fellow strugglers out there?
Who's out there struggling along with us? That's what we want to know. But yeah, definitely like still like thinking of where to go. I mean, this is
It's a very tough decision because right now at the moment you can think Mando has a bit of damage on him, so you're going to get the full potential out of his revenge trigger. If you can see, if you knock something down, Mando is going to come back with a revenge.
Shatter pointing Mando. I mean, that pretty much makes sense on what you want to do. I don't know why you wouldn't want to shatter point Mando.
Especially since at this moment, Mando has not yet activated. He's stuck in the back of the map. All you need to do is move him up a little bit, get him up there, smack his teacher off that point. Let me take my point back.
That is pretty much what he's wanting to do here. For sure.
Clan of 2 for a 5 dice into the Armorer.
Pretty brutal block there. So just 2 going through again.
2 down the tree. Kind of what I usually expect out of Mando. Decent little chunk.
4 damage and a shove is going to be what we get there.
Looks like he's still in melee and is going to go for the second punch.
Yeah, sticking right there. I mean, so looking pretty solid. Trying to sit there and just get armor. Probably pretty much. I mean, I don't think you're going to get I don't think you're going to end up getting a wound here, but at least getting maybe another shove will definitely do it. A lot more expertise again. 4 blocks total is what is going to turn into with those 2 of those 3 expertise turning into 2 blocks. Basically,
That Beskar armor is notorious.
Right, just stopping everything.
Another 3 and a shove.
So just a total of 6 going on this attack. All right, so yeah.
But as mentioned prior, I'm taking my point back. 1, 2, 3, back and forth, just bouncing over the middle. Nobody has gained that extra momentum from wounding. Nobody's hit the middle. This is what you expect out of Never Tell.
Exactly.
But then, as soon as you draw that first strike, I'm expecting a lot.
And for those that are on stream, sometime later today we will be doing. Oh, Shatterpoint here.
Shatterpoint out of James.
So while he mulls over the decision, later today I have been told by Atomic Mass Games that we are going to have every day being able to do a giveaway. Everything on the prize wall will be getting mailed out by Atomic Mass Games to one viewer today, tomorrow, and Saturday. So at some point during the day, if you are in stream, we will definitely be having some sort of a giveaway to get that, and then all you have to do is just reach out to me and provide me with a mailing address. They do want to try and keep this in the United States local, but if you are a watcher in the United States and are interested in that, by all means. Probably going to be in round sometime during round 4, since I just found out about this. Give people a time to make a little bit of an announcement and stuff.
Makes me jealous of being a viewer.
Yeah, I struggle to paint quite a bit myself.
Shatterpoint's going back to Mando.
Back-to-back Shatterpoints. I mean, Aubrey would have been losing his mind if he was here. He did get his lunch break though, so that's
2 damage into the Super Commandos.
2 damage into the Super Commandos.
They're just not hitting as hard as you would have expected in so far.
Well, you got to remember, we can't talk about the odds of the dice. It's in the mission pack.
That is true. We can't talk about the odds. And just a little bit of movement going on over here to kind of get this to where we're going.
Clan of 2 gets used to take Gar off of that top point. Score 3, back and forth.
And here come the Super Commandos now.
They know the name of the game. Whoever gets that first wound might see a little more in their favor.
Right. And that's kind of where we've been going back and forth. No wounds. We still have not seen any momentum going on to the struggle tracker at all yet. It's been just light punches so far. So it'll be interesting to see kind of where this goes from here.
Like I said earlier, it's just kind of back and forth. It's I take your objective, you take mine. Every single activation. They know the name of the game, and the name of the game is objectives.
Right. I think that's one of the things that sometimes people forget in this game is that it is about your placement and the objectives, not necessarily about the damage and the wounds that you're putting out. Yes, that can be good, but this isn't like some games where you can just attrition your way to a victory by removing models. You really need to control the objectives no matter what.
Todd, I hear you, but rolling dice is fun.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I say as I run a lot of Jedi who can force push people off, where I don't have to roll a dice, I just say goodbye.
Exactly. That's the easiest way to do it, is just push that away.
It's especially my favorite way to deal with people like Bo-Katan, who can put off such an incredible, powerful bubble, is just displace them off the point and get things moving. Super Commandos are going to move up, take some attacks into the Clan Kree's Mandalorians.
3 fails there is kind of brutal, but again, nothing goes through. That one expertise turning into 2 blocks with the Beskar. Oh, well, that was going to be a little painful there.
Now, as we in the biz like to say, yikes.
Yeah, a lot of fails there, but I mean the dice roll wasn't ideal. I mean, you're really only getting 4 successes. He had a lot of failures in there. The 2 expertise only turned into 1 hit.
Todd, I thought you were commentating, not rolling the dice.
Exactly.
This looks too familiar.
That does look like a roll that I would typically do, but not what you like to see, folks. Yeah, really not. You're right. It is not about any type of damage unless you have Iden there. Iden is the damage output. I mean, but you would expect to see some more damage, I guess, with Maul on the board. And he's just not. The Maul activation was not what we expected.
Sounds like they have been wounded.
Oh, Sam's still using the water bottle he won last year, so cool. Yeah, last year Adepticon gave us some cool swag to give away on stream. I'm not sure if they're planning again. I mean, we were very thankful that they were able to give us some stuff to give away, but yeah.
I still need to go grab my tumbler.
Yeah, that's the one thing. There's so much cool stuff that you can end up like just swag and merch that you can get. So like that's one of the fun things.
The dad jokes are out in force, and I hope that pun was intended.
Alrighty. So it looks now like the Covert Mandos have been pulled, and they had their activation. Now it's back to the Mandalorian.
Do gotta say, I think we got full use out of that reserve, making sure they stayed protected the whole time. Very helpful.
Right.
They do an activation, get shuffled directly back into the deck, making sure that they have protection the entire time.
And we're still in Struggle 1 and have not made it, and they've already made it through their entire order deck on both sides.
Seems like they had forgotten to add one for the wound. They had landed in the middle, each person got a momentum, and Alan had made a wound onto the Super Commandos in the last activation.
Makes sense.
3/4 still in his pool as Mando is a final activation of his deck before getting reshuffled. Decisions are happening. And if there's one thing that I know about the Mandalorian activations is that he can get a lot of pieces moving, including himself. Get a full move action. Got your Clan of 2, which can either be a force push or an additional 5-die attack. So the amount of times that you can affect other models on one turn with his activation makes him a very scary model to have as the last card in your deck.
Yes. It's wild to see how much play he's seeing, because I remember when we flew into Adepticon last year, as we were getting off the plane, like while we were in the air is when they revealed him pre-Adepticon. So now, like, just coming full circle, seeing how much play he's getting, he is like the most brought model today. It's like, it's amazing.
And I remember that when I saw him, I was still on a very big Republic binge on what I was playing, playing a lot of Luminara at the time, and I had almost no interest, which is really ironic considering how well him and Luminara can work together as a pair today.
Exactly. All right, so there's all sorts of stuff just going on in this bottom point over here. They're really, and that's, I think, gonna kind of happen as you stay in a struggle for a very long time. Like, you just start to really get grouped up into certain points and stuff like that. Because there's like, you look at the back left point on Alan's side. Yep, a force push as it is. There's like nobody around that point where you have 4 models all around this bottom point on the bottom right. So it's interesting to see kind of like what happens as the struggles go on when you're stuck in a struggle for as long as these guys have been stuck in a struggle. I mean, we're roughly 45 minutes into the round at this point in time, so.
If there's one thing that I know about Nevertell, the first struggle is either up until the mission critical timer or it's 12 minutes.
Right.
There's no in between. If you don't have the mobility to deal with this map, then best of luck to you.
And like all the primaries that we have here definitely have the mobility to get all over the place on this for sure. I mean, you have like, and you look at your supports, Han and Chewie, the supers. They all have additional ways to sit there and move themselves. They have to cost a force. Yep, the X-wing guys are going full out over here, having a good old time. And you'll hear that from time to time with all of us that are in the hallway here. All right, 2 fails, 2 expertise, or 1 expertise and 2 blocks. A lot of expertise on Alan's offensive roll, though, and his attack roll. It's probably more than he was wanting, because that's just way too much. So basically, just the 2 crits going through, and that's been kind of like this. The story of this game so far is like a lot of just 2 successes of either primaries.
3 damage to 2. You guys are in the deck.
3 down to 2.
So only 2 damage on the covert Mandos here, because they are in the deck, because he just refreshed his deck. So taking full advantage of that.
Like I said, that reserve helped keep them protected for most of that early time. Then, right as the deck flips, they're back in there. They don't have to worry about not having protection for very long. If there's one thing that I know when I see coverts on the board, if they get activated early, I'm taking them out as quick as possible.
Yep.
So that protection keeps them alive for very long.
All right, so he reveals Paz, puts Paz into reserve. Wait, he's debating, because this would be his. He just refreshed his horse. Yep, went ahead and put him in reserve. And Shatterpoint. So yeah, I got to go in the tank a little bit here again.
When you're down on momentum, but you're ahead in score, it makes it a very difficult time, especially when you're pulling your Shatterpoint. You got to maximize your decision making. Looks like the Shatterpoint is going into the Armorer.
Yeah, so Shatterpoint into armor is a pretty solid move here. It gives you more movement, which I think we've beaten that one to death. That is the key to this one here. But yeah, Iden is a good control list. I mean, controlling by like not having your enemies be able to do anything because they're all hurt and dead. Yeah, Sam is like one of the few people from the Zion's Finest podcast I have yet to meet. So it'll be nice to finally get you out to an event at some point in time. I'm almost on your side of the country for a change, but he still couldn't make it out.
I've yet to meet a lot of people. This is new for me.
Like he's in school or something, and too busy to sit there and be a nerd like the rest of us.
I enjoy my nerd time, okay?
6 damage to Han and Chewie on this attack by the armor. So there's the armor that we all know and love.
I mean, we've seen it in the show. If you look really hard, you can see how much damage that does to the Stormtrooper armor that Han is wearing.
Right, exactly. That is very true. So I believe that does wound them. Yeah, so that wounded him. He hasn't quite put the momentum out there yet, from what I can see. They've been having a hard time remembering that. So let's see if he remembers here in a second. I mean, that is a game state thing that they absolutely have to do. Flip the point, and there we go. But he remembers to put that momentum on now, moving right up to that momentum. So it looks like we're getting close to the end here, unless Alan can really make a turn for it.
When I see the board state in a position like this, I usually start setting up for the next objective.
Yeah, I mean, that sometimes it's like, when is the right time to do that? I mean, and hopefully, like for most players, they should end up knowing not necessarily when the time is to do that, because that is something that each person kind of has to learn on their own, and like what works for them and their play style. But more along the lines of, if this is the mission, where are the points going to be? Where is it most ideal for me to sit there and go? And also, what's the best model for me to sit there and have available going into Struggle 2? Because here he pulls Han and Chewie, and Han and Chewie is a very impactful model. Would it be worthwhile to reserve Han and Chewie here, or to go ahead and put them and play them and try and do something else with the amount of points that you wanted to? In a situation like this, you might be willing to.
Got to give it back to him.
Might be willing to work on look that so that you have them available, and that's exactly what he thought. He ended up putting them into reserve and going with Gar.
If I were in that same position, I think that's what I would like to do as well. Considering it's a 2 model activation, that means you have a lot of impact that you can do. 2 models on 1 activation means you can get a lot of objective play, but also it's a very good model to reserve, considering that they were just wounded, which means at the moment they're not an optimal target to be targeted, and they're right in the middle of the field. So that means that next activation that they get, they can work on hooking themselves up into a better position.
Yeah. So I'm over here opening up the box of the I Am No Jedi Dual Pack box, and I'm getting some deep looks of love and affection from the judge crew over here. I think they're going to try and give me a little love to try and steal something of mine. I don't know. I got to watch my back now. I'm feeling a little unsafe.
Do we want to unpack that, or do we want to just let you sit in that one for a second?
You can unpack that all you want. No, I know what I said.
We don't need to worry on unpacking that. You're already unpacking the box. We'll focus on that unpacking.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh, but I love that the cards for Fulcrum are foil, so it is kind of some beautiful cards here.
I got this hat just for the Fulcrum reveal. I was very excited.
Nice. So yeah, well on stream, I'm looking at probably not going to do the build, while we're here at least, not build the actual display, but just the models.
Sounds like Gar Saxon is focusing and shooting into the Mandalorian.
Makes sense. That's kind of what he does with that sniper rifle of his. A lot of attacks into primaries this game, which is, I mean, I guess softening up Mando is probably something you could do.
All of that to get 2 down the tree. That's kind of what you expect against Mando.
Right, and that's...
Down to 3 damage and a shove.
So many beautiful pieces of plastic that have
so excited about your plastic that you can't even really worry about until later.
I know, right? I should be paying attention to this game and everything like that.
Well, I just more mean that there's not much we can do about it at the moment.
Well, I do have someone that brought me snips and glue.
Snips and glue. I feel that's very topical considering you're talking about Ahsoka.
Right. But yeah, not a whole lot going on here. Like looking at... James is really kind of debating whether he wants to go ahead and pull, and he's going to pull Paz out of reserve now. So it is pretty interesting looking at, there actually is there's 4 bases total that go along with this, so that's pretty cool that you have the alternate, like multiple bases to go onto the models here. So I like it. I like multiple bases, multiple heads available.
I think the extra bases are for if you decide to build the diorama.
Correct.
You can then replace the models off the diorama and just have that sit there while you're out playing with your little plastic toys.
Correct. Yeah, so that's something that they have done in other like MCPs. Like if you go and get, say, Thanos's box in MCP, he has 2 bases that you can utilize. So that's kind of the same idea here, is able to do that. All right, so Paz is doing some stuff. Lots of attack dice getting rolled here.
Well, I mean, you would hope to see a lot of attack dice when you're carrying a gun that large.
You would think so. And again, that expertise is just amazing, turning into 3 hits. But it really only 4 strikes, blocking everything. Just not a lot coming out of Paz on this one. So nothing out of that attack at all. Kind of a little lackluster, a little unfortunate for James there. I think he was really hoping for a lot more out of that attack. I know I probably would have been.
Yep, at least he takes the struggle.
He does. I think that was kind of just anticipated that he was going to do that, though. I don't think we expected him not to at this point, just because of where he was in that position. So now it's time to see. We've been able to go 3 struggles every time so far. Now it's time to see if Alan can really get back into it with us here. Alrighty. So yeah, they're just getting everything marked up here as far as where the priorities are and everything. So
figuring out where priority objectives are. And this is where it starts to kick in what I mentioned at the very beginning of the game. You need that mobility because the entire battlefield has just shifted.
Exactly. So yeah, but now there's nobody on that top point at this point in time. The one where the expertise spot is. Granted, looks like you rolled a shield, the block symbol. So there is somebody on the block symbol at this point in time.
And that's Chewie, which this is where I mentioned putting them in reserve earlier was a perfect choice because it made them a non-factor on an attack, and now they get to wake up as part of the new struggle, and they're already standing on and contesting an objective. So now they get to put in a lot of work and could actually have a pretty impactful activation here.
Yeah, because Han and Chewie just can get anywhere they want to go as well. They just move everywhere. And like looking at the bottom where the fail symbol is, looking at that, it doesn't look like, might just be just out of range 2 on the bottom there. So that spot is up for grabs. So it looks like there's two different positions that are potentially up for grabs. 4 blocks and 2 fails. So it's pretty straightforward defense roll here.
Chewie is taking a ranged attack into Bo-Katan.
Doesn't do a whole heck of a lot here. So the 3 get blocked. Just
Beskar armor.
Crit. It wasn't he? That was just his regular roll. That was just his regular roll. So yeah, just one down the tree here with just that 1 expertise. And it looks like he's probably trying to figure out what he wants to do with Han now, because that was Chewie taking that shot into Bo. But again, I think it was.
And then Han's taking a shot into the armorer. He's a little angry that his Stormtrooper armor got cracked, so now he's going to crack her back from a distance with a gun.
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. Hey, we're getting there.
All right, so 1 crit. Looks like 5 strikes. The crit gets mitigated down, so basically 3's going to go through here. Armor has a little bit of damage on her at this point in time. I think she's sitting on, I want to say, 4 damage? Basically does another 4 damage, so that's going to put armor at 8. Cool. Yeah, I mean, To be honest, with this piece of terrain, I really like the display of this one. I think I'm going to enjoy putting some paint on the I Am No Jedi dual pack terrain. I think it's going to be a really cool display piece for the people that want to use it for a display piece.
I'm very excited to make it a part of one of my shelves.
Yeah, I will say the one that came in Vader and OB2, I didn't use that. I still haven't painted that one up. But this one, I mean, I think more than anything though, this is really a storyline that I really like. That when Ahsoka came back and ends up running into Anakin,
Yeah,
it was such a good storyline in Rebels that I think I'm just drawn to this piece of terrain.
I love it.
Right.
I love it. So before playing Shatterpoint, had not actually seen Rebels, and I started watching it once the first time that they had revealed that the Spectres were being made into models for the game, and I said, okay, I'll give it a shot. I grew up watching Clone Wars. I absolutely loved it, and then finally sat down and watched Rebels and said, why did I not watch this sooner?
Yeah, it's amazing that so many people haven't watched it. So
yeah, it's very, very good.
Great.
Fell in love with it very quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. And how can you not? All right, so we have a Mando poll here, and this could be a little dangerous here for Alan, depending on how James wants to go about playing this one. Mando's always always be a very impactful activation with how he can just impact 2 points. The problem being here, there's really they're so spread out.
Mando going into the Super Commandos here.
Super
Beskar
Commandos,
armor.
Beskar armor. It's amazing stuff, man. So really just one success again. That's kind of been the story of this entire match, is just Beskar armor stopping people from doing things.
It's a back and forth of them constantly working on smacking each other down, but it's also they're all wearing some of the heaviest armor in the galaxy, so
Right. Yeah, so it's just one through, 2 through, 1 through, 2 through is really like what we're seeing a lot of. And we are about an hour in at this point in time, so I think they're starting to move a little bit of a shove here. Give them just a little nudge in the right direction or the wrong direction, depending on who you're talking to.
at that point you could just say shoved in the direction.
Shoved in the direction, he says. Yeah, and James kind of just figuring out how much damage he's got on him. So Alan kind of taking a look at what's going on, because he did end up pulling his Shatterpoint card again.
Yeah, big decisions to be had here.
So yeah, and this is, I mean, he's really got to make a lot of. They ended on 0. Is there a reason why Alan didn't get the momentum for ending on 0 there?
Might have just been a
Oversight there.
oversight that they'll quickly get fixed.
Is he? Momentum for Allen. They landed on 0. All right, we got that one fixed. Again, that is a game state thing that just automatically happens. We have to.
Sometimes it's easy to oversight simple stuff like that when you're thinking about such an important decision, especially on a Shatterpoint flip in a game where you're now down 1 struggle.
Right.
Game is best of 2 or 3. You need to be able to get that point back so that way you can still have a chance to get this one in your favor.
Correct. I mean, and like we were saying in the last game, I mean, you're both here at 2-0. 3-1 will probably get in, but you're going to have to rely on tiebreakers to get into the top 16 in some cases. You're not guaranteed at 3-1. At least we don't know where you are right now. Possibly, but we don't know for sure. But if you aren't guaranteed at 3-1, that means if you go 2-0, if you lose 0-2, that can easily just take you right out of being able to qualify because of the struggles, not getting those those victory points. So it may not, he might not win, but at the same time, he really has to focus on getting that down, this struggle here, so it's not putting himself in that bad position.
Shatterpoint has been chosen to activate the Super Commandos.
Interesting decision. I mean, and sometimes, like, there's a lot of times. I mean, I will use my Shatterpoint to activate supports quite frequently. Like in my in my Maul list, in my Scoundrels list, I use them on the Bounty Hunters a lot because I mean, on the trail, focus, pay to sit there and give them Sharpshooter 2, Impact 2. Okay, now I'm rolling 7 dice, and I full tree with them all the time.
Well, on top of that, this is never tell me the odds. I haven't taken a look at what mission in particular they're looking at right now, but there's a chance that it could be challenging the odds with supporting units. And if that's the case, they walk up, they get a wound. Right now, he looks like he's in a favorable position to spend that extra force and pull this in his direction.
Right.
And we know that if he decides to pull that force, it's not going to land in the middle, so it can only be a favor to him.
Correct. I mean, and he already owns the other 2 points. So if he is able to flip the top right point over there, where the expertise is, all of a sudden you're scoring 4 points here. Scoring 4 points with a moment, move the momentum, and then you're right up against it. At that point in time, ready to win this struggle. So it is very important to sit there and try and take this action here.
A melee attack into the Mandalorian himself.
Okay, so 2 blocks, 2 expertise on that. It's going to turn into 4. He has 2 crits. That's going to turn into just another crit. So unless he's got crit mitigation, I don't believe Mandalorian does.
Mando does have crit mitigation.
Oh. See, I don't play him enough.
I had to learn this as a Hondo player.
Fair enough.
Looks like he's taking 4 damage and a strain.
All right, now here comes the other attack with the... All right. Pretty brutal here. Like, it looks like 3 and then 2 blocks, 1 expertise. So pretty brutal. Nothing goes through though. So I mean, it's been the story of the day, man, of this particular round.
It's that Beskar armor. There's no sabers to cut through it. There's not a lot. It's kind of just plink damage back and forth until someone gets a wound, and then a lot happens.
Yeah.
I kind of saw that from early plays going on in this, where it was just shot to dink, and just a lot of plink damage going on.
A lot. And we got coverts here again. The priority point is already the point that James owns, so he's scoring 2 here right off the bat.
So now the decision goes to what point can I steal?
And to look, I mean, the easiest one probably is going to be the bottom one where the failure is. It looks like it's probably going to be the best place to sit there and do some stealing, but it looks like he's going north here. Maybe west? I guess I'll say west. It's to the left, so he's going...
Canberra west. Table north.
I don't know how I realized it. No, that's not even... That's east. Like...
It is moving in a direction. Consider it one of the 4 cardinals.
And that is brutal right there. 5 down the tree.
Brutal.
Here's where that they're finally getting some attacks going through.
Now, one of the big things about the Mandalorian that makes him so powerful is that he's always when one of your allies is wounded, he gets to heal 2 and reposition, which keeps him a very tanky unit, always moving across the board. Now, if you wound him, that becomes a lot less powerful because he's not going to be able to swap back and contest objectives as often as he wants. That sounds like the Covert Mandos just one-shot the Super Commandos.
Okay. So there's another momentum. This, man, it's
a lot of Beskar on Beskar crime happening right now.
And everything seems to be coming up James right now. It really does.
Mm-hmm. And the second attack is going into Bosk now. Nice thing about this is that they do have strain on their tree, so if they're able to get a good amount of damage onto Bosk, that means once he activates, he's not going to be able to take it all off. And just like that, 4 damage and a strain on Bosk, making that recovery a little bit harder to use. Back in the middle, both players gain a momentum. Priority goes to the block.
Why? Yeah, I mean, it's just the back and forth. I mean, but you're really, like, for Alan, you're really hoping he can just kind of break the parity that seems to be happening here. But it feels like he just keeps a little bit more every single time. So
I've played games like this where it just feels like I'm on the back foot the entire time, but you just need to have that one break that's able to help you out. And it seems at the moment he has not been able to get that. But who knows, that next card flip could give it to him.
Right.
Next card reveal is Bosk. It looks like the decision is being made on if he wants to activate or not. As just mentioned, Bosk did just get strained, so that means he can't recover the damage that was just put on him. So putting him in reserve right now might be a good call, but decision is up to the players and not to me.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's what what Alan is contemplating right now is how is this going to impact this if I can do that. But he's got to find the most impactful activation he can possibly have at this point in time.
From the sounds of it, we are asking Bosk to save the day.
I mean, that is what you would ask of any lizard man that you ran into in a hallway one day. You know, like, hey, sir, I need you to save the day. All right. So it looks like he's just going to just try and see if he can choose a little bit of violence with Bosk here.
From the sounds of it, he's going to try and use that explosive ordnance, see if he can take out Mando.
I mean, he's been trying to put everything he can into Mando. Mando's been sticking on that point all struggle long and just has not been able to do anything about that.
Interesting choice here. He's deciding to use the ability. He did not recover the strain first, so he's going to eat the strain, take 3 damage. Bosk is now sitting pretty low on health at the moment, but this could be a pretty big turn.
If it works in his favor. Look.
Oh.
No damage on it?
Nothing.
I think that's the second time we've seen that from Bosk.
In my Spectres list, I personally don't play Callus. I always play Sabine. She's one of my favorite characters. With that said, I know what it's like to try and roll expertise.
Right.
It does not happen as often as you need it to.
Yeah, I mean, you're statistically, it's just a 25% chance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so like you're really you're hoping to spike something, and it's like I struggle with wanting to hit a 25% chance per dice to sit there and do something.
Well, see, if you say it that way, but if you think in a growth mindset, instead of saying a 25% or a 2 in 8, you can say it's a 1 in 4 chance. And 1 in 4 is a lot smaller numbers than 25 out of 100, and it makes me feel better about the odds. But again, this is a game of never tell me the odds, so you shouldn't be talking to me about these numbers.
Oh, that would have been time to nerd. That would have been a good play, like payday to set off the strain, then recover all damage. Yeah, I
At
can
the
see
moment, it looks like he's down to just 1 force, so that would have put him into having no force if he decided to payday that way.
that. Yeah, and he does have multiple cards still left in his order deck. So I don't think that would have been the way that he would have wanted to go with that.
By my eye, it looks like 2, but
And now
last
a range.
stitch effort into Mando. We're taking a range attack.
And the attacks just not have gone Alan's way all day on this one.
At the end of the day, this game is about dice and it is about cards. So if we know one thing about those, it's that it is always a chance.
And here we go again. Alan, like just 2 successes. His rolls were pretty good, but that mitigation and the Beskar armor kind of like reducing everything that needs to. So 3 damage and strain to Mando. Mando does get wounded here. He does it gets
It's
the
impactful
momentum,
to the strategy.
but only having 1 point here is
rough
going to
stuff.
be kind of painful. So it is on the block. The 1 point that he does have this point. The only one he doesn't have is the failure. So right off the rip, he's going to be scoring 3 points. So there's quite a bit going on.
Decisions are being made. Card pulled is Clan Kreese. So the activation is happening. It's like a little bit of mobility moving back towards his table edge, taking some shots.
And I just wanted to double check it is the secondary unit that is going to be for challenging the odds.
And Clan Kreese are taking some shots into the walking carpet.
So Bosk being a secondary, he could have used his last force there to move that struggle just a little bit more. Might have been worthwhile.
Potentially, but let's say in the off chance that he doesn't roll his own objective for the priority roll.
Right.
He's only scoring 2 points. That lands him back in the middle, therefore getting each player momentum. So yes, it could be favorable for Alan, but it's also giving an additional momentum to his opponent, making that a very risky move. This is partially why most of the teams that I play on Nevertell, I almost never challenge the odds, and I play pure mobility. But that's, again, each player has their own way of approaching each mission, and I have been playing a lot of Nevertell, but as of recent, I've walked away from it because I'm not utilizing that piece of it as much.
3 damage to Han and Chewie, and we did get to see exactly what the Clan Kreese Mandalorians love to do here, which is basically just shove them. They did shove them back twice, completely off the point. And this attack is going into Maul. Looks like just 2 go down. That was a good block. My defensive dice with Maul never are this good.
Yeah, what's that?
I don't know
So,
what this is like at all.
I just need you to analyze those square dice real quick. What is that symbol? Can you give it a definition, or do you?
I've
is
never
it
seen that
unfamiliar?
before. That does not look familiar to
you
me at all. No, I only see the cracked, almost square thing, and then the expertise. That's all I ever really see. So I don't know what that symbol was.
Second Clan Kreese attack, left Maul on 2.
Maul alive on 2. Okay. Definitely hard there, but yeah, I mean, so here we go, looking again for Alan's really got to make a move if we want to keep this on the failure, the one that he owns at least. So he is going to score 2 here, but if he doesn't get a turn flip another point, it's still going to stay on James' side, and that's not really good for
Less than favorable.
Without a doubt, and he did pull Mando here.
We know Mando can make some moves, but the risky thing is Mando has to make the move. Mando's taking attack into coverts at the moment. He has a lot of impact here. He can either make 2 attacks, he can push something off a point. He has the mobility to make something happen, which is what we need.
And Alan is staring at 3 blocks. Looking pretty decent here. Pulling out the failure, so he has a crit 5 hits. So 3 down the tree is not too bad, especially when you're going into a secondary.
When I've played
Or
Mando,
support.
I don't know anything past the first 2 on his tree, so seeing 3 down the tree is crazy.
Yeah, 5 damage here is pretty solid.
5 damage and a shove. Did you know Mando could do 5 damage?
Again, I don't play him much, but again, my dice don't let me go very far down the tree. Or
I realize this. So here's a story time. The first time that I ever met Todd and we played a game, we both decided to take a picture of this roll because Dooku was attacking one of my Bad Batch members. 9 dice, 8 failures.
Yep.
It was incredible. A statistical anomaly. It was beautiful. For
you
me,
it was beautiful. Yes.
For me, it was beautiful.
And all I could do was just laugh and pull out my camera to take a picture because it was so sad.
And as soon as I saw him taking a picture, I knew that meant I had permission. So.
All right. Yeah, he didn't get to his side of the struggle tracker of 0 here. So I'm not feeling very, very confident for Alan right now. He needs a big shift to happen. So really,
if I'm not mistaken, all he needs is 4 points to win this struggle.
He does. So he either needs to flip the bottom point or get a wound somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the easiest, juiciest target is for him. And that'll be it, man. So we'll see.
I mean, this is a classic case of a reminder. This game does work on dice, and my brother and I play this game all the time. And if there's one thing that our family has known is that my brother has ungodly dice luck. I've never seen so many 12s rolled on 2d6 in my life. That said, when it comes to Shatterpoint dice, Todd and I share a very familiar story. Whenever I'm playing against my brother, I share quite similar dice to Todd. So, all that said, in this current game, this has been a moment of sometimes the dice are just not in your favor. You can see the skill of these players. That first struggle, it was just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, each flipping their own point. Dice were on point, and then it's not that their game plans haven't worked out. It's just it seems that they're always just one result short of what they're expecting or hoping to get.
So Armor's going into pause here. A lot of dice going in there. So basically, did expose pass. So basically just one block. I think this might do it. So that was just a horrible roll for Alan. I mean, it's like these just over and over he's been seeing this.
His armor into Bosk.
Oh, Bosk.
I got mistaken for this is what happens with some of these character being mirror matches and names being similar. It's easily mistakable sometimes, but
and that is
there's a handshake
game.
That looks like it's game.
That is the game. It's like I said, the dice just were not doing it. Yeah, dice definitely be dicing, especially for this particular one.
Mm-hmm.
So Alan is a 2-0-2 loss. We'll see how that plays out for him. I mean, he's down to 2-1 now. Mm-hmm. He has a chance to go 3-0. We'll see how that plays out with all the rest of the field. So he might still have it. He's really going to have to go and just have a good showing next round. Sit there and get 3.
Knowing how these grand tournament results go, not getting a struggle in the game that you lost is very detrimental on your results. Hope it can work out for him. Sometimes all you need to do is cash in a couple more wounds, though. So maybe you play an aggressive game on your next one, hopefully win it out, and see how that will help you with the tiebreaker when it comes to looking at results.
Hopefully so. We'll see what he has there. But yeah, this is a tough one. It's pretty rough. Just like I said, the dice just not really being super unforgiving to him. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they finished for as long as that struggle was, because we only went two struggle or went to 2-0. Like, this game ended pretty quick. I think we got about a half hour before we get to the next round. So
yeah, I mean, this is something I've always seen out of Nevertell, is it has some of the longest struggles, but it also has some of the shortest struggles there can be. But you can't talk about how quick they are because that, I feel like, is mentioning the odds, and it's in the mission name. We're not allowed to talk about it.
Is that kind of like Vegas? We're not allowed to talk about it?
I don't know what you mean.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. Very close game. Very fun to watch. I'm excited to see who we have on the table for the next one.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see because I know that there's quite a few undefeateds. I want to make sure that we have another undefeated. So it depends on kind of who is left to sit there and try and maybe finish the day 4-0. So there is. I mean, we're going to have multiple undefeateds.
And who knows? We might go 4 for 4 on seeing a full Mando list on the table today.
It's entirely possible the way this has been going. But yeah, I don't know who we're going to necessarily have on stream to finish out the day, but I think we'll be looking. Blitzmonkey is 3-0. And he does not have Mandalorians. I might just ask
There are no Mandalorians. We might have to request a favor.
we might. We'll see what happens. I mean, like, I'm enjoying watching Mandalorian play, but I think it'd be nice to see something, a little bit of a shakeup for sure. But yeah, we're just kind of winding down. There is a lot of games still going on right now.
Have we seen Ki-Adi-Mundi on the table today?
We did get to see Ki-Adi-Mundi.
Okay.
Yeah. Ki-Adi-Mundi was out here. He looked pretty good. I think it's again, I expected to see quite a bit of him. I think there's like probably about a fifth of the field that brought him. So
he's crazy powerful. I've been playing him recently. The amount of impact that he's made into at least our local meta of this game is astounding, considering he's only been out for such a short time. So seeing him on the table usually makes me pretty excited just to see what can happen, especially with some of the crazy plays. Like, I know one of my favorite little gotcha moments to get is hitting someone with a one force repulse out of Shakti.
Yes.
I got to pull that one yesterday, moved 3 models off of a point. She claimed it, and it cost me 1 force. It's a wonderful play that people say, huh, I didn't know she could do that.
Yep. We did see that on stream earlier today, too, where she rolled up there and basically just said, nope, this is my point now, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. I mean, that's like I said, I think there's play there. We'll see throughout the course of this weekend. I think this is going to be the first time that we really see Shakti and Ki-Adi get any love, so it'll be interesting. I think it's they haven't been 100% fully explored yet, and I think this was a kind of a good place for them to get explored for sure.
Well, I know Kit Fisto is releasing this weekend, so it's only going to bring up more options on what you can bring to the table there. That you've got in that box 2 more Jedi that can get something a little cheaper. So excited to see where it goes from there.
Without a doubt. So yeah, basically I know that we're probably going to be taking a little bit of a break here. Just as this round kind of closes out, so I can sit there and kind of find my way around to a drink of water or something. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Izzy want to sit there and to have a chat with our friends, talk about what we've seen so far? Izzy, I think, wants to. Here you go, Izzy. Go ahead.
Todd has given us permission to have Izzy and I on the camera at the same time.
Just don't get me fired.
Fair enough. Izzy, what's going on?
Oh man, how was that game watching from stream?
It's a lot. At the moment, I feel very tired, but I also drank an energy drink before it got on camera, so I'm in this like weird state of caffeine limbo.
Oh no.
And so it's been really entertaining, especially because like I don't play full Mandalorians, considering I didn't get the armor until a couple weeks ago. I got second place in a local tournament at Arizona. Got that box. Haven't opened it yet. Haven't had the time to hobby. I've been focused on prepping for this, but at some point I will get that full Mando game going. It's going to be a minute though. I'm excited about the Kit Fisto box. I'm a big Republic player.
Well, seeing all this Mandalorian everywhere is awesome. As I started playing, I played full Mandos, even when the core set was just that. So Mandalorians are the way to go, and I'm love to see how much Mandalorians are being used. Really up right now, it's just basically Empire and Armor and Mando. Like that's probably up there with the most used. So it's nice to see. But yeah, talking to the opponents or the players, Yeah, it was rough. It was super rough being there.
Sometimes the dice be dicing.
They do be dicing, and it's so sad. It was so sad. I was there. I was like, because I have to report to you guys what's going on. Usually, yeah, we'll take turns. Essentially, Todd will be here, or Aubrey will be here. Someone has to be eyes in the sky. But I see the vision. I hear these players talking. I can't say anything, but I saw the vision. I saw what they were going for, and it was just really sad. And just the desperation or the sadness of the player's voice of like, all right, all I need is just one expertise on this boss roll. Then no.
Yeah, I think I have never reached the dice roll that I need when I say the words. All I need is 2 results, and then I'll get 1. It's the dice gods giveth, and the dice gods taketh away.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just how it is. But, I've said it multiple times. This game is dice, but it is also a big strategy, and you could visually see the strategies happening. You could see the discussions and the mental math that was going on, and you knew the plan was there. And then sometimes you're just 1 die result short of what exactly you want.
Yeah. Then I also looking at the players as priority was world and mission was taken. Very surprised to see a Mandalorian player taking Never Tell Me the Odds.
I was surprised by that too. I was trying to keep my voice a little quiet on the poll, but the thing that I know about Mandalorians is this: Mandalorians and Never Tell. Never Tell, I want as many full advances, repositions, and everything that I can get to make sure I'm crossing the map, right? Yeah. And Mandalorians are incredible at burst movement. They can get you some jumps.
Yeah.
They're not incredible at getting those full advances unless it's Mando doing his revenge trigger. So seeing someone, 1, choose full Mandos and 2, opt in for Never Tell is pretty shocking to me.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, even with the movements, I mean, I think every Mandalorian player we've seen so far, or at least Mando player, thank you. But every Mandalorian player we've seen so far, like, their first pool has been like bow, and that's probably the most perfect pool you could have for the Mando player. Like, just for like especially on Never Tell Me the Odds, where you could bounce off from her moving up a Mando, then her full movement, then a dash, and then a jetpack. So you can get pretty close to midline, be fairly comfortable. But it's just like that's probably the best pull you could do. Armor close to second, but you kind of want to save armor for when there's a target present.
Yeah.
And then the same thing with Mando. Mando has that long range attack, but you need someone to be there. So, having a secondary go or even your supports to sacrifice into the slaughter is pretty much the Mando way.
Yeah. I have, like I said, I haven't played a whole lot of Mando focus lists, but the one thing that I do know when you have a Mandalorian focus list is when I build a list, I usually only want 1 or 2 options for this, but I'm thinking about what do I want my Shatterpoint card to be, and why is it not this unit? And for the Mandalorians, it's always Bo-Katan. So if you're pulling first card Bo-Katan, and your question is, why am I not activating Bo-Katan on a Shatterpoint? That can only mean good things.
Yeah.
In the Republic lists that I play, I am always looking, why am I not activating Plo Koon on my Shatterpoint?
Yeah.
So if I can pull him as my first or second card in the deck, I'm moving 3 units on just a card. Or sorry, not units, 3 characters on a card flip. Because I'm moving a batch of clones, and I'm moving himself. He gets to move up, set up on a point, and be a tank. All that said, first card Bo-Katan is going to put you in such a favorable position.
It's so nice. And then not even that, but that just helps you get Plo Koon, or not Plo Koon. See, I'm so traumatized. As I'm talking about Bo, the number 1 threat to me is like fucking Plo. And like Plo just comes up and then pushes you away. Lobot is the only Shatterpoint answer.
Lobot or bust.
I don't trust Lobot.
Hey, I trust Lobot.
I don't trust Lobot.
The first tournament that I ran when those boxes were out, I ran Lando and Lobot. I ran that box as is, and then I believe I did Hunter, Wrecker, and the Elite Squad. So I was just running Scoundrels who get Coordinate Expose. The only complaint that I had with that list is that I couldn't include Hondo. That's usually a detriment to any list I make. If there's no Hondo, then I'm a little unhappy.
It's all right. Hopefully Hondo gets some love with the reveal panel. But yeah.
Hondo always has love with every new reveal. It's just as long as you give him a couple more units to use. That's why I was excited about this Kit Fisto box. Who cares about the rest of the box? There are 2 units that are 3 points. That means you can make new Hondo lists.
Yeah.
Every new box needs to be a Hondo buff. That's how this works.
Oh man. No, I'm excited. I mean, the reveal panel is happening tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
I think
tomorrow at night.
Tomorrow.
And what are you expecting?
Expecting. That's a great question. So, is this the time that we do predictions?
Yeah, might as well.
So, here's a prediction of one that I would like. As I mentioned prior in this game, something that I grew up on was the Clone Wars, and my prediction is I would love to see the box that will make me play Mandalorians, which is Pre-Vizsla and the Death Watch.
Heck yeah.
Pre-Vizsla with the Darksaber is what really got me hooked on that show. Turned it from me just watching the Star Wars cartoon into, I'm going to lock in. I'm going to lock into the Star Wars cartoon. I love it.
Yeah. And it's not even like nice to hear because, I mean, I'm not saying that Todd and Aubrey don't say good predictions, but Aubrey is so hooked up on Droidicas, and then Todd has very predictions. But it's nice to see that, like, in our age group, we grew up with Clone Wars. Mm-hmm. So a lot of our answers are going to be from the Clone Wars era. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm hoping for more Mandos, for sure. Mm-hmm. And if it's so, like, I love what they did with the armor box. I really liked it a lot. But, like, the only thing I could hope for, which when I first saw that they added the changes for Bo, was a Bo primary box. I kind of wanted one of that, and that's just coming from the Mandalorian show. Mm-hmm. So I do like the Disney Plus variations of it. So I could definitely see a Bo primary.
Bo primary? That could be fun.
Be nice, yeah.
Something else that I think would be really interesting and fun is, hear me out, we get a primary Newt Gunray and the Droidicas. I know you did just smash them, but
yeah.
I think that'd be a very fun unit.
Antonio Carvel Monte. Hola. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading the Spanish comments, guys. It's under my contract.
Commentary en español.
Yeah. What is that? What's happening next game? I just comment in Spanish.
You're fired.
Okay.
Hey, we had somebody from Argentina.
He's in there.
Earlier. Is he back?
Yeah.
Argentinos?
Yeah, see, there's Antonio. Yeah.
So right now we're talking predictions on what we want to see from the reveal panel. What are you guys thinking that we might see and or hear?
Poncho boy.
You're not
Poncho
getting him.
boy.
You're not gonna get Cal Kestis.
I would like to see more separatists. I think that's like that's one of the things we haven't. Yeah, I know. So yeah, I think that's what we're hoping to see.
I feel so left out.
Damn.
But yeah, I think I'd like to see some more of that coming out.
Suerte tienes, güey, que nadie te puede leer lo que dices.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens. You ready to take a break?
That's right. Argentinians known for being tiny, so it's fine. They're short. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Dr. Afra.
Yeah.
I was talking to some of our AZ buddies that came over here. A couple of them both said Afra as well. I personally haven't read the comics. I don't know much about her, but I'd be excited to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to explore, so we'll see. Like I said, I'm excited either way to see what we're gonna get and what we can have and everything along those lines. So yeah, we'll see.
I know one that my brother is really excited, and he gave me this prediction, so I'll give him the credit. He wants to see Daimyo Boba Fett with Fennec Shand and Chrysanthemum.
I don't know if you're going to get a model as big as Fett is going to be the problem. I don't know if the game is there for that is the problem. So
Fennec Shand and Chrysanthemum? I would love that. Just Boba Fett primary.
I want a Fennec Shand model. I think that'd be so
dope.
Cool.
Fennec would be great. You could end up. I mean, if you had another bounty hunter type of a box, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Daimyo Boba Fett, give us that primary. That'd be cool.
I'm looking for the terrain sets.
With what, the bikers, the little scooter.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. As support.
So Daimyo Boba Fett, you get Chrysanthemum, you get Fennec Shand, and then you get the what
The
are
biker gang,
Gearbox?
yeah.
Don't forget the Gamorrean guards. Those guys were beefy.
Gamorrean guards would be awesome.
Well, they didn't make it. So, spoilers if you guys haven't seen it.
So yeah, well, we can see what happens there.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I guess we'll just take a little bit of a break here while we wait for next round. But other than that, yeah, thanks. We'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes.
Something like that.
Sounds good. Oh, let's see if I'll.
Let's see if he can figure it out.
Yep.
Hold on. No, let's give
Hold
Izzy
on,
the power
hold
to
on,
figure
hold
this
on.
out.
See if Izzy can do it.
That's it.
Yeah, he's almost there.
Oh,
There you
oh.
go. Yeah. So back again, ready to go. Aubrey has come back from his lunch break to join me at the desk again with his Vader
my little
and
friends.
his little friends.
My birthday friends, Todd.
Okay, your birthday friends. So this round looks like we're going to have Nick Downing, or better known as Blitz Monkey, and Scott B.
They are making their way down.
They will be making their way here.
Pairings just went up, so
Pairings,
everybody's
yep.
figuring it out.
So we will end up with either 3 or 4 in the way of undefeateds. So all the undefeateds will be getting into day 2. And
there we go.
Yep. So all of them are getting in.
Oh, good. We have 2 players here.
We do. We do have 2 players. Scott is showing up. Nick is showing up as well. It's funny. Scott basically, I remember talking to him when we were first starting the day, and he was like, "Oh, we'll see how I do. We'll see how I do." Well, you're making day 2, basically day 2, buddy. So more power to you, because everybody here is definitely making day 2 of the event. So all the undefeateds, most of the 3-1s should make it. So even the gentleman who lost last round should end up making day 2 if he can win the 3rd round. So
My top 32's got a lot of room.
yeah, so top 32, there's 16 from each, and the way that they're actually doing it is so like you have the 16 from here will be one side of the bracket, the 16 from the other side will be the other side of the bracket. They'll go down. So the only time the people from today will play people from tomorrow will be if they both meet in the finals. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, so the players are kind of just getting settled in. Yeah, I'm going to wait until I figure out what side they're on. So yeah, once we get, they're kind of getting settled in and figuring out who they need to play and everything along those lines. So, and then they'll sit there and get their roll off going and everything along those lines. So, should be fun, and everything along those lines. So there you go.
More importantly, Todd, I need to open one of my birthday gifts.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. We got some. What do you think I'm gonna get? It's a mystery. There's
I think
a whole bunch of
you're gonna
options.
get a Zoom or whatever they're called.
Zoom.
Yeah, a Zoom.
Not a Zoom.
Yeah, it's a Zoom.
I'm not taking home a tiny child. Oh, I guess they're not that tiny anymore. The Zoomers are getting pretty big now.
They are.
We go. Did you know that we're not even at Gen Alpha anymore? We're now at Gen Beta, which I think is the best generation now.
Is it the best generation? I don't think it is. I don't think that's right, Aubrey. So I'm assuming, looking at everything that we need to build for this is on this one sprue to build the minis anyway. I think everything else in the box, because there's 3 other sprues, and it looks like all of these sprues that are left are just for the rest of the diorama, from what I can tell.
Yes,
yeah, giveaway hype for sure. Yeah, we're definitely doing a giveaway.
Yeah,
but
fun fact, everyone. The assembly instructions for the dual pack are not yet live, near as we can tell, or at least they didn't come up with the on the website or with the QR code. So we are doing. Todd's gonna do this blind. Let's see how good he is at Legos with no instructions, huh?
I mean, they look pretty straightforward. The biggest question, I guess we'll have to sit there and figure out, is which head are we using for Vader? I think that's the most important thing.
Oh, you've gotta do the iconic, like Ahsoka just goes up and boom
and hits his face.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's up to you. Let's see. I think I got a stormtrooper over here.
Yeah.
I just wanted. I got baby's first miniatures over here, so I can feel like I'm doing something with Todd.
Fair enough.
Oh, you mean objective? Objective markers.
They're right here. Yep, I have the objective markers. Yeah, I think I definitely have to go with the cracked head for sure. I think that's going to be, because they do have 2 different ones.
Thank you, Brandon.
What does everybody think? Yeah, cracked helmet for sure. All right, Brandon.
Yeah.
I figured as well, but I just wanted to talk my way through it to make sure.
Mine's much easier. It only has 3 pieces. I like mine better.
Fair enough.
Ooh. Vader Cam.
Armor Dooku Vader Kiadi. Okay. I will go over that in a few moments here. They haven't decided side yet. Yeah, so basically we're looking at a Kiadi Mundi Vader, and then Dooku's making a showing here.
The Duke Meister.
Right? It's
back
pretty
at
exciting.
Adepticon. Okay. All right. I've got the first piece assembled, Todd. It was very difficult.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was.
And then, wait, does my little friend just sit on this?
I don't know, Aubrey. I don't play with those toys.
Well, you have children. You don't have fun with your children, Todd.
No, we don't play with
no
little toys like
Zooms?
that. No zoomies.
Zoomies.
I know
Okay.
you have the zoomies. That's enough for us.
Oh yeah, the zoomies live up here, Todd. Yeah, see, look at the chat, Todd.
Yeah,
Cracked.
no, I saw that. Yeah.
Cracked helmet.
Yep.
Crack.
Totally cracked.
It's like the plastic crack that we're playing with, right?
100%. So again,
I've
basically,
completed my assembly.
So for those that are on here, and a little while later in stream, we're definitely going to be doing a giveaway, and we're going to be doing one every day. Is really what it's going to turn into. Like, we're going to have one today, one tomorrow, one Saturday. We probably won't be doing one Sunday because it's going to be a shorter day. But that's based off of what I'm getting from Atomic Mass. So I'll give you a keyword to put into chat at some point in time, and that'll get you entered, and then we will randomly select somebody. All right, so we're definitely on Never Tell Me the Odds, so we're going to get odds again. So for the mission, then once they get everything put down, then we'll figure out what we're doing. So Scott won Prio, and he is then basically they're just putting everything out for Never Tell Me. And then we will go
looks like they're getting going.
Yeah, looks like it'll go pretty quick here. From they're moving fast. I think the round just about sided.
Here we go.
But yeah, so basically they're just kind of setting up all the goodness. And I can just go ahead and transition right on over here to the screen as they're getting set up for Never Tell Me.
This is always the fun part. Like, okay, where are the objectives going? Is there terrain in the way?
Oh, I like his little tool. He's got a little tool that he can just put his range tool in
Oh, look at that.
to go straight up. I like that. He's got a nice little handy dandy tool to help find.
Fancy.
Might need one of those as a judge.
Right?
For people when people are needing to go get a measurement.
Is it in or is it out?
Right?
In or out by a micrometer.
And there's
thanks
a
to the
lot of
Zi-Fi
those.
guys.
There are those. So yeah, I like what they're doing here. They definitely getting set up, and then I will get their names up on the board once we know what side they truly are going to be choosing. Oh,
So-
and it's adjustable in height too. That's pretty cool.
Wait a minute. I wonder if that's 3D printed.
It's entirely possible.
That is some fanciness, chat.
Yeah, I like that range tool finder that he had.
Yeah, no, it's...
Trying to figure out what color parade we want for tomorrow. They have red, they have turquoise, they have purple.
Well,
they have brown.
why don't we ask everybody? We've got lots. There's that purple and blue color scheme. I really like the turquoise and orange myself, but We got options. We got options. See, there's Sweeten in chat. Micrometers definitely the best unit of measurement. Mm-hmm. Right? Does that
the purple and blue is very popular. I definitely was going to get that on stream at one point in time.
It's so pretty. Yeah, the tables here, they did such a good job with them.
A lot of the same paint schemes that we had last year, they have added, of course, more tables and everything along those lines. But a lot of the same paint schemes, the same terrain from last year, so because it kind of makes its rounds.
If it ain't broke.
Right? It definitely works. Definitely works. Yep. Yep.
There we go.
So Scott.
Jake. So who won priority? He goes by what?
He goes by Nick. That's goes by Nick. Goes by Scott.
Nick, Scott.
And Scott won prio.
Scott won priority. Okay. All right. So our Armor Dooku player is the one who won priority. So they're swapping sides. And we got things going. I honestly cannot wait to see how an Armor Dooku list goes. Like that is not something I would have thought of.
I mean, he's 3-0. I mean,
no, I'm not complaining.
Right. I mean, so you can't really be too hating on it. So, but again, we have Armor showing up with the paths and the coverts. We have seen Armor a lot today.
Yeah, everybody in Heat 1, thank you for bringing the Mando love. I appreciate this. We did not do this on purpose, I promise. But it brings me joy.
So it's an interesting list because it's Armor, Paz, coverts with Dooku, Bo-Katan, and Magna Guards.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like Bo-Katan's bubble. I mean, it's good, but you're gonna want to like run her to the other side of the table, and then Paz doesn't benefit. Again, he is 3-0, dear listeners.
Yeah.
This is not.
And he did play this list in the first round, so he wasn't list locked into this, because the other 2 rounds he played Iden Vader, and there's Vader 1. So I mean,
4 games on stream, all with Mandos. I mean, I did ask the judges, can I have as many Mandalorians as possible?
So it's your fault. Got it.
Mm-hmm, yeah, definitely me. No, nothing to do with how well these players have been playing all day. Not at all.
And this is kind of cool, though. Nick's going with the Kiadi Mundi list with...
It's Vader, Arson, Obi. That's a... thank you, Brandon. So apparently he's played this list before, so at another big event. So, I mean, you can't argue with results, right?
No, I mean, if you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing. I'm excited to see it. So yeah, basically what we're looking at here is Nick's got Kiadi Mundi, Shakti, Padawan. So basically the Shakti box, or the Kiadi box. And then he's also got Darth Vader, Jedi Hunter, so Vader 1, Obi 2, and Arth. So it's a I'm interested to see this, like what's going to happen with this list. But Kiadi Mundi at the top table for the day. Basically he had a fantastic run with them. So
yeah, no, I feel like Cam has had a pretty good showing at this event. I mean, we've been seeing players doing pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, granted, I mean, like if you look, he is the 5th or 4th highest taken primary, tied with Armor. So he is seeing a lot of play today so far. He has played in 21 games up to this point.
I wonder if by the end of this weekend we're gonna see the rebirth of the Republic, huh? I mean, that definitely is good showing so far.
It's been not too bad. I'd like to see what the final numbers are, as far as like where they are as they performed within the scope of this particular event. But I mean, yeah, they're doing great.
Yeah, I am interested to see how all of this plays out on Never Tell Me the Odds, because I mean, we do have the mobility of the Mandalorians, but we also know Vader and Cam also have decent mobility, so it's gonna be interesting.
So, okay, just kind of Bo doing her own thing on one side of the board, but can go to the other side. That's kind of what we were kind of thinking. I was like, do her thing unless you need the bubble. That makes sense.
Also, as usual, I know you can't see them yet, but we've got some amazing paint schemes over there. I'm especially enjoying. It's clear all of this was intentional. You got the same color scheme on these lists all the way across. So, is the Duke Meister going to be an honorary Mando?
I don't think that's how this works, Aubrey.
What? Come on. I mean, really. So let's see. In the Republic Commando books, because that's what people will want to hear about. Of course, is the Republic Commando books. There were Mandalorians on both sides of the Clone Wars, and end up fighting each other in at least one of the books, which was a pretty hardcore fight scene there with Cal Scarata and his clone commandos. There you go. The more you know. Yeah, Bo-Katan has some awesome movement, so I have a feeling we are going to see her fly across the map and try and take a back point.
All right, now we're getting to deployment here, which is going to be pretty standard, I think, as far as it normally goes with them. We don't have anybody that can really challenge that front point, so you're probably just going to have them both there. So looking at, I believe that's the armor. Yeah, it looks like the armor there on the top end.
Yeah, armor is going up on the top, and then on the other side we've got, well, we're going to wait and see. Looks like Vader.
Yeah, it's going to be Vader.
Yeah, it's going to be Vader.
So putting Vader across from the armor, that's an interesting call. I can see not wanting to be directly across of Dooku.
Yeah, I don't think you want. I don't think you want armor up against Dooku. You're gonna want to get a force push and get that guy away from an objective without having to attack him. I have made this mistake. Don't attack Dooku. Just force push him and get him out of there through other means.
Without a doubt. So I guess they are going to allow for him to pre-measure. I am not the judge. So, I mean, that is something that what has been ruled, that is something they can't do. But again, we are not the judges. And it seemed like Scott was willing to allow it.
Well, hey, figure stuff out with your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
This game involves talking to your opponent before the game starts, Todd. Did you know that?
Yeah, I mean, that rule's pretty clear in the
hey, I've seen encounters when I'm running events where people have forgotten to talk to each other, and then it comes up an hour later, and I'm like, well, what decision did you make?
Yeah. There is a lot of that's going to happen for sure. I mean, that is something that we see constantly.
Let's see. So, don't mind me while I take down notes I should have already taken down.
But yeah, so we're looking at basically the deployment of Nick here is interesting. He's actually going on the other side of the bridge. I would not have expected him to end up showing there on the other side of that piece of terrain. I mean, it's a legal placement, but it's like he's taking himself out of play.
Wow. That is...
Interesting decision.
We'll see how it works out for him.
Yeah. But this has been, like, as we saw in the last game, this was kind of an impactful piece of terrain for whoever was on this side.
Right. I'm definitely getting the sense from each of the rounds that one side of this table definitely has the easier deployment than the other. I was on that side when we were doing our test stream last night, but I was also playing Mandos, so
Right.
I wasn't that concerned about it. Right. Jump, jump, jump. Jetpacks are great. I understand Ezra's envy in Rebels.
Yeah, without a doubt.
All right.
And we finally are getting to where we are getting Dooku down. Yeah, I can see. I mean, you can kind of have like depending on how your draw goes, you can definitely just have Dooku and the Magna Guards kind of go at it themselves, and just charge forward on their own.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Dooku and Magna Guards are going to be best buds as per usual.
So definitely going to see kind of what. Now, so he's got that out again. I think like that's kind of been the standard is like people like as long as both opponents are okay with the pre-measurement, they've kind of done it. I mean, neither one of them said anything. Like I said, we're not the judges here, so it's not our job to kind of intervene on that. Other than like if there's something that absolutely has to happen, like we've done in the past with the like in when there wasn't hitting the momentums that they should have and things along those lines.
Yeah. Just like when somebody tried to get me to cut their deck, I'm like, I'm not in this game. What are you like? Come on.
Yeah, that was funny with Duncan trying to get you to cut his deck for him.
I'm like, your opponent's over there. And just like I was getting random rules questions, not even from people playing it. I'm like, guys,
yeah, definitely want
go talk to the go talk to the judges.
Yeah, it's not that we don't want to be helpful by any means. We definitely want to be as helpful as we possibly can.
Right. This is an LVO though. I'm not. Judging.
We're not here to be TOs. We're not here to be judges. When we want to make sure that the judges are doing exactly what they want, and they might have had a judge call that they might have a judge call that they've made that would be different from something that we would make. We don't want to be contradicting them or anything along those lines. So we try to stay out of that as much as possible because this is their show, and we want to make sure that they're making consistent judgments based off of the rulings of the head judge, and that's definitely not us or anything. And the head judge here is fantastic, so we want to let him do his job and everything that he's going to go do.
All right, looks like it. We're getting started. We got the flip. Let's see. Who is challenging the odds? We'll find out who's challenging the odds here.
So not only did he get the side that he probably didn't want in Nick here, and secondaries will be challenging the odds here. So yeah, the points coming up are probably not like not too bad for Nick. Like I guess the pre-measurement on that one side to make sure that he was on the right side of that point worked out in his benefit for the most part.
Yeah, interesting. But let's see. So Magnus went into reserve, and now we've got is that coverts?
Looks like the covert Mandos, yeah. A lot of early reserves we've seen here. It's been pretty interesting.
Right. I've been kind of thinking about that off and on because my general consensus is I don't like to reserve or even run a list where I really need to reserve. It's why I kind of have been moving away from playing Chopper because as much as I like Chopper inspectors, when you draw them early, it can be kind of tough. You don't always want him to go right away. So I've been avoiding reserving, but looking at the play here today, there's been quite a bit of that.
I mean, part of the reason a lot of people have not wanted to reserve also has to do with Moff Gideon.
our best friend,
right?
And, tax collector.
And as much as he's getting played in the tournament, we have not seen him on stream once.
Yeah, this is the way. This is the Mando channel, right?
Apparently it is.
Hey, we should have got Red Mandos to come here so they could see all this Mando action.
Well, maybe they'll be watching later. It is kind of like on the other side of the world from us, so.
Mm-hmm. I'm also happy to see there's been quite a bit of OB2 running around. You know, like we're getting a flat blast from the past here. right? We got Dooku, Obi-2, Magna Guard, Vader 1. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, it is pretty blast from the pasty type of a thing. So I am slightly surprised to see it.
It's also funny that both of these blasts from the past are also being paired with relatively newer boxes too. Like, I mean, Armor has been out for a little while now, but still.
But Vader with Kiadi, I mean, and like I don't think that's abnormal to sit there and see that as a there. All right, so basically, kind of just moving forward, and that's exactly what we normally would expect to see. But we did get way across there with the other one, so super aggressive play.
Yeah, wow.
Basically claiming 3 points right off of the rip. Really kind of putting the pressure on Nick to sit there and kind of respond back with what he's able to do.
Hey, those Mandos can move.
Right.
And now we are seeing a
Shatterpoint.
shatter. It's Shatterpoint time.
So yeah, Shatterpoint right off the rip is pretty solid here.
Looks like maybe a cam activation.
I think that's a shot.
Or
well, he's got it on Shock T.
Right. Oh.
Shatterpointing Vader. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. I was thinking he was going to try and move Shock T up with what is it? What is Cam's ability? It's a tactic, right?
It is. It's a tactic, yeah.
But never mind.
I mean,
carry on.
Instead, he's just going to sit there and choose violence with Vader.
I mean, I think Vader's going Mando hunting again, just like earlier today. Forget those Jedi. Gotta take out the people with the Beskar.
I mean, them coming all the way across kind of makes sense. It's like they made themselves an easy target.
Oh yeah.
So Vader's Fury, adding to Vader dice to take out the covert. So he's just going right at it, trying to get this wound.
Yeah. No, makes sense to me. No notes here. All right, the first dice roll of this game. Let's see how it goes.
All right, 3 blocks, 1 expertise, but there's so much dice in there.
Ooh, I mean, it's Vader.
A lot of fails, like 4 fails.
Yeah.
Getting pulled out. Got 2 expertise, turning into those 2 crits. Basically just the crits going through, so only 3. There is the damage from the Vader dice as well, or from the Vader's Fury. 6 damage, 2 shoves.
Wait. He must be on the other side. Let's see.
I mean, the shoves get him off the point.
Yeah. That's fine. I was just expecting more death. I mean, it's Vader, right?
Right.
Let's see. Let's see.
But no conditions on them, so like
Yeah,
basically
no.
just looking at 6 damage there.
Okay. Yeah, so it looks like he just went down the middle, 6 damage, 2 shoves. All right. I would say it's softening him up, but more like knocked him almost all the way over.
Right.
Nearly took the head off.
But only scoring 1 point here is a pretty aggressive start by Scott. He's really seems to be kind of like, but it's been obviously working for him all day. So, and it is a Dooku activation here. So moving
Here
some
comes
people
the
around.
Duke Meister.
And getting Dooku all the way up, being able to sit there and kind of just move your Magna Guards around, and basically he's just going to have those Magnas follow him right up onto that side point at the bottom of our screen here.
Yeah, well, this is a pretty strong push here, but in this case, it's Dooku and the Magna Guards. They can just lock down a point together, and you're gonna be a little bit of trouble. Although, I mean, Shock T is on that side of the board. Might be a pull in case of emergency, or repulsion in case of emergency. Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah. All right, and that's flipped into his Makashi side, basically going to get a little more defensive. Did take cover, so should be good to go here. Just locking down that point. That's 3 points now for Scott. Pulling it back to his side. Yeah, I mean, he looks like he's got out to a good start for Scott for sure.
That's it's a good early position.
Right now, here come the ARFs.
Arfs.
Who
Who let the dogs out?
The thing with the ARFs is they're all the way on the other side of the board. I don't like the deployment here. I think kind of hurt a little.
Yeah, that was a tight, tough decision here.
It was. I mean, the one thing, like, in retrospect, I don't know if that was. I get why he did it, because if he ended up having the point on the top of the screen, this little off screen, if that was the active one, he would have been able to run right up to it. So
Yeah.
there was
Risk
a
reward.
reason. But this piece of terrain really kind of where the placement of that was kind of hindering him. And I think he gave it, like in this particular situation, he gave it a lot more credit, but I don't blame him 100 at all for doing that either.
Yeah. All right. So they are.
Yeah, because I can't. I want to clean this up before I start doing it.
Let's see if someone has it.
Oh, someone has one, or if not,
Climbing
like, it'll
up.
be like what, $5-10?
It's fine. Well, you can give me it later, but let's see if I can find it first.
Okay.
All right. We got some more dice rolling here. Let's see.
First action. First attack is ARF into cover.
So
Okay.
ARFs into the coverts. Really just trying to take those coverts out. They got 3 expertise here.
Yeah, but I mean, I see a couple of crits there. I don't think they're surviving this one.
Yeah. And they were already beat up a little bit by Vader.
Yeah,
so
you only
this-
needed 1 damage.
Yeah, they were pretty much there. Pin shove,
Disarm.
pin and disarm on now wounded covert Mandos. So yeah, I mean, it's looking like it's going to be a little bit of a pain for these guys. Coverts, but I think that was kind of the plan here. I mean, you don't just run them all the way forward and expect them to like survive when you're running them straight at Vader. So I don't think this is a major blow to Scott in any way, simply because that's pretty much what he was expecting to happen.
Yeah, and again, the armor has completely changed how the Mandos play. Like, because the one weakness of the Mandos is that they are, despite Beskar armor and the decent expertise, they're still pretty easy to wound. And so now you don't worry about it, because paying double or triple for jetpack,
Right.
And now don't have to worry about it.
All right, so once just a quick reminder here. Basically, for the giveaway that we're going to be doing, as AMG had asked that we try and keep this located to the United States, because they are going to be mailing these out on for us to do these. So when we do them,
Okay. And coverts are exposed.
so when we do that, basically I'll just have a keyword for you guys to type in the chat, and then once you do that, then we will go ahead and give you a couple minutes to put that in. Coverts are now exposed as well. Once we do that, you'll get I'm going to give it a couple minutes for people to put the keywords in that I'm saying, and then we'll go from there. So we'll
Dun.
see what we can do for you.
Dun dun dun.
All right. So it's right basically at the top of the hour. I'm going to start this and give you guys 10 minutes to put the keyword into chat.
Synchronize your watches. Cue the Mission Impossible theme. Wait, don't do that. We don't have that.
We can make that work for you, Time to Nerd. We can make that work for you.
Oh, it's Shatterpoint time.
He's had some, like, his draw order has been pretty good so far.
Yeah. Uh-oh. I'm seeing a different game system in the Shatterpoint area. What you got there, Izzy? Izzy just shook his head at me and ran away. I don't know what he had. That's funny.
Sorry, Quincy.
Yeah.
I asked with you in mind, too. Okay, so armor is going to be the target of the Shatterpoint to sit there and get armor moving. Definitely a wise choice to have her do her thing. Alrighty.
Dun, dun, dun. 10 minutes.
10 minutes for the giveaway starting now, my friends.
Wait, we're not gonna do the Jeopardy music either. Sorry, everyone. That hunter and prey ability is so good. And the fact that you get far enough down her tree, you can just heal the expose.
Attacking into Arf.
Ooh, so much violence. Hey, there's everyone. Hello, chat. Knew there was a bunch of you in here. Please.
I bribed them.
Hey, you know what? Bribery works. Just don't do it illegally. What? We work for the government. I don't know about you, but people always trying to give me gift cards and stuff. And I'm like, no. I am the government. I just don't look like the government. It's so funny. I work in a library, and people forget that libraries are also the government. They don't realize that.
They are truly the government as well.
Hello,
Hi,
Oscar.
the Oscar TV. How are you today?
Oh, Todd and I are sharing the same brain cell. We're doing everything at the same time.
All right. So the attack into the Arfs. That was a solid attack by the armor, though. Five down.
Yeah.
And the Arfs are squishy enough to where that's going to sit there and put them down.
I don't think that's gonna go well for them. We're just confirming what the results were.
Yeah, so that attack definitely did put the Arfs down. And a disarm on them so as well. But that'll get cleared when they wake back up. So yeah, looking pretty solid here for Scott, because that's almost back on his side. He's
this is a very strong start.
Dooku armor is for real, folks. You saw it here.
Right?
I mean, either way, both of these gentlemen are definitely into the top 16.
Right.
So they're definitely making this the second day of the event. Now, granted, tomorrow is not going to be the actual is day 2 of the World Championships, but it's actually the second heat of day 1. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. This is where, like, I know some of our locals, like the former Adepticon champion Matt Booker, will be playing in tomorrow's event. We'll probably see if we can get him on stream at some point in time, depending on how he starts and everything along those lines.
We will see. We will see.
And Kiadimundi now coming back into the armor. So a nice little activation for him here.
And we've got a lot of back and forth here already.
That's what we've noticed, like, especially in level some of the odds. Like, the last round that we did was a little bit slower and everything, but definitely a fun event that we've seen, like, on this particular map that we've seen. So
wait for it. Ooh.
Lots of dice. Only one block, though.
Whoa.
That is kind of brutal.
Oh.
So that Kiati's going to be putting the hammer down here on the armor. Like, I don't know how the armor is going to feel about this.
Yeah, I feel like Cam just ripped the hammer out of her hand with the force and then chucked it back at her head.
Indeed. It sounds. That's what it feels like right
Like
here.
reverse Mjolnir. You are not worthy, chunk. Oh wait, wrong game. It's alright, y'all are nerds. You get it. count up the results over there.
More than we know what to do with on this time.
7 damage, every condition, 2 pushes.
Whoa, 7 damage, every condition, and 2 shoves. Whew. Okay. Ugh, feeling that one.
Quadrupling up on her is pretty rude. What did the armor ever do to anybody? I mean, we've been watching her all day. She's been nothing but sweet and nice to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised at this.
OB2 would like a word with armor.
Right. So we got about 4 minutes left in the giveaway. If you just happen to be jumping in here wondering why is everyone saying gimme gimme,
it's because they want cool stuff.
it is because they want some cool stuff. That is kind of what it is. So yeah, I mean, it's basically, again, once you end up, we do a drawing. I will put our information in Discord. Hopefully you're in the Discord. If not, you can also message me other ways. But that way you can send me your mailing information, and I will have AMG go ahead and get that mailed out to you.
So we just saw that discounted force push again. Cam's identity coming in here, and those ARFs definitely feels. I appreciate how you get a little bit of value out of the wounded.
AJ, I'll go ahead and give you credit for that one.
Yeah, wait a minute. You're making us laugh. All right. All right. Oh, Maga later. How you doing?
But yeah, I mean, this has been, I think, Scott here. So let's see. Taking a look at I think there is a path for him to sit there and kind of close this one out. He's got 3 of the points. He's 3 away. He can either flip this point over here or get a wound, and he's pretty much there. So I think there is a path to ending this struggle very, very quickly, in fact.
Yeah, it would appear that aggressive start is definitely working out for him. Although I'm wondering if some of the positioning in deployment might have contributed to that. I mean, again, it was a risk reward decision, and unfortunately, it seems to be landing on the risk side, not the reward.
Yeah, no, it definitely kind of hurt up a little bit on that one. But I don't really blame Nick for the deployment there. The piece of terrain really kind of dictated what he was doing. Recover the strain first action for the armor, which makes sense.
Okay, yes, going with the armor.
I mean, when she had all 4 conditions on her, so I mean, there was not a really something you could do on that one. Like you had to get rid of something.
Yeah, that was I don't think I've seen that before. Where some of these new units. Yep.
And now she's going to Hunter and Prey because that's basically kind of be the only way that she's going to be able to get moving.
I mean, in this case, it kind of just costs her damage because she was already exposed, right? So, I mean, it's actually a pretty good time to use it if you're gonna.
Exactly.
Of course, I mean, that does put her ever so closer to
another wound.
To getting wounded. So, we'll see. Because these Jedi do have those defensive, pitch some damage back.
It is riposte, so I mean, if she gets into melee, she's good. Well, as long as it's not Cam.
Wait, I think, hey Jake, no Hunter Prey? Oh, no Hunter Prey. Never mind. Just kidding. I wonder if Scott was thinking the same thing I was. I'm like, I don't know.
Now we hunter.
Or we're just early. Okay, all right. Now we're doing hunter prey.
Yeah, to give Vader exposed is when she's going to do it. Makes sense, 100%.
Okay, all right. That makes sense.
I mean, and really all she needs to do is just get enough to go ahead and push him off of that point with another shove. And that's really what I think he's hoping for here, is to just get Vader off the point.
Yeah. Oh, was there no attack there? What was the other action? Oh, recover. Oh, that's right. Recover.
Yep.
Never mind. It's the end of the day. Well, ironically, we see the recover action so little. Reminder, like with your supports and stuff, like each one does it. So, I mean, sometimes that's just what you got to do to set up for later turns.
Oh, without a doubt. Sometimes that is the best way to go.
How's it going over? Ooh, that's a very odoriferous glue you got there. What is that?
Yeah, this is the insta set. So basically, it just helps it to where it sets the glue right away.
Okay then, keep that away from me. I don't know if I should be trusted with that. I'm always fiddling with the with things and not always quite getting them right. How are we doing for that giveaway?
It looks like we have met the end of our giveaway. All right, you're the last one in. I'm gonna say.
Close enough. Close enough. Timer stopped.
Yeah, the giveaway is now closed. If I can spell properly.
Dude, there's an O in there, Todd. It's just like your name. Big
Something
T,
like that.
little I.
All right, so let me just make sure I have everybody. And then we'll
Checking the names.
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and do a randomized thing.
We got to get a drum roll.
I don't know about that.
Not yet. What? Well, I know drum roll. But drum rolls are fun. Adepticon is going great. We're here at the end of the first day. A lot of fun games have been happening. A lot of Mandos here at the stream table. Looks like we're just resolving a Shock T tactic right now. So that's what the players are doing there. Yeah, there we go, Moonlighter. Hey, chat. How are you doing? Huh? How's it going where you are? That's right. This is the way. Cue the Mandalorian theme music. I know you can hear it in your head, because I can. I can't reproduce it with my face, but I have it in my head.
All right, so we do have a winner. Basically just did a random draw of the 22 people that we had enter.
Did you just do it old school with actual dice?
I did.
I was expecting you to do an online randomizer.
No, I'm doing old school here.
I'm like, where did you even pull a 20-sided die at? Like,
I have them, man. I got them. So yeah, basically though, thank you, Mr. Pink, and thank you for watching, man. We appreciate it. The first winner for today, and again, we're going to be doing this tomorrow, probably around the 4th round tomorrow, and last round of the day on Saturday, which is 3 rounds, is Dion. Dion, congratulations. I know you are in Discord.
All right. Oh, Shock T is fighting some Magna droids. Also, I see you, Brandon. Yeah, the best Republic primary is on the field again.
So, Mr. Dion, if you're in here and you won, go ahead and just message me. I'm with your full name and your mailing address. I will get that over to the wonderful people at Atomic Mass Games so that they can go ahead and get you set up with the giveaway stuff that you're getting, the prize wall stuff. So even though you couldn't make it to Adepticon,
we bring Adepticon to you.
At least AMG is allowing us to bring it to you. I want to thank AMG a lot for that. That is fantastic of them to hook us up so that we can hook you up.
Todd, my Vader is bigger than your Vader.
Yeah, but my Vader's better.
Oh, come on.
Mine plays a game. Yours just sits there.
Mine's adorable, though.
Yeah, but mine's pretty awesome.
Fine.
Mine's a convention
fine.
exclusive. Yours is not.
I mean, it's exclusive in my heart. No cursed dice, please, right? Yeah. No, that first round was kind of tough. How much?
5 damage and a strength.
Five. So
Nick,
5
Nick
damage
rocking
strain.
the boat on the camera there.
Oh, yeah, careful, careful over there. Oh boy, moving the camera. There you go, Dion.
Yeah, so just send me a message in Discord, and like I said, I'll get all your information on over to the wonderful people.
All right. You know what? I was gonna wait till later, but I don't like waiting.
You mean to tell me that you're an impatient little one?
I mean, yeah, a little bit. Anyway,
You were one of those kids that opened up your presents like early, weren't you?
I've never understood why we have to wait for presents. Like, I just give them to me now. You already bought them. Like, you know. Hey, I'll say this: my fiance is even worse at this. Half the time, she'll buy a present, and instead of waiting till the birthday, it'll come in the mail, and then she'll just like open it and then hand it to me, and I'm like, wait, like that's. Even I'm not that fast. Like, you have to wrap it, but you can hide it for at least a day.
Right.
Oh, they knew what I needed in my life.
Is it Vader?
I've got a giant Tsum Tsum Vader.
All right, so Bo-Katan activating here uses her tactic on Paz Vizsla.
My Vader.
Moving Paz.
Oh, you want to talk about Shatterpoint? Okay, fine. You can keep talking about
That's what we're here to do, is talk about Shatterpoint. So, yep. And moving off. So, I'm surprised this struggle has gone on as long as it has, to be honest. I mean, it's been...
Right.
I thought he had was well in hand. But again, okay, so now we're back. He needs 3. He owns 2, 3. He owns 3, so he's basically just looking to position himself at this point in time.
Yeah, he's just working on the next struggle. That's all right. I got a Vader Tsum Tsum, and it's bring your daughter to work. For some reason, Leia is extra tiny and Vader is extra big. I don't know. I've never had these before. Is this normal, Todd?
I have no idea. Again, Aubrey, I don't know. But yeah, so basically we're...
It's all right. When the camera goes back on us, I'll show y'all. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, so basically what we're looking at here is just moving into position to kind of get ready for the next. So yeah, I'm basically moving forward, putting an attack into Shock T. About, 2 fails? Has a crit. That's going to turn. Basically, just the 2 blocks go away, so he's still going to go 3 down his tree.
There we go.
Pretty decent. I mean, again, he wasn't really needing to do anything. This was just kind of preparing for the next struggle. Anything to kind of soften her up a little bit is pretty good for you.
Right, getting some chip damage, move things around. 4 damage.
4 damage, a jump, and a shove. The jump, again, fantastic because it puts her in another position to potentially be where you want her for going into struggle 2, making life a little bit difficult.
We're doing some juggling there with the shove. Yeah, there you go. Reminder: don't glue down if you haven't built your maintenance bay. Don't glue down that little platform that goes above the ladder. You want to be able to move that out for exactly these moments where you're trying to resolve a shove and you're like, wait, I can't get in this tiny spot. What do I do?
Yep, and as expected, Scott pulls this struggle out.
Yeah, so now they'll be setting up for the next one. Didn't see any challenging the odds here yet, but...
Yeah, and again, I mean, we don't really see that very often. Supports for the challenging the odds. Okay.
All right.
That kind of does, in a little ways here, I think that this kind of favors Scott a little bit because those Magna Guards sure can hit hard.
Yeah, yeah. There we go. Just getting the objectives reset. Ready to go for the next one.
So again, we're on, looks like the bottom left, bottom right. I don't see where the other one is. But and it's all the way at the top off camera again.
Yeah.
Which we are definitely going to be fixing for tomorrow.
Yeah, just got to do a little scooty scoot.
But overall, looking great here for today. I think we had a pretty fun first day on stream with everyone.
Yeah,
had a lot of
it's been a great
games.
time.
Had a lot of great games. I'm very, very excited about the games that we got. A lot of great players.
We had a lot of newer players, a lot of veteran players. Good showing all around. I'm excited to see Heat 2. All right, so we're going to see OB2 coming out of reserve here. Both players are down to a single force, so we're going to see some tighter turns here, although the nice thing about OB2 is he doesn't use any force on his turn. It's only if you're actually going to mind trick that he starts to suck up your force a little bit. Looks like the run was most likely just on himself, I think. That's what it's looking like anyway.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of, especially here, he's able to get onto a point if he needs to get onto a point. I think it's ideally what he wants to do.
Okay, Obi is attacking with the Vader dice, which is pretty common with Obi2 because he has the heals pretty early on his tree. So
yeah, definitely a good way to go here. I mean, especially I think he wants to start hitting hard and kind of putting some pressure on some of these Mandos or whoever he's going to be putting some pain into.
Ooh, look at all that dice, and
a lot of fails.
Notably, armor is exposed right now. Which means he's left with one block here, and that's a full tree from Obi. I mean, Obi doesn't hit that hard, but I mean, armor reminder already had 8 damage?
About 8 damage on her, I want to say, yeah. So this is probably going to be enough to put her down. It should be anyway.
Obi-Wan did not stay true to his love of Mandalorians, or at least love of one Mandalorian in particular. Yep, so armor goes off there. And you can just see, I know the visual can be a little hard, but OB2 is just on the edge of the high ground tower there. He's behind Vader in the sense of Vader's capes. You see Vader's cape, he's right there. And we know that spot could be a little hard to see.
Just a little bit sometimes. I think, like I said, I think when we look at terrain setup for tomorrow, we'll try and make this a little more user-friendly for everyone to see everything going on and everything. So.
Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, he healed off one of the damage that he took from the Vader dice, and armor did go down.
And that was 100% what we were expecting to have, and I think it was like just okay to hurt yourself, and that just in order to heal yourself back up. So calling it good, Aubrey. So lots of triggers happening here now.
Yep, some wounding happening here.
Because it was a Dooku's going to have a trigger that goes off. And that is the name of the game here, folks. We definitely want to make sure we're getting all our triggers. Definitely want to make sure we're hitting them. And at this level, I mean, that's like something that I don't think people are going to miss very often.
Oh no, you don't bring these characters without putting some reps in.
8 out of 10
Ooh.
on the Magnus? Yeah. But that's what the Magnas are here for. They're here to just kind of soak up some hits into people so that Dooku stays healthy the entire time.
Yeah, so so getting some force refresh, and now we're flipping.
Looks like we got Paz here. So
Again,
Paz makes sense.
I'm interested to see what Paz is going to do here.
Yes, the Night Fan one. We are live at Adepticon, so yes, we are at Adepticon. There's not really any guidelines to setting up terrain, Antonio. Like really, at least when I'm doing it, I definitely want to make sure that you have multiple elevations in multiple places. I like to try and keep it to where you can't jump from one high point to another high point to make it a little more difficult to travel from one side to the other. That's just me.
Yeah, and I mean, I do believe that multiple elevations thing is in the terrain, like in the rules. They say that you want to try and go for that. This is not playing on a flat surface. This is supposed to be 3D.
But I think AMG, I mean, for I wouldn't say they said trust me, bro, but I think what AMG is saying is they want you to make this kind of your own, and so that you can do a lot with it, like so you can make your terrain as dynamic and entertaining as possible for yourself. And I think that's kind of a big thing that they want to do is, make this your game, make you have fun with it, like build the narrative that you want to with the game.
Okay, so Mind Trick just redirected a shot from Obi into Vader here. And yeah, that's one of my favorite things is actually setting up tables. That's why I'm on this side as opposed to over there playing the game, because I like building tables. It's fun to see what puzzles I can make for players. Oh, Vader was exposed but had 4 blocks. Woof. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna get to tell you the list, but thank you, Brandon. You saved us some time. There we go. There we go. How's everyone? I'm seeing a Vader come together here. We got most of the body there.
Oh, the body's good now. Just trying to get his helmet together. It's a little finicky.
Yeah, that's how they get that extra detail. But then I'm the one over here sweating, going, whoa.
Yeah, so like basically used up pretty much all of his force. I think he's got 1 card left in his order deck at this point in time. So basically, kind of at the will of what can you do without any force at this point in time.
So it isn't the will of the Force here.
I don't have the will of the Force, I guess is kind of the better way to put it.
The Force is not with you.
It never was with me to begin with, so but yeah.
Well, I mean, it's because you succumb to the dark side, right?
I'm okay with this though.
I mean, they are Padawans. They're a little tuckered out already. They've been sitting back there that whole time, worried about this, seeing all these juggernauts going at each other. The Jedi can't use the Force when they're afraid, Todd.
Sure they can.
No, not very well. Like, this is worse than when Luke went to Cloud City. The Force is not with them, and they are not a Jedi yet.
But again, as I have said previously, I think the entire purpose behind these wonderful, wonderful Padawans is really just to kind of run up and get wounded to help out their friend and master, Ki-Adi-Mundi. So
I thought you were going to say Darth Vader there for a second. I'm like, wait a minute.
Attacking Shakti again. Just 2 blocks. But just 2 down the tree here is like not really getting a lot of the results I think they were looking for.
3 damage, 2 shoves, wounding Chakti.
All right,
Hey.
but that was just enough to put Shakti down.
All right. Hey, sometimes all you need is a couple of successes.
Yep, 3 damage is all they needed. Shakti is definitely going down at this point in time.
Man, I'm very surprised. I was expecting this struggle to already be over, but here we are.
Yep.
Or sorry, not this struggle. I was expecting it to go faster than it was with these lists, and instead it's very more controlling.
Well, and I think that's a result of the never tell me the odds with the spread out scenario and things along those lines. So it does go a little bit slower with this particular scenario.
Because as I have learned, especially with this Cam Vader, it's very aggressive, and then the way Scott is playing is also pretty aggressive. But usually we think of a Dooku list as being more controlling, and yet here we are. You know, they're both kind of going at each other.
Yeah, I mean, but like the Dooku, it's not your traditional Dooku list by any means, though, either. I mean, that's one thing to keep in mind. This is
Yeah, that's for sure.
This is more of a armor list that just happens to have Dooku and the Magna Guards on the other side.
All right. Saber throw into Paz from Vader.
From Vader, yep. I mean, that's... Looks like 3 expertise there, turning into... I think really that's going to be 2 crits. One through, so basically the crit mitigation 1 through for 2 damage. Not what you want to see out of a Vader activation.
No.
Especially Vader 1.
No, that is not what you want to do with Vader. But, you know, sometimes you got to use his ranged attack. I mean, it's not pretty. Just like that one. So it looks like he's following up. Again, this is the 4th round, so you're going to see players getting a little tired, getting a little shaky. I know how that feels. Just looking at that antenna bouncing back and forth.
Okay, and spending the force roll cover the rear with I think that is the first time we have seen that go. Even we've had him on stream 4 times now. I think that's the first time we've actually seen Paz use this ability all day.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those abilities that you're not going to see all of the time, but I mean, yeah, it's because most players, especially at this level, are going to do their best to try and avoid that if they can. I mean, this is even a weird situation, right? Like Vader did a ranged attack into Paz, like.
No attack with it, just to jump. So just for the
jump.
movement. That makes sense.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that is an important reminder. You don't have to do everything with the abilities. It's like I always think of Sabine's little explosive jump. It's just a jetpack, and sometimes, occasionally, rarely, you get the extra effect. Uh-oh, Vader's down. What'd you do with his head, Todd? Oh boy. Uh-oh. All right. Okay, so we've got a refresh. Oh, hang on, everybody. Now I'm joining Todd under the table.
I just needed you to move.
Oh. Use your words, Todd. And also, don't lose Vader's head. I mean, he already lost his head for, a good couple decades. Oh, I could see more and more people. Oh, we're seeing more people milling around the convention hall. Everyone,
Let's get into the end of day one. Yeah, getting to the end of day one, people are looking to see who's been doing what and if they're friends that were succeeding in the things that they wanted to succeed in.
Ooh, Frostgrave terrain. That sounds fun.
I think Frostgrave is going to be a little too small as far as the. I don't think that's going to have the right levels of everything that we're looking for. But yeah, I mean, you can try all sorts of different terrain to go for with different and see what works best for you and like the game that you're trying to play. But yeah, you definitely want stuff that has multiple levels of terrain to really make this game shine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we've occasionally seen some Legion terrain make its way into Shatterpoint. Both Star Wars games. It's close enough some of the time.
The scale's not too far off with that, so you can definitely see that work out for you. It is a little like Legion is. Shatterpointing armor with the first activation.
So Shatterpointing armor. She's going to be getting back up. No longer wounded. Yeah, I really am enjoying this setup because it's like the Mandalorians are the one, you're Shatterpointing armor, you're moving the Mandalorians around, and then Dooku and Magna Guard's job are just lock down one side of the board. This is your job. This is where you live.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting with how they do this list and what its purpose is. So totally, it makes sense when you sit there and think about it, though. I mean, it's like, oh yeah, I can see why you would do this. So definitely like Scott's list here is really solid.
All right, so. Taking care of the tactic here. Yep, coming to play with Cam now.
Yeah, definitely moving over, doing a lot of fancy smancy stuff here. Really making Nick work for the struggle here.
Oh, no, not going to play with Cam. He was making sure that he was out of engagement so that he could move past him. Never mind, I stand corrected. All right. Going after those poor Padawans would be my guess.
That makes sense. You definitely want to go for the low-hanging fruit with a lot of this stuff. I mean, Shatterpoint was a pretty brutal one to have right off of the bat here, especially knowing that you're losing Struggle 2. That might have been something that I would have given the thought to possibly put shuffling it back in.
Yeah.
That way you have it for the start of Struggle 3. But I'm not the one who's 3-0 in the World Championships at Adepticon, so I can't say 100% that was a bad choice.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. I'm seeing
here
a
comes
Vader.
The dice roll. Yeah, so Hunter and Prey into Padawans into an attack. And the dice roll wasn't the greatest. I mean, he had quite a few fails. Does turn one, his expertise goes to a crit, so a crit 4 hits. And I didn't see Nix before he had a chance, before he took him off there.
Yeah, he sped through that pretty fast.
One shot, recover, reposition, disarm.
Oh.
But he still was enough to one-shot the Padawans. I mean, they are not the most.
Well, as you said, that's their job. Todd's here trying to get a close up on Daddy Vader. He's all done here. I have to say that sculpt looks very nice. Seeing it in person, gotta see that cape.
But definitely a decent attack. does kind of what he needs to. Moves it moves 3 towards him. Back to the block. And we're seeing the ARFs coming back here. Is that
ARFs are up again. Let's see. Yeah, Dion. My thing is always try stuff. It's always worth a game. A lot of times, we talk back and forth. Will this work? Will it won't work? What's good? What's not good? And at the end of the day, you just got to test stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, and sometimes what works for somebody else might not work for you, and what works for you might not work for somebody else. So you got to kind of find your niche in the gameplay and everything along those lines, and see if it's going to potentially be what you need, what you want.
Yeah, not all of us can be crazy like me and just go out and buy a couple of 3D printers and go to town and making terrain. You got to do what's good for you. So looks like the ARFs hopped it down to hit the ladder, went back up. Okay. That's always a maneuver that I try to look out for. Is sometimes you drop down to go up.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the best way you can is like depending on where you can end your movement at. Sometimes that's just the way to go.
Yeah, because armor was kind of getting in their way if they were trying to just head that way, but instead down and up.
Expertise on that. Like sometimes you kind of hit a little too much.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Depending on the unit, sometimes there's too much expertise.
Yep. But just 2 blocks with that. I mean, that was a really good roll by Nick there with the ARFs. But again, I think what we're really looking for here is like Nick's just trying to finish this off. But going into Struggle 3, like I said, looking at a refreshed deck, Pin, Shove, and Expose, and Wounded. But looking at this, like, so Nick's going into Struggle 3 with a full deck with only the ARFs missing, which is probably one of his weaker activations, them and the Padawans, compared to Scott's going to be going into Struggle 3 already having his Shatterpoint gone. He will have the first activation, of course, but it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle with that, like knowing that you don't have your best card in the deck.
Yeah, yeah. We will see how timely it is because, sometimes, the last card in your deck is your Shatterpoint card, and you're just sitting here going, where is it? Where is it? I just need my Shatterpoint. No, doesn't happen.
No,
Whoa.
It doesn't show up. Yep.
Whoa, hey, careful over there. Todd's trying to throw all this cool plastic he's got there on the floor. All right. So we got the other attack into. I can't see from here.
The next attack going into Bo-Katan.
There we go.
I mean, that's a little bit better of a defensive roll for Scott, but another solid offensive or attack roll by Nick. So definitely making the most of finishing out Struggle 2 here. And pin, shove, 2 damage. The pin, I think, is even more important at that point because of the being able to pin Bo-Katan is pretty pivotal.
You have to be able to slow her down. She can move across the map. Anything to slow her down. Oh. There. Let's see.
They are currently on Struggle 2.
But not
ending here. Yeah, that's why if you look on the top there, we do have like how many struggles they win. So that's 1 for each. go
Yeah.
ahead and be updating that.
But that is, yeah, they actually just finished that struggle. Yeah.
So we'll be moving into struggle 3 here right now. And basically, so Scott now has the option to kind of pick between the two, because this one is one that gives you an option.
Right, not Sabotage Showdown. Yep, so just
kind of picking out what's going to be his best course of action here, where all of his models are.
now the real thing I'm interested in is, did we get the primary challenging the odds here? Because that could be very, very good. Let's see. They're still figuring it out, though. We will let you know. Yeah, I'm glad I got to call it. It is in fact Noble Sacrifice, which means primaries are challenging the odds. Dun dun dun. We don't always get to see that one, so I'm always excited when it pops up.
And right in with the armor for...
Wow. Okay. All right. Here we go.
So basically kind of have like a diagonal line here going across with... it doesn't look like anybody is on the top right. Looks like we have two.
Yeah, that one's all.
On the
That one
middle.
looks like it's all out by its onesie.
Yeah. And the point of the priority is right there in the center point. As you can see, they got the objective, or the priority marker on there.
Yeah. So because it may very well become relevant, just as a reminder. So when a character in an allied unit that is challenging the odds wounds an enemy unit, you may spend a force to move the struggle token one space towards your momentum tokens. And since it's primaries, let's see if we see that.
It is very possible. I mean, they're the ones that are probably going to be doing the wounding, especially with armor coming up. So we'll see what we can get there. Okay, spending some force to hunter and prey.
And we got an attack.
All right. Hunter
Shoot.
and prey, and basically into an attack into Kiadi Mundi.
And he is using force enhanced reflexes, so we're gonna see some more violence.
Looks like 3 blocks plus 2 expertise. Alrighty. So basically, yep, blocking that. So he's going to go 5 down the tree because there was the exposed because of that. So basically, yeah, this looks like a pretty decent attack into Kiadi Mundi here.
Right. Wow. Quite the hit there, especially into another primary.
So 7 damage, shoving twice, recovering 1, and a strain.
Wow, that strain is going to be pretty important here. I mean,
Especially because of his reactive abilities that he has. So he definitely is going to be, with 7 damage, should be pretty close to being able to put him down if he decides to use the strain. So it puts him in a precarious position for sure. No, I get it. At the end of the day, no matter where you are, it's a long day. So 100% understand. No need to apologize at all for that.
right, right, Brandon. Don't anger a lady with a hammer. That's all I got to say.
I think it's the Empire ultimately that kind of like made her so mad.
Yeah, I mean, decimating your entire home world could do that to you. Make you a little grumpy. Just saying.
It usually has an impact on you. She's been swinging hard today. Yes. She's been hitting hard all day long.
That's right, Quincy.
You are not wrong, Quincy.
Hey, I'm here for it. This is the way.
But that moves her up top to that priority point with that reposition that she had. So she stands alone up there. Still doesn't have the priority. The other point is still off by itself, but be interesting to see kind of what we do with all of that. Moving that. Yep. So roll for the priority point. Goes back to the point that is already controlled by Nick. So he's got 2 for sure. He pulls up OB2.
Oh, all right. That
with run.
The run is pretty important here.
Yeah,
like
run and move can potentially get him where he needs to go to get to the other point. I'm not 100% sure. Basically, he's kind of looking right now to see if he is in range and within melee range. Oh, putting it on Kiadi Mundi. Okay.
Oh yeah, because there's a heal on there too. So that's pretty good here.
It is pretty solid.
Yeah, no longer have to worry about that strain, and yeah. I do tend to forget that you could use Obi-Wan's tactic on somebody else because you usually just run him around the board.
He was in a position where he didn't even need to run. He basically he moves, take covers, get onto the point, scoring 3 here.
Wow. All right, this is looking like a pretty strong start here.
Yep. Definitely kind of helping, like getting exactly where he wants to be. So 1 back his way. It's going to be the fail, so that's going to be down at the bottom left of the screen. Is going to stay as your priority point. Turning over Covert Mandos. I don't know if they're going to be a very impactful.
Don't they still have 3 conditions on them?
Yeah, pin, disarmed, wounded. They that's been where they were for quite some time because that was done at the very beginning. But they're really not in a position to where they can do much.
Yeah, I wonder if we're gonna see a reserve here. Looking at options.
And and he might just be debating whether this is like something that somebody that he wants to put into reserve at this point in time because it is. You really want to have your activations be as impactful as possible, and they're just kind of out of the way of everything at this point in time.
Well, yes, I am seeing some measurement here, so
might just be again looking to see if it's going to be worthwhile to do that.
Quincy, buy the box, do it.
But I mean, they do have a move. They have a jetpack. There is ways that they can move pretty far. I mean, if you were just to try and get both of them on the point, just like maybe steal that back from Obi, you could move jetpack, take cover. That gets you pretty far across the board, depending on where you're at.
Yeah, that's fair. This might not be the time to attack with them.
I mean, but that's still only scoring you 2.
Seeing some deliberation happening here, just figuring out options.
Scott's really good at kind of talking through. I mean, this is a very important activation for him, so he's really just kind of talking through everything that all of his different options.
Well, and we are already in struggle 3, and they're doing pretty good. They're doing pretty good on time.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're getting.
Hi, Sheev.
We are getting pretty close up to, because start time was around 4:30 local. We're closing in on 6, so we're getting pretty close to when Mission Critical will probably be getting called.
Right, but
of course, I don't think that's on their mind.
I don't see this going to time though. Like
no,
they're doing fine.
Yeah, no, I'm more looking at when mission critical is going to happen, because that's going to start speeding up the game itself. But it looks like also, like I saw just Matt Sereno walking past, it looks like some of the other matches did start to end. So Matt did finish 3-1 along with Dr. Chrono Rex and Duncan. They all both finished 3-1 at this time. All of the undefeated players are still playing at this point, but I think those are going to be some pretty tight games for the most part.
Oh yeah, there's not going to be a huge margin of error there. Oh, they do still have the expose and pin. Okay.
Yeah, so still the
I
expose,
was confused.
still have the pin.
All
Cleared the disarm. The pin, like they'll be able to clear the pin with a move here probably.
Yeah.
Paying a force for the jetpack.
Okay. So clearing the pin on one and
Thank you. I didn't get around to a selfie yet, but that's all right. Yep.
oh, we've got time. So more players are finishing, so it's getting a little well, not crowded, but there's more people wandering over saying hi. So if we seem a little distracted, that's because the people who are here also want to talk to us. All right, get some measuring happening here.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get in range. I think he really does want to try. We're not sure yet. I would probably that we're probably looking at that. I think Aubrey is for sure. Myself, I'm probably going to. That's around my anniversary, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, this might be a situation where one half of the dream team is there at the very least.
The better half, for sure.
Oh, that's not true.
So trying to get onto that other point, it looks like. Not within, like a take cover, I think might get him there.
Yeah, still gonna be, maybe.
Sharpshooter into range attack, so he's definitely like choosing violence here.
Okay. Hey, you gotta roll some dice in this game, right?
That is true. I mean, like it's like there's multiple ways to go about it. I'm not 3-0 at Adepticon at the World Championship, so all right. So 2 fails, 2 blocks.
Okay. Well, if you're gonna attack something over there, the ARFs are a good choice.
Without a doubt. So we got 2 blocks that are showing up here.
Also, wow, that was
quite the
really
roll,
good
yeah.
roll
I mean,
from,
so
coverts.
Looking at 6 down the tree with those coverts.
Wow.
I mean, they're hitting here pretty hard.
Hoofta.
That is definitely their full tree. So
that is insane.
Can do up to 7 damage here, depending on how he wants to go about it. Yeah, Mandalorian's like I definitely like encouraging the people watching the stream. I'm sure to play them. Yeah, so 7 damage, strain, disarm, because strain disarm was going to happen. Was it a reposition, he said?
Yeah,
and the reposition instead of the jump, which 100% makes sense.
Well,
because now you can reposition onto the point.
That means we should be getting a wound, right? That was on ARVs? 7 damage?
I believe he went into the arse there, yeah.
Yeah,
so
there
he
it
got the
is.
momentum.
There's the cube. I was like, hang on. That's spicy. Wow. Man, those Mandos were gunning for him.
Right. Well, I mean, when you are able to get your sharpshooter off, they just hit harder that way.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, 2 extra dice definitely helps.
Well, and 6 strikes.
Right. Into just 2 blocks.
Right. Yeah. Unfortunately, while the ARFs are a great unit, defensively a little weaker. So so be it.
And just attacking into the wounded ARFs again, looking probably to try and just get some movement out of it, like the shoves, just to kind of shove him into place. Because 3 down the tree. He's got 5 again, so he can just get the 2 shoves.
Wow. Okay then. They are extra crispy dead.
Well, I think what you're really looking for was just to kind of secure that point. Now you have like multiple bodies on that point.
Oh yeah, no, it's going to be very difficult to dislodge Scott from there.
Correct.
Oh,
and that was mission critical just getting announced. We are on Mission Critical. So yeah, I mean basically, and the nice thing about Adepticon here, even after the event ends, each event that they have, they give away a lot of boxes and stuff like that. So it's really exciting to see kind of what the extra swag that you people get just for coming and playing. It is definitely worth your while if you ever have a chance to get out to Adepticon. All right.
Oh yeah.
Middle
absolutely.
Point, which is already owned by Scott, is now the priority.
And
really looking for
Shock T here.
Shock T's a rough one, but she can. In all honesty, it's pretty interesting because Shock T, where she is, could just force repulse.
Yeah,
and do a lot of.
Just for your guys' sake, I'm putting the hovering one there for Mission Critical.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we'll see what he's debating over here. I don't want to say it too loudly because, of course, they are fairly close, about 5 feet away from us. So I don't want to sit there and influence the game in any way.
Yes, Glass Canyon. I assume we were talking about that comment earlier about ARFs. Yeah, they do hit hard. Don't get me wrong, but they also get hit hard, and that's about the only downside. I mean, sometimes it's worth it to pay for that coordinated fire.
Might have been talking about the covert Mandos too. The covert Mandos also are on 7 health.
Yes, both are pretty glassy. Yeah.
I mean, and their Beskar is not nearly as good. Like they only have 1 and 2, so
yep.
like
they got discount Beskar.
Yeah. That's after the fall of Mandalore Beskar.
Yeah, I can't find it anywhere. Yes, the med. Hey, we were right. The answer was both.
Yep.
Both?
Yes, both.
Izzy's over here sending everyone love.
Yeah, but yeah, totally outstanding play so far by both these guys. We've seen some fantastic games. Yeah, leftover Berserker from the Scar from the pin. Yeah, no, totally.
Yep, bargain bin Deskar. Yeah, I mean that's something to say about Metallurgy. They did not get the pure Beskar. They got the cast offs, the leftover stuff that's been reforged.
Yeah, and we're slowly starting to see, especially since we're in Mission Critical, starting to see some of the rounds coming in. Still haven't seen any of the. Shock T is waking up, which, like I said, it's going to be interesting. He was really mulling over whether he wanted to put her into reserve or not. But I think Shock T is a pretty good activation here, just based off of where everything is at.
Just
really kind of just. I think the other part is trying to figure out where you want to go. I mean, you move her off the point. You're still going to be. I don't think you're going to have anybody close enough to secure the point that's awake.
Yeah, that is a little tough.
And then if you're going to go up top to that center point, Shock T's going into armor. That one can be a little rough as well. Shock T is engaged, so her movement's going to be just a.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but has Armor taken any damage since coming back up?
I don't believe so. It looks like she's completely healthy. So I don't know if she's really a good target to go here, even though that is the point of priority. So that is going to be a decision. But it looks like moving there. Looks like it's probably still within range 2. Barely, but within range 2. Yeah, this has been a great day for Izzy for sure. He is been nothing but wanting to play. He is a Mandalorian truther for what it is. He's a Mandalorian stand 100%.
Hey, I'm with you, Izzy. Ever since I played the new Mandos with the new setup, it's so much fun. Like I played that list that Dizzard's been running around with that has Maul Armorer, Bogar, and then Clan Crease and Coverts, and I'm having fun. I still gotta learn it, gotta get my reps in, but it's so much fun.
It's a pretty good list. Overall, pretty good.
I mean, I still can't decide what I like better because Mando Armor is also super fun. Paz is fun. just a great time. I'm so happy with that errata.
Right, without a doubt.
Vader Dice attacking coverts.
Vader Dice into covers. I think this is kind of where
Whew.
trying to put the hammer down, so to speak, on the coverts. Basically, kind of taking that hammer of the armors and say, "I'm going to hit you with it."
Yeah. Apparently the Jedi hung onto that hammer after that attack earlier.
So 3 blocks, 2 fails, but Vader Dice doing Vader
Yeah,
things. So
Vader
it's like
Dice is doing Vader things. Oh boy.
a lot of expertise here. 5 expertise, turning into 2 crits. So basically going to go 4 down the tree, or 3 down the tree. So just the crits going through.
Man, after all that.
Right.
Okay. But remember, Todd, Vader 1 is broken. Nothing better than that, and then the whole game.
Well, at the point in time that he was 5 damage in a shove. So not quite enough to do anything there.
Yeah. Okay.
And only going 3 down the tree doesn't get you, I think, where he wanted to be for sure. 4 and a jump instead. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Figuring out that combat tree. Again, this is the end of the 4th round. These players have been going at it for a while.
And there's a lot of different ways you can go with Shock T's chart. I mean, it kind of goes all over the place. So there's a lot of different, like her tree is just kind of a very, very detailed tree.
Well, yes. Unlike Anakin Skywalker, we're dealing with a Jedi Master here.
Right. And she doesn't, I mean, the thing is she doesn't have the Force ability, a free active ability, I should say, on her tree.
Yeah, you got to get the discount the cam way.
Right. But she is also still wounded, so I mean, it goes. It was still going to cost two with that one, but he still ended up, I think, definitely paying the Force to do it. All right, still does that. Scoring just that going to 0.
Wow. Okay.
And the okay, so basically what we're looking at here, he just needs 3 points. Gets the middle point where he has it.
Okay.
So that's 2. Flipping 1 in a wound gets him the win basically here.
Yeah, this is going to be a
pretty
pivotal draw.
Yeah, pretty big one. Magna Guards, I don't know if that's...
Well, let's see what he does. Yeah,
right.
both
With
players
2
are
Force
light.
on, I mean, he does have 2 Force left, Scott does right now, so that can go ahead and put him to where if he wanted to, he could look into doing He could look into reserving them to see if he gets... I think he has Dooku in his...
Yeah, he's doing a quick check here, seeing who's left in the order deck. Right? I think you're right, isn't it? It's Dooku and... let's see, what does he have? 2 cards left? We're just trying to confirm what's left in the deck here as he's making this call. We figure it out, Todd. Everybody's moving around a lot, and
But
he's got his.
Yeah, so he has Dooku, Paz, Bo-Katan left in his order deck. Paz, I don't think is in any better of a position to help him. Bo-Katan potentially is in an okay position.
I mean, she can definitely move.
She can move around enough, but it's like, so there is a bit of a risk involved in this. I mean, you could paying to reserve, so taking the risk.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
It is Dooku.
Ooh, I don't know.
Well, the one thing to keep in mind is Dooku does his thing. He brings a Magna Guard along with him, clearing the
Yeah.
pin on the Magna Guard.
Yeah, so they're going to get to trail along. Oh, here, let's we're getting a little focused on the game here. What's going on, chat? Let's see. Are we? Oh,
We will not be streaming the AMG panel. One of our partners, Professional Casual Network, will be doing that. They will be doing it. It should be, definitely will be on their Twitch. They usually dual stream Twitch and on YouTube. So Professional Casual is where you definitely want to go. If you do go over, definitely say hi to them and let them know what's going on. But they will be doing that tomorrow. It's going to be 5:30 local, I believe, tomorrow night. So we probably will not necessarily be there.
Yeah, we'll get some pictures, but they will have the whole thing. So tell them we said hi when you go over there, okay? Because they're the ones you're going to want to talk to, watch.
Yeah, but they're going to be streaming the whole thing for sure as that goes. So definitely check in with those guys tomorrow. And they're for what it's worth, they're also streaming the MCP side on the other side of the hall from us because we're kind of in the middle of the hall. We got X-Wing on one side, we got MCP on the other, which is pretty cool though.
In fact, here.
Alrighty, so after all said and done, move Dooku pretty far up there. Only one fail on this, but there's 3 blocks by Shakti. Turning into... So basically just the 2 crits are going to go through here.
Man. Alrighty then. Let's see.
And without the force to like get some of those blocks, it's basically, so you're looking at probably 3 damage, but he does get a shove or a reposition. The reposition might be useful here.
There you go, helping you out. Drop their YouTube link in the chat.
All right, so he does move 2 over, pretty close. I think with Mission Critical, he does pull Vader here.
Ooh, okay.
This could be a huge, but decides to reserve Vader and go with Ki-Adi-Mundi instead.
Well, I mean...
Vader was on the other side of the board. It makes sense. He's kind of
Yeah.
out of the game. He's not going to have any impact on the board. 100% makes sense. You'd need something that's going to make an impact now.
The thing is he is out of force, so he's gonna have to work some combat magic to get the full effect here.
Yeah, I mean that's. But either way, I mean I don't think it was in this situation was wrong.
No, not saying it's wrong. Just saying it's still a little uphill.
Correct. I mean you don't have a force push. You're not going to be able to do force reflexes if they go back into them. So no force push. Basically, yeah, you are just relying on. I mean, he can take Vader dice, so he can roll 10. He can take the damage to do some Vader shenanigans for sure.
Right, and I suppose there is the whole going onto the Xian side potentially, and he does have the free activation. I don't know what. Yeah, see, he just picked up his stance card, so probably thinking about that.
Look, yeah, it looks like he did turn over to the Xian side. 2 fails there.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, going into armor.
Man, armor is taking the brunt there in that center objective.
A lot of expertise basically on this side just turns into 3 strikes with all those expertise. Basically 3 blocks, so 3 down the tree. 3 down the tree on this side really at the most is going to do
1 away from that activation.
5 damage. Yeah. If he wants to go that route, he could potentially do up to 5 heals. I don't think that's the way he wants to go either.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Looks like he's definitely at least getting that. He's going to get the one.
The shove no matter what.
Yeah, that happens no matter what.
Because that's in the center there. But
Yeah.
So doesn't look like he's able to.
Yeah,
Doesn't
the
look like-
angle's weird here. Like
Looks
she's
like he-
right in the center.
Yeah, it looks like he placed him Scott placed the armor just good enough to where he can't shove her off the point. Fantastic placement there. One might say accidentally tactical. But I think
I
on
don't
his-
think it was accidental.
I would say if it was me, it was accidentally tactical. But for Scott here, I'm going to say it was intentionally tactical. Because that's how you get to the top table, the stream table at Adepticon in the last round. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So looking at the chat, guys. As I keep saying, I can't wait to see what's on the roadmap because I'm looking for my favorite Poncho boy. But Emperor, Yoda, Tarkin, that could be fun.
I think Emperor. 5. He did
Oh,
with 5
he
heals, 1 damage.
Did do the heals?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I mean, just trying to keep alive, keep him from being because he wasn't going to be able to flip the point is really what it comes down to, and that was ultimately what was going to happen there. So unfortunately, oh my goodness, fail. I think this is just the win right here, right? Because he only needs to score 2 points. There's mission critical. He just got the point that he already. Yeah, Magna Guards are waking up. He can move them onto the point just to ensure that he gets that 1 point with the focus and attack just to try and push somebody off the point.
Yeah, no, looks like this one's
Pretty
coming
much in the bag, I think, here for
coming down to it.
Not the greatest. I mean,
No,
but 2
that's-
expertise is really all you need when it comes to
Well,
Magna Guards. Because that
Oh,
turns into 2
and
crits,
there's-
and that was the fist bump of
There it is.
the fist bump of
Ooh.
victory.
The
by Scott?
fist bump of victory. Da da da.
Dual I don't. The dual pack did say sold out earlier. It probably is back online.
Yeah, probably.
I would definitely. I mean, they're so. From what I understand, they're putting out 125 a day here at Adepticon.
Something like that.
For sale. So
Yep.
the people that want them are really going to have to get in line early and take care of that. So, but yeah, a fantastic match again by Scott. He is. Let's see. Is he the first 4-0 that we have? For the day. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to check Longshanks again right now. Himself. Oh, Cody Hawkins, who we had on stream earlier, did go 4-0, as well as James Howard and Qui-Gon Din.
Qui-Gon went 4-0.
Qui-Gon Din went 4-0 as well. So
Yeah, all right.
definitely have quite a few. Damio Matt is the highest ranking 3-1 as of right now, so he's definitely in. Looks like Kyle Russell.
Shh, he might hear you.
Kyle Russell, Sean Piccone, Duncan, and Dr. Chrono Rex. As of right now, before all of the other matches are your top 8. I don't really want to go into the top 16. On the bubble right now, Jesse Aiken from Hello There is kind of on the bubble at 2-2. Other people, there are a lot of 2-1s that might be able to jump over him based off of strength of schedule or other things. So we'll see what happens there with that. But as far as, because there might, some of those guys go 3-1s might be able to jump over him. So I don't know if we're going to see him making it in today or not.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for a few more results, but
definitely have to wait for a few more results for sure. As these guys get cleaned up and probably put their results in, we'll see how that all goes. I'm gonna need some water.
Yeah. Remember, chat. We've got to take care of Todd here. He's been going all day.
Oh, I'm good.
Would holding the Baby Yoda help?
No, I think I'm good without that.
No, well, but it's Baby Yoda.
I know, but he only works for you.
Aww.
Remember, in my mind, he's the youngling that got away that needs to be. We need to sit there and make. He's a mistake that was made that needs to be corrected.
Wow. Wow. Okay, I'm not leaving this alone with you. Okay, no. Stay away from my baby.
Walk back to the hotel. There's a river in between us. I mean, I'm just saying, Baby Yoda might have to learn how to swim on the way home.
Wow. Yeah, the announcement panel is tomorrow after games.
Yeah, they decided to move it to the evening.
Which
that
is
way, a lot
way
more
better.
players could end up getting over there.
Yeah, because as you recall, last year we didn't actually stream the last of the games here at Adepticon because the panel was happening at the same time, and of course, what do you all want to see? The panel. So yeah, definitely not. Yeah. Yeah, no, Quincy, I'm gonna hide. Baby Yoda. Oh wait, I picked up Darth Vader. Whoopsies. Darth Vader can do what he wants. Though maybe I shouldn't put Darth Vader with Baby Yoda. This could be a problem. Yeah, I'm gonna put them in separate pockets. Izzy. He left the mic alone. There's only no. You know, we haven't been on camera together. I'm trying to convince him to. So I put Professional Casuals YouTube in there, Damon. So they usually, I mean, no confirmation, but they usually stream on both Twitch and YouTube. So that will be where you want to go. So Professional Casual Network, they're doing the MCP stream right now, and they will be the ones who are covering the panel tomorrow night.
I believe they're doing giveaways right now.
Oh yes, almost forgot. So yeah, they're doing giveaways over there, and then also at the end of our event, they're doing giveaways. They're doing giveaways at the end of our event, which is really cool. Yeah, Quincy, my birthday was yesterday. That's why I've got all these fun toys running around. The purest of Christophers got me a whole bunch of fun things for my birthday, so I'm having fun. Oh, I almost forgot my Tsum Tsums. Well, because we've been focused on Shatterpoint all this time. Yeah. I haven't had time to show everybody. I've got a giant Fat Vader and a very tiny Leia. I don't know why Leia's so tiny.
Oh, I love it.
And then like a medium-sized Stormtrooper. So small, medium, large. I'm having fun here. Having fun with my.
How was that game?
Thank you, Quincy.
It was so close the whole time.
Oh yeah.
When I would like,
yes.
Being in like the players' heads the whole time, I could see and feel like each time a card flipped, it was like this could be the final activation of the game. We just need to get like a certain thing, and sometimes you're just one die short. There was a couple of times where they asked me to kind of help make like some judges calls, and there was not once but twice where it was. I'm not kidding. By the eye, it was like 1 millimeter off of getting a shove, just because it was prevented by terrain.
Yeah,
there.
That was a nail biter of around 4.
Nick had a struggle with deployment because the way that the square piece of terrain at the bottom left of the map, or top left of the map for you guys, he was struggling on deployment for that for a little bit, and he had to work really hard to get around it, and he made so much ground up after that. It was really fun to watch.
Yeah, no, this game, this was an intense game. I'm not going to lie, I thought that the first struggle was going to go much faster than it did, but then both players were just, they were taking every last inch they had. Oh boy, yeah.
All right, I'm going to go check in with them.
Yeah, no, thank you for the report, Jake. Very nice.
Jake's such a cutie pie.
Oh yeah. I have to say, everyone, please thank Izzy, thank Jake. They came here to help us because we could not do this by ourselves. This is a big effort. Last year, we were working with the Professional Casual team, and so I thought I put it in the chat. Hang on. So I put it. It's not under Momentous Struggle. It's under my name because I was doing it off of let's see.
Yeah, not a lot of effort and hard work went into the setup, and throughout the day, the setup has taken quite a beating. Tomorrow we're gonna have to refix some things.
Well, let me just try and paste it again. Maybe it didn't go through for some reason. Boop.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, thank you, Quincy. Although the contract
Maybe-
they made me sign did had me include that I had to wear lingerie to the office a couple of times. So, but that's
I'm not supposed to tell him that part.
Oh, okay.
Oh, weird.
Well, I didn't sign an NDA.
For some reason,
It's not showing up.
yeah. Heat 1, live chat. That's me. Did Todd like ban me from the chat? Okay, hang on. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Well, if
everyone.
anything, you guys can pop over to Professional Casual Stream and ask them. And I'm really sure that one of the people there can help you guys out, especially with providing the link for tomorrow. Should be fun. I have my bingo card ready. Do you have your bingo card ready?
Oh, by ready, do you mean I just made up something in my head that I probably have already forgotten? Then yes.
Well, we could do a bingo card for, what are they showing? All 3 games, right? They're doing Legion, MCP, and Shatterpoint. That's what they're doing? Yeah. We could make a bingo card for all 3 if we really want to.
Okay, so Hondo's helper Melch. Melch is going to be in all 3 of them.
Melch is going to be in all 3.
I'm
MCP
hoping,
as well?
MCP will get Big Wheel.
Oh, yeah, I also hope a big well. For MCP, I hope we get new Spider Foes. I'm a big Spider Foes lover. For Legion, I hope that we get... I hope we get more... Well, they talked about mounted characters, didn't they, in Legion?
Yeah.
Wasn't that whole thing? I really would love to see some mountain characters.
I did just talk to Todd, and he's looking at Longshanks right now. He said that both of the players that we just watched are going to make it to top 16.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely be seeing them again, at least in the tournament rankings.
Oh, yeah.
All right, now I did it the official way. So, as far as I know, so generally speaking, Professional Casual does a stream on both their YouTube and their Twitch channel. So there you go. Chris is pointing at everyone.
Yeah. Well, most of our locals came in today, but they will be playing
Yeah.
in the Heat tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
I'm
nice to
very
see
excited
that,
about
yeah.
the Heat tomorrow.
Kind of a little bit nervous because there always is the possibility that some of our locals will play against each other, and that's kind of the sad part about. God, it's kind of sad part about Arizona sending a lot of big numbers out here because then eventually they will play each other and maybe knock each other off.
Yeah, that you know what, but it'll be fun along the way.
Give me Qui-Gon Jinn or give me death.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I want
Qui-Gon.
Qui-Gon. That's what
give
I
me
would.
Yaddle.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Why not?
Give me
Hey,
Yaddle.
hey,
Right before Count Dooku kills her. Give me that
I
one.
just want some like temple guards, just to give
Temple
me
guards
the
would be nice,
give me
yeah.
the ability to have all good guy lightsabers, because you can do all bad guy lightsabers.
Some Temple Guard supports, yeah. I could definitely see that. That'd be really nice.
Yeah, no, I like
Temple Guard supports with the Librarian. That literally would be the boss.
Ben
yeah.
Jocasta.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we could even see, like, it could be fun to do like we're just making this box on the fly here. You could do a Yaddle and then Jocasta could be the secondary,
Oh,
and then
yeah.
some temple guards.
Oh, yeah,
like,
that would be.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
I didn't know I needed more Yaddle in my life, but here we go.
We need more Yaddle in our life.
Hey,
It'd be hilarious if we get Yaddle before Yoda in Shatterpoint. I think that'd be so funny.
Hey, I need a dual pack now of Yoda versus Sidious, because I just want one of those Senate chamber
Oh, the
pod
Senate chamber
things,
pods? That'd
like
be
that should
nice.
be up above. Like,
Let's talk terrain packs. What terrain do you want to see? I specifically want to see that weird cow that Luke was milking in the newest movie.
No.
I think that'd be an interesting piece of terrain to put somewhere.
No.
It looks squared enough that a model could be on top of it.
on top of the cow.
On top of the cow. Yeah, I mean,
okay, fine, all right. So let's see. More likely, I want an elevator. It is
An elevator?
stated
Oh, I see.
in the rules that you can use a ladder or an elevator. So I want a little platform that has a boop, 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 and I don't know what it would be in, but it's like Jedi Survivor stuff. Like more Fallen Order. I want some
Yeah.
elevators with the little buttons you can go up. So
I just want different themes. I mean, not saying I don't like the opportunity and the customability that you have with the current terrain sets, but give us like a a Sidious's cloning facility. That would be nice. Just having cloning tanks. Ooh, yeah, Qui-Gon Jinn and Padawan Obi secondary frozen in carbonite on terrain.
A cloud city terrain.
A cloud city terrain would be nice.
That would be cool. You could have you could have the purest of Christopher's favorite thing, pit in the middle, where you get shoved.
True.
You get shoved into the carbonite.
Middle.
Like there's just enough room for the mini to be
Written in
to
rules
be down there.
that whoever steps in the carbonite automatically gets wounded.
Oh,
that would be.
No, you gotta you gotta have a chance to jump out. You
okay, fair enough.
You gotta roll like a
five
crit
dice expertise and you jump out. But if not, you fall directly in.
Yeah, there you go.
That'd be rough. You could also have the.
Thank you, Dion.
Oh, great shoot. Oh, thank you, Dion. You could also just have one of the vents and have Luke's hand just chilling. One of the vents just like right there.
Oh no.
Oh, man.
No, poor Luke. So they recovered Luke's lightsaber
but not his
hand. Because, in Legends, they got the hand and, did some shenanigans there on Mount Tantus, but not in canon. Not in canon.
The top 16 are in.
Top 16. Top 16 is in. So, all right, before we close out, everybody, let me give you your top 16. I'm going to have to reload. I got to reload. Boo, 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 boo. I don't know what happened to all my tabs. That's weird. I don't know what's going on there.
Geonosis terrain. I would love Geonosis terrain. Literally, it'd be rocks, but it'd be the best orange rocks you've ever seen.
All right. I don't know what happened to all my tabs closed. I hope I didn't accidentally push close all tabs.
I'll see what happens here. It should be.
Oh, there we go. I brought them back.
You brought them back?
There we go. My phone is doing silliness. Beep.
Yeah, Sidious's cloning chambers. That'd be nice terrain sets to have out. Could be. It could be very prosperous for Shatterpoint terrain just to have miscellaneous scatter of different clones of Sidious laying around.
Yeah, all the failed clones. Like he just shoved them into a thing. All right, so let's see. We've got our results. So going down, we've got Cody Hawkins in first place.
4-0. Good job for
we
Cody.
got Qui-Gon Jinn in second.
Was rooting for that man.
Yep. Scott B in third.
Nice.
All right. James Howard fourth.
Hey.
Nick Downing, Blitz Monkey in fifth.
Damio Matt.
Yeah, Damio Matt's in sixth. Godliness is in seventh.
Duncan managed to pull it out, even despite that first round loss.
Right. He just went uphill all the way. Dr. Chrono Rex in eighth. Hey, Kyle Russell also went 3-1.
Nice.
There he is in ninth. Sean Piccone, 10th. Kevin Caldwell, 11th. Justin Tao in 12th. Some of these names. All right, we're having some fun here. I don't recognize some of these. We're going to see some interesting showings. Dennis Harlian, Darth Dennis, I think, in 13th. O Reaper, 84 and 14th. We got Blaster Mac, 15th, and Major Schmackshire in 16th. So there you go. There are your top 16 from Heat 1. Ooh, Naboo terrain would also be good. All right.
Yeah, just a bunch of debris.
So, everyone, I just want to say thank you for tuning in to the first day of streaming here live from Adepticon 2025. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Looks like... looks like they are doing the giveaways now. So we are going to sign off and listen to the announcements here and, be present in the moment. So thank you all, and we will see you here again tomorrow at the same time.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night or good day.